In a sleepy port town in Macau, on the southeast coast of China, the gentle townfolk are about to awake to an unimaginable horror. The local police are doing their best, but who could have ever guessed the delicious secret? Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode 206. I am, of course, your host, MC Moods, and we've got the entire regime up in this motherfucker tonight, man. We're all back together for once. Maybe the first time, and the last time.
Maybe the last time.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, but we'll get to that one down the future and stuff. But, of course, we got the Mexican himself, Mr. JP, and, of course, we got the Canadian cinema hater himself, Mr. Parka, and... last for sure, we got Jeremy the Jew. Yeah, man, it's been a while. It's been a while since all four of us have been in the studio, and it got me thinking before the show, and I was like, man, this might actually be kind of a special episode because we might not be doing this for a while again. So let's enjoy this. All right, what's going on, guys?
I think we should talk about Mr. Potato Head getting canceled.
There it is.
Oh,
That's
fuck off.
Bullshit.
Nobody cares about Mr. The gender neutral.
When's the last
off.
time you gave a fuck about Mr. Potato Head?
I just bought one this year for my niece. I bought a Mister for my nephew and a Mrs. for my niece.
The only thing that makes him a Mister is he has a fucking mustache. It's like,
And that hat.
And the hat.
But what's wrong with
No,
being...
Mrs. Potato
honestly-
Head has a hat.
I don't understand what's wrong with being just a male potato head and having a female potato head. What's wrong with that? Explain that to me.
Especially because
Honestly,
you
to be
can
honest.
move all the pieces from
Yeah.
each of them. And
That's
make like
what
a
I'm
Mr.
saying. Like,
Mrs.
there's no... I could see it being a big deal if there was just a Mr. Potato Head and there was no Mrs. Potato Head, or even pieces to make or whatever, but there is both of them. So why does it have to be... You have to get rid of this and it has to be gender neutral now? Explain the meaning behind
It was
this.
just a ploy to make money. Originally, back in the day, they're like, we got a Mister. Well, we're going to make a Mrs. to make more money and have
Right.
double the potato head.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's
In fact,
like
the general
Ken and-
neutral
Ken and
potato
Barbie.
head would probably save you
Same
money.
shit.
It'll probably save you money.
But it's
'Cause there'll
already
be one
neutral.
potato head
But
now.
it's already neutral. Just strip all the pieces off the head. Then you got a neutral. Right?
You can make whatever potato head you want.
They need a chick with a dick potato head. That's
I
what
think
they
it
need.
just blew out of proportion on that. It's just kind of
I don't
ridiculous.
care.
I think it's just a publicity stunt.
I do too.
I didn't
really
even
do.
believe it was even happening at first until I kind of looked into it. I was like, this is real. This is crazy. So,
They're just trying to get brownie points
yeah.
or sell a third potato head.
I mean, there is certain things that have been canceled.
There is other potato heads already. There's like the little baby potato head and cousin potato head.
Well, at the end
stuff.
of the day, you have to say Cedar Chucky was pretty ahead of its time with Glenn and Glenda. Pretty ahead of its time.
I don't know. Is
I don't know if it's
general
ahead of the
neutral
time.
potato head going to help anyone?
They were literally just making fun of it in general.
I know.
I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. I mean, I get it with the whole the cancel culture thing and stuff. There's certain things that probably need to be eliminated, but this whole thing just seems like they're just starting to throw shit into the mix now. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's ridiculous. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with being a Mr. Potato Head and a Mrs. Potato Head.
Why didn't they just make a general neutral potato head and have a third potato head?
Right. Like, I don't
No, that's the obvious thing to do, right?
Right.
And
You
call
don't,
it
you don't
what,
need to be
gender
taking...
neutral potato head.
Why take it off the
gender
market?
Neutral. Who gives a shit?
What potato head do you
But-
want?
but-
I want the
okay.
general neutral potato.
So here's the thing, though. They're still selling Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. They're just not calling it that. Like, you can still get the male-looking one with the mustache and the female with the red lipstick.
But my
Just call them
question,
potato
but
heads?
my question
They're
is,
just calling them Potato Head.
but why can't they be called Mr. Potato Head and Mrs. Potato Head? So are we gonna start changing our
Army men to army women.
no, our
Can have
names
army
in general?
men.
Like, I'm, technically I'm married with
Well-
kids. Like, I'm Mr. Failer, if you want to call me that. Like, are we gonna start dropping that from our personal names and stuff? Like, this is toys we're talking about. All it's doing
mean
is signifying what it is. This is a Mr. Potato Head. I'm buying a Mr. and this I'm buying a Mrs. Like, why do you have to drop that shit? It makes no sense. In reality, we're not changing our parentheses, our what we're known as and shit like that, there's no difference. Right? There's still going to be there's still going to be a Mrs. somebody and a Mr. somebody. Like, what the fuck? What's the difference?
Well, they used to make a Mr. Potato Head family set that had a male, a female, and a little kid potato.
Yeah. Okay.
And
but honestly,
now I think they were talking about being able to like create same-sex couples.
But all you have to do is just add, if you want to just put another one in the mix.
Buy 2 Mr. Potato Head.
Just put another one in the mix.
The thing is, you can make a Mr. Potato Head whatever you want. It doesn't make any sense because the potato head is interchangeable. That's the cool part. You can have a potato head with a pink hat and a mustache. It can be a general whatever.
It's totally my point. But so why do we have to drop the Mr. and Mrs.? Like, we're not doing that for ourselves in real life.
You can drop the Mr. and Mrs. Who cares? That's the only real change they made is drop the Mr. and Mrs.
But
it's the same fucking shit in the box.
But why do we have to do that?
So they're
but why do
they
we have
have
to do
like a big set that they actually released promos of the picture of the like boxes that they're going to release. They have one box that has 45 pieces, and on the cover it has like 2 women and a kid, and then 2 men and a kid. And then,
so you're saving money now. It's one potato head box, so it's good. You're saving money.
No, because they still sell the regular Mr. Potato Head, but they just don't call it that. It's just all.
Next time someone calls me Mr. Failer, I'm just going to be like, I'm going to be like, no, man, you can't call me Mister. You can't call me Mister. That's, it's politically incorrect now.
This is a toy though too. I mean, they're just letting you. I don't know. I don't care.
That's even big. That's even what the problem is for me. That makes it even bigger is that it is just a toy. It's just all it's doing is just telling you what this is, what gender it is, male or female. It doesn't matter. What's the big deal?
People think that like they're setting these standards that people have to be a Mr. or Mrs. in life. That's what they think with the toys. Maybe it's true. I don't fucking know. I'm not a psychologist. I don't care. They want to do it, they can do it. I'm not buying potato head toys for the last 20 years. I don't have kids. I don't have to worry about it. I don't really have an opinion of it. I just don't give a shit.
I just find it absolutely ludicrous because
it's weird though. It's really weird. It's not a canceling. The company's just trying to money points.
Yeah. I just don't think that kids think that deep into it.
No, it's more for adults.
Kids feel the way they feel, and it is what it is.
Yeah. I think it's ridiculous.
Like, I don't think there's kids out there that are like, man, I can't make 2 dad potato heads in the same box.
Unless they have 2 dads.
Even then, I don't know. I think they really even think of it, man.
If you're young enough to play Mr. Potato Head, do you even give a fuck?
No,
not at that age.
What are they going to do in fucking Toy Story now? It's like Don Rickles would have been like, fuck this shit.
Don Rickles would have been
but he was old and grumpy. And he was
coming. I'm Potato Head.
Yeah, he's definitely old and grumpy. Old school.
These are actors, man. They're paid to do shit. They don't give a fuck.
I mean, he was saying potato with a B anyway.
Potato.
Yeah.
Fucking saying, I'm fucking Mr. Potato Head.
But even as like a kid, when I had stuff like we had some potato head things. And I would put like all sorts of shit. I'd make it look weird as hell with like, they do that anyway, right? Kids, they put the lipstick on. Do whatever you want,
I guess. Like I'm telling you, you're just saving money now.
But
you buy the potato box. You get all the parts.
The majority of kids are usually putting the lipstick on the guys and stuff, and they're making fun of it though too. Not even really realizing what they're doing. It's not like it's a hate thing. It's just fun to do, right?
Trying to make weird looking shit.
Yeah, it's just a fun thing to do.
It's a potato.
That's what I said. It's a publicity stunt, dude. It's just getting people to talk about potato heads. All of a sudden.
And Jeremy had to bring up fucking potato head, and we just gave him
that's what separates us. We have conversations.
But honestly, though. It's good.
Potato head.
It's just good marketing because that type of publicity for your part,
Jeremy. It's not. Mr.
I'm sorry,
but that type of publicity for your product, man, is just going to sell more.
The fucking Indians. I don't give a shit.
The what?
Yeah, but
you're calling them the Indians.
But you're a racist though, so that I would expect nothing less from you.
Cleveland Indians.
Did they actually change their name?
They're going to.
But you're a racist,
you can still call them the Indians for now, then.
Hasn't that already been established on the show? So I would expect nothing less from you.
I can't wait till the Blackhawks change their name.
They're not going to change their name.
I agree that it's less offensive in terms of the,
what about the Braves?
Reasons, but
the Braves changed their name?
Well, the Braves is probably the least offensive one. That's so stupid.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a compliment.
I mean, really, the only ones that should actually be changed are the Cleveland Indians and the Redskins. Like, those are actually derogatory terms.
The Redskins is the one that I'm like.
The Blackhawks isn't even a derogatory term, and the Braves is so far from being, and it's ridiculous, man. Like, it's getting out of control.
The
But
Redskins is actually kind of a racist term. I probably would change that.
I've discussed it. I've discussed
that
it
one
here
could go.
before about natives and Indians and stuff. I have native friends that don't care about the term Indian and stuff, but for the general thought of it is that it's pretty racist.
Yeah.
It's pretty derogatory. So
That's like also this week they Disney announced that they are putting a warning before Muppets episodes, like the old
Yeah.
Muppets show,
yeah.
Warnings like
Because-
insensitive.
because of
Insensitivity.
stuff like that. I think one of the things they mentioned that had Johnny Cash singing on stage in front of a rebel flag in one.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing I was
They're just
surprised
gonna
about
change
that.
the rebel flag to a rainbow flag. In all
One-
movies, it's going to be a rainbow flag from now
One
on.
thing I was surprised about that though is that they weren't cutting the content. Like that was huge news to me
I'm
because
glad,
I
though.
figured they would cut it instead of putting a.
Do you hear
warning.
what they're going to do to the Naked Gun movies?
What?
They actually changed O.J. Simpson to Potato Head. Not Mr. Potato, just Potato Head. So every time you see Norberg, it's Potato Head now. O.J. Simpson is a potato in the movies. People can't see O.J. Simpson in the films now without getting upset. So now he's just a potato.
Wait,
Right.
O.J. Simpson's canceled now too?
Yeah, well,
No,
he
O.J. Simpson
keeps catching
Naked
cases,
Gun
man.
movies, and he killed somebody.
Right.
No, he got off on that.
Yeah, but then he got sued in a civil lawsuit, which basically is a wrongful death suit, and he lost. So they basically said we didn't. That he killed.
And then he went and then he robbed a bank or some shit too. It was crazy.
Yeah, in Vegas.
He robbed for his own trophies and shit.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, man. Yeah.
So no more Naked
Yeah,
Gun.
OJ's
with
been
OJ.
canceled.
It's now
He's been
Potato
canceled.
Head.
They kicked him out of the Hall
It's
of Fame.
Potato
too.
Head.
They kicked him out of the Hall of Fame also. That's crazy.
Yeah, well,
Well, you guys had nothing else to fucking talk about, so I might as well bring up fucking Potato Head.
Wait, we talked
But
45
hold
minutes before the show started
aren't
about
you
nothing.
guys surprised that Disney didn't cut the content? Isn't that
I'm
like
glad
a
they
big
did.
thing?
I have
Little-
no problem
little
with them
bit.
telling us it's inappropriate. You know
I
what
mean, I
Like,
think
this is a rebel
it's
flag.
cheesy and
This is-
stupid because I don't really think that the rebel flag is necessarily inappropriate anyway. It's part of history.
Depends. In the past,
Well, it depends who you
was
are.
A little bit different.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
yeah.
the thing is, I just believe that things, definitions and meanings can change too, right? Like, wasn't the swastika originally a Buddhist sign or something
I
like
know,
that?
but it's what it's represented as, what it's really known,
yeah.
how it's represented, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. The swastika was actually a good thing at one time, but then everybody knows the swastika as obviously
Right.
the symbol of
that
Nazism.
It changed.
The same thing
meaning.
happened with
Like,
the
in
rebel flag. Yeah, the Confederate flag.
And the Dukes of Hazzard, they never fucking were like, hey, we fucking, you know what I mean? I didn't think that was a racist thing. But now, if I see somebody waving a rebel flag, I'm going to take a second look.
I
and be
know.
like,
I
Yeah,
know
it
people
definitely
with,
has
like
changed.
rebel flag tattoos and stuff because to
Yeah,
them
they probably got
this
those in the
represents
fucking 80s.
South.
They got those in the fucking 80s, too.
Man, did
Yeah,
you
like-
guys ever watch Steve's videos? When he
Yeah,
had
Yeah,
the, when
he has
had
a huge
when-
has a huge Confederate flag in
Yeah.
the background.
he did this for a
Yeah.
little bit because he never had it, and then all of a sudden he like had this background. He had this Confederate flag, and it always shocked me that he had it too because he's like from New York, right? And I just thought that was really interesting. Like I could see him maybe if he was from the South or represent from down there and stuff, but he was from New York, and then
Georgia, 'cause
I remember-
Georgia's flag is the fucking rebel flag.
so
isn't it?
I remember clicking on one of his videos and I was watching one time, and I was like, I got to read the comments. Oh my god, dude, it was crazy in his comment section, man. He was fucking
But
like,
he had that since I first met him.
yeah. See, I don't remember it being
You just
in.
might not have noticed it.
Maybe I didn't,
But
but
yeah,
maybe,
he had that since I've.
yeah, he
first
might have
met
changed
him.
the way he used it because I remember like when I clicked in a couple, like his background was like the full flag, right? Like, that's how
I
he
had
was using
one.
it.
I had one in my room when I was a kid. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I just
Yeah.
thought it looked cool.
Yeah.
But and that's why I just think that like a lot of these people who like have that flag, like obviously there are racists who would have that flag too,
Right,
but
right.
I think a lot of people who they just are proud to be from the South, and that flag represented the South in a way, and rebellion and stuff like that to them. I don't necessarily think it always means that you're
I think like 30 years ago, it means you grew up with the Dukes of Hazzard.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Now it doesn't. So
But-
times change.
It doesn't because everybody says that it
But the
doesn't,
problem
not
is, though,
because
JP,
Well,
with
it's
that-
because the majority of people started using it for a horrible thing again, even
I
though the
don't
flag
think
originally
the
was for a
majority.
horrible thing again.
That's the thing, that people are so far removed, and like it's part of their heritage, it's part of their culture and stuff like that. And a lot of people have it there because of those reasons and things. But there is the flip side of the coin too, where people have that flag because it's still it's still an oppression. It's there's still a lot of these people actually are racist and stuff like that. So it's kind of ruining the fact that some people just have it because it is a Southern thing though too, right? So.
But also that flag was against the fucking United States of America at the same time. So it's also like, it's kind of funny to fly that next to the American flag. So fuck off,
it
flag.
was, and then it wasn't.
Yeah.
So
it's very contradictory.
What it was. Originally it was a fucking of a different flag of a different country.
Mm-hmm.
And then it became kind of a symbol for Southern pride or, goofy rebellion, Dukes of Hazzard shit.
Yeah.
And then it kind of fell back into that racist thing again. But I'm sure there was a couple people who are still like, hey, man, I'm done. You know what I mean? But still.
But that's what happens when you get publicized things about, certain racist groups and things doing racist shit, and it gets publicized. And what's the first thing you notice? They're waving the Confederate flag, right? And all of a sudden it's like, oh, shit, we're back to this.
I noticed.
Right? And that's exactly what happens, man.
The thing is, you see a lot of these places, like you'll see the rebel flag flying, and you'll look over and you'll see a swastika right next to it.
Exactly.
And if I know I'm like some Southern guy who's like, hey, man, I love the South, Southern pride, and I look over and some asshole is flying a swastika,
right.
You know what? I'm leaving.
Exactly.
I'm fucking leaving. And they don't leave. If you're going to stand next to a guy flying a fucking swastika, get the fuck out of here, you trash bag.
But that's the thing, man. That's
if you're going to be a racist piece of shit, at least keep it from America.
It's prevalent, though, man.
I would
like
call
David
him
Duke,
out on it.
like
I would
David
be like,
Duke,
what the
man.
fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like David
There you
Duke
go.
from the South, man. He was a big part of that shit, man. He was a huge part of that.
Oh yeah, KKK.
And David Duke started that
Fucking
shit, and that's why it's
Yep.
associated with that shit and stuff, right? So, yeah, it's understandable. I can see both sides of the coin, though. I can. So
No, I do too, and surely any like racist scumbags like flying that flag are fucking complete trash. But I just think that also we need to keep in mind that like meanings of things are fluid. It's not like this means this and it can never mean anything else. Like
in 1965, John Wayne wasn't considered a horrible person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
By some he was, but not by everybody. Now most people be like, oh man, that kind of is rough what he said back then in the 70 Playboy issue. But still,
right.
It's all in
even know
times,
but-
man. Times change.
Yeah. And meanings change, and I think that the coolest thing about like I would love to see like a type of like I don't know, like another organization like a minority or something like take that flag and claim it as their own. You know what I mean? And completely change the meaning of it.
No, we can let that flag die for a while.
Yeah, that's fine too. But I'm just saying, I don't like
30 years.
I don't like when you know someone and you know they're not like a racist person, and now all of a sudden they have this thing on their arm or something. You feel bad for them a little bit.
I think about like that scene from
30 years ago. Big Boss Man had a rebel flag on his arm.
That scene from Clerks 2 would never be able to. That would never fly today. Kevin Smith would be called a racist for the rest of eternity.
Which scene?
The scene in Clerks 2 where Randall says he's going to bring Porch Monkey back to the forefront of.
Yeah, but
But he's also making fun of the term though too, like in a clip. Like he's not actually using that as an racist term. Like that's the problem with translating jokes and stuff. Like I mean, I've been watching a lot of these 2005
but don't you
films.
know, Moods context doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Apparently.
he's still going to get canceled.
It is true.
He says every racist term in the book in that fucking scene.
And that's the thing though, because people hear this blah, 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 Jew, blah, blah, they don't hear anything but the racial slurs. The context, you're right, completely doesn't fucking matter, right? It's like N-word, this, that. It's like, oh my God. But like, just watching a bunch of these 2005 films, and actually, I think Dave, you just recently watched Chaos also. Like just the dialogue in that movie. I mean, it kind of makes
those are trash bags.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, even today, even when you're making a film with Chaos is projecting.
And I compared it to Becky. Because Becky, they should have talked like that because they're trash. But
exactly.
They didn't.
But they won't. Mm-hmm. They won't do it in today's films because it's so sensitive to people. Even though because it's going to be taken out of context. That's my point. You're not going to see the context
a film
because
like American History X could get made today, even though the message at the end of the film is a positive.
It's tough
message.
It's really tough. It's really
because
really
you
tough.
spend so much time.
But I just think that people are going to miss the point.
Independent, it could.
If you made Chaos today, I think people are going to see it for what it isn't. Like it's supposed to be a film. It's making a statement, right? And you have these scumbags that talk like this, and it's basically hate. It's violence, and it's a hate violent film. And
the thing I said about that movie is like The remake of Last House on the Left did not capture the essence of 1972's Last House on the Left.
No.
Chaos. The Last House on the Left is supposed to make you feel sick. It's supposed to make you hate the violence, right? It's supposed to make you feel horrible and not glorify the violence. And at the end of the movie, you're supposed to lose your soul. And Chaos, although it's not perfectly made, it's sloppy, it's somewhat cheap. At the end of the movie, you feel like shit, and it makes you hate it, and it makes you angry. And you know what? That's what Last House on the Left did in 1972.
Yeah.
So I wasn't wrong then, but just basically hearing
and that's why
say that, and it's what Craven wanted it to do.
That's why I think that it works so good.
The remake was good though. Like it did
movie
make
puss out. Shit. It's not the violence; it's the end goal.
That's
the end. Yeah, by the end.
How many times have I said that?
The whole thing because it's a terrible movie. Terrible.
How many times have I said that, JP, about the remake? I said that they went Hollywood, they pussed out, and it basically kind of retracted everything that the original film was standing for. Right? It's supposed to make you disgusted.
The whole purpose of the movie.
And so what Chaos did properly is that this movie it shows you the violence. It brings it full forward. It doesn't pull any fucking punches, and it leaves you feeling, oh my god. Like that's fucking brutal, man. It's the point of show ultra violence, and this is how it actually is. This is the reality of violence right here. It doesn't always end on a happy note, kind of thing. And I think
I love that. Sorry, Booze, if I'm cutting you off. You're breaking up on me sometimes.
Yeah, a little bit for me too.
Booze?
Really?
Yeah, you're breaking up, so like I can't get the timing down.
What were you saying though?
Go ahead,
Dave.
No, I was just gonna say, like, at the end of Last House on the Left, you were so familiar with that movie. It has that ending that's dark, where like, oh, they got the revenge, but they have that horrible burden on their souls still. At the end of Chaos, they're like, we're not even gonna give you that. We're not even gonna give you that, and you expect to get that, but you're not getting it.
I want to see it.
Well, that's the way you're supposed to do those type of films, man. You can't pull punches in the end of the movie, or else it doesn't work. It doesn't work if you're going to pull punches. If you're going to showcase an ultra violent film and showcase that type of reality with these scumbags and shit, you can't fucking puss out. And which Chaos doesn't do that, you know. So
I haven't seen it in 10 years.
Like it really does make you feel like a piece of shit, because a lot of people, when they see these type of films, they want the revenge. They want, someone to live. They want, this and that to work out on a different level. But when you showcase it in this reality. And that's the whole point of the film, is to show you this type of violence in reality. And this is how it ends the majority of the time, right? It fucking works. Yeah. It really, really hits your soul, and it really does work. But yeah, I'm just talking like the language and stuff. Even if you were to make this film today, I think a lot of people might be overly offended by just the amount of use of, calling people faggots. And it's just, it's really blunt.
People were offended with Django, and that movie says the N word like 7 times.
I think Tarantino's like one of the rare exceptions where he got in trouble.
He got a lot of slack from it, from Spike Lee and stuff.
He did. And
well, you got to
defended him and shit like that.
But Samuel Jackson was right. He was completely right about defending him on this, because it was a period piece and it was set still in the slavery days, and that's just the way people were. They would drop that word like it was fucking, the word the. You know what I'm saying? It's like it was kind of normal to talk like that and shit. So yeah, I mean, Tarantino's taking heat over times, especially with the scene in Pulp Fiction, when they bring the dead body to his house and stuff. It was probably not proper to put that in that scene, of course, but I think in the context of Django being in the slavery days and stuff, I think it works for what it is. And I think that Samuel Jackson was right for defending that.
Yeah, Tarantino definitely has some dicey dialogue in his films that people definitely
also criminals. Most of them are criminals,
right? And most criminals be talking fucking recklessly too.
Right.
And those guys in Chaos, it's funny that they drop the F-bomb so many times, but they're only matched by the people in Hostel, which is hilarious. College kids and fucking rapist criminals have the same vocabulary.
I don't know, Gutterballs, man. That movie's pretty raw when it comes to the dialogue.
Also like silly.
I know it's silly, but I'm just saying the dialogue in that movie.
The dialogue is ruthless.
Yeah.
But Gutterballs is weird, man. It's silly, but also horribly disgusting and fucked up too. Yeah. It's a weird tone.
Mm-hmm.
A rare tone that is one of the only movies I like with that tone.
It just has like unnecessarily super angry characters in that movie. I always laughed about it. Like the dude that just says fuck every second word and shit. Like basically the main guy that rapes that chick.
The rapist.
Yeah, that guy's like obsessively like fucking angry and shit. It's just funny, man. It's
just Ken Shamrock. It's just Ken Shamrock.
After losing to Ortiz like 8 times.
Yeah, he's got brain damage.
Right.
I'm not training. I'm just gonna lift weights.
Right. Nice. Oh, man. So what's been going on, guys?
I'm tired.
Anything new? Like, we haven't been together in a while, so what's been new? Like, I have been fucking doing nothing. Nothing exciting in my life, man. No.
I miss the movie theater.
This world just sucks.
Damn it.
This world just sucks, man. I sit at home. I do a lot.
Movie theaters are canceled.
Right?
Kinda are.
Everything's fucking canceled. It's bullshit, man. Our
This
restrictions are hard.
Review is canceled.
We'll get into that when we get into the news, but it's like, man, it fucking sucks.
I know.
News is canceled, Jeremy.
I can't wait till springtime. I can't wait till springtime. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm sort of in that seasonal depression mode.
I heard COVID hates the spring. Can't stand the spring.
Hopefully.
Is COVID going to
Hopefully.
cancel the spring too, Dave?
Why not? It's
like
canceled everything
COVID's
else.
Make it a long winter.
It has canceled everything else. When you thought like, oh, 2020, what's going to be worse than 2020? It's like 2021 is a continuation of 2020. It's like it all fucking sucks.
It's been worse.
Yeah,
Like-
I was like, when everybody was like, thank God, like, you know, on New Year's, they're like, thank God 2020 is over. I'm like, you think things are really going to just be better all of a sudden?
I don't know what. It's just a fucking symbolic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not getting any better. It'll get better over time.
Yeah, like Texas got fucked again.
Oh, yeah. Hard
Yeah,
time.
that's-
Remember that time
They
that Texas
fucked up.
got fucked and I didn't really know and I was like kind of laughing about something and then that black dude like was like super pissed at me.
Yeah.
No, don't
I
remember.
think that was
it.
during Harvey, during one of the hurricanes. You were like,
Yeah.
oh, I
He
didn't
was-
know.
Oh, yeah,
mad.
you're being insensitive to their... Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You were calling them pussies or something.
What
think I
happened? A
went
bunch
that
of people
far.
died. You said that?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think he
I
actually
don't
knew.
remember.
Like, I don't
I
know.
just didn't know what was going on because I don't really follow the
You were,
news.
you were like that guy who told everybody that it's like, if you let your family die, you're a pussy. Grab yourself by the bootstrings. There was some guy that posted that about Texas, and he lived in Texas. It's like, dude, shut the
What?
fuck up.
What happened?
JP's that dude. He's like, what channel is Netflix?
Yeah, JP was like, why are turtles dying? I don't know what that's
Dude,
about.
they're
was
dumb. Y'all are
like,
saying
what
that
was
turtles,
that?
like,
That
people are
shit
capturing all these turtles
had
like
me
I
Pokemon.
posted that meme. They're pushing the turtles in their car and taking them to the warmer climate so they don't fucking die.
But you didn't understand my joke, did you, JP, when I said...
I didn't
it looks
understand that turtles
it-
had a better shot at living in cars.
It looks like Deodato's
Yeah,
officially
fuck.
making the sequel now. Like, I don't think you got my fucking joke. Like, come
I
on.
don't think he got any of the jokes. I don't think he understood the meme.
No,
We had to
I
explain the
did.
joke.
sea turtles
I
are
didn't even
very...
realize that was
Definition
Deodato.
is a bad joke.
like a lot of animals and stuff, like they're very sensitive to weather and stuff, but especially turtles, and they're also
They're
endangered.
cold-blooded.
But they're-
cold-blooded, so they need fucking heat.
Yeah,
Well,
so
they need to move.
but-
Don't be in Texas.
I'm
But
not
they're
gonna
also
explain
endangered.
fucking biology to JP here.
but they're also endangered. That's why they were really going out of their way to do that, which totally makes sense.
Well, dude, when you lay 150
what-
fucking million eggs on a beach and only one of you survive for
Oh,
every...
fuck the koalas during the fires. Fuck
I
the
mean,
koalas.
come
They can
on.
fucking die
No,
in the
those
street.
koalas was some of the saddest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was brutal, man.
Poor
Yeah.
little guys.
Turtles are better. Those turtles are better than koalas.
Turtles have a long lifespan. They'll be all right.
Yeah, those sea
No, they're
turtles can
not.
live up to
That's
200
the
years.
point. That's why you
Crazy.
saved.
There is a
That's why
turtle
you
that's
saved
like
the turtle
100.
that's going to live 200 years. The
There's
koala's
like a
going to live
turtle
5
that's like
fucking minutes.
They've literally
turtle
found
that's
turtles that are like
180.
220 years old. Like, that's incredible, man.
Yeah,
Turtles are
considering that 1 out of every 100 survives the egg laying. You ever see those videos?
Yeah.
Of all the
Oh, yeah.
birds
Yeah.
eating them
Yep,
off
and
the
the
beach?
crabs.
Because they,
Oh,
they
it's
lay them
fucked
too
up.
too far from the water a lot of the times, and they can't get back, and then it
But I think
jeopardizes
they
their
have to
survival.
because-
Yeah, well,
If not,
there's
like, the
a certain distance, right? There's like a certain spot where they need to do it. It almost seems to be in a perfect spot, from the water to, for survival. And sometimes
Probably
they go a little
can't
bit too
because there's a bunch of
far.
assholes around the beach.
Yeah, and they can't
But I'm
get
just
back.
saying, if 1 out of 100 of you survive, then it's not really our fault that you're dying off.
All right, I'm not doing this.
Joking, calm
I
down.
know.
Mr. Sensitive. You watch Cannibal Holocaust 150 fucking times. and
I'm
get
not mad. I'm not mad about it. I'm just doing this.
He just doesn't want to talk about turtles and.
He's
fucking-
cool.
I don't wanna
He's
have a
cool with
45
Deodato
minute-
slaughtering turtles every fucking weekend, but
I didn't say I was mad about the thing. I was just not gonna follow through with your joke of you trying to fucking make the turtles' fault for dying. It was a 45
Well, it's
minute
not
joke
my
with a
fault they're
bad
dying.
punchline.
Dave
It is a
hates
little-
Dave hates the bad punchlines, aka the Twilight episode. He just doesn't get the punchlines.
Well,
You know
punchlines
what?
in Twilight
You know
are
what?
dumb.
Thank you for bringing that up. I was hoping I didn't want to actually bring up the Twilight show again, because I spent like 10 minutes last show fucking talking about it because you guys weren't there. But I just have to note this, man, because I thought this was really funny. So we've been doing the show for what, 7-8 years now, something like that.
Yeah.
And one thing that we've always taken a lot of pride in is, our ability to be very truthful. Like, we take a lot of pride in just giving honest reviews and things like that. And a certain person let us know that he's in like another chat on Facebook or whatever, in some type of Discord chat or whatever it is.
He's on Discord.
And so
Gives
he's
amazing Patreon picks.
So anyways,
Patreon member.
After the Twilight show came out, there was a bunch of people in this chat that were saying that we were bashing the Twilight movies just to be cool. And I was like, you know what? I'm not mad at that at all, because personally, I don't give a fuck. We all know personally that we were completely reviewing those things objectively and tried to do the best we could.
We almost did it too much.
And that's the thing. And like, I kind of took pride. Like, it was, it is what it is. We just didn't like them. So we spoke our mind. We said good things about them and bad things and stuff. So my only question was like, if it was somebody's first time of listening to the show, do you think that it's maybe a little bit more forgiving for someone to say that?
You don't want to read Peter Bell's comment. I mean, I think that's one of the I think could lead to a good conversation, because you both commented on it. But Peter Bell wrote, this is from the Twilight episode. I first want to say I have been a fan of this show from the very beginning. I am kind of a lurker, but I have been listening for many years and have been a Patreon on and off a few times when I could afford it. You guys have entertained me with the best horror podcast that has ever existed. I totally understand your choice to do this episode out of respect for your loyal fans. However, I have long held the view that shows that rely too much on Patreon lose their edge. I totally think you guys deserve cash coming your way for what your toy do, you fucking retards. You do. Every episode I have listened to declines when they get involved with the Patreon picks. I much prefer when the hosts pick their own shows. It seems like the picks become a chore rather than a labor of love when doing the Patreon. I hope I haven't come off as a dick. I love this show and will always continue to listen.
100% right. He's 100% fucking right. No, I think he's right, because I do the Patreon picks on my show, and most of the time they're decent, but shit becomes a chore. And this time, some of these shows become. And to the guy who said fucking Twilight, we did it to make fun of it. Yes, we wasted fucking 25 hours of our time for a fucking joke.
Yeah.
We did it to be cool.
But
I don't know who said it. I don't know who the fuck said it. I don't know their tone. But seriously, you think I waste fucking 20 hours of my fucking time to tell a joke?
Well, basically,
cool? Get the fuck out of here. I'm fucking 34 years old.
But basically,
cool.
what it came down to,
34 going on 44.
Basically, what it came down to is like, I mean, I get it. You hear us talking shit about the films and stuff, but you're obviously not listening, because we were very constructive and very objective. And
yeah, I ain't never doing a show like that again.
We never really put a lot of subjectivity. Like, I mean, we really did break it down what we liked and disliked. It just happened to be a lot more things about the show or the franchise that we disliked and stuff. It's hard. I mean, the main point of our whole argument is that this is not our demographic. These are films that are not made for us. It's very, very hard to work for us and stuff, but we still gave it our best shot and stuff. So, I'm not mad. People are, entitled to their opinions, and they can say what they want to say about us as a whole collective and as a show and stuff. That's fine. But it's, I still want to comment on it, because, I mean, everyone out there that's, loyal to the show and knows that we are loyal and we're very honest with what we say on the show. So, that's all. I just want to leave it at that. And, I'm not mad at his opinion, but I just find it funny. I just find it funny after 8 years. That's the first time that I have ever heard. I've never seen it in written form. I'm sure other people have said it. They just never got back to us. But, that we were doing something to be cool. Like, honestly, that is the furthest thing from my mind. I don't do anything to be cool. I don't do anything to be cool. I've never done anything to be cool.
Patreon guy.
Yeah.
So it does happen. But
let me
the guy saying to be cool is so stupid. Like, he doesn't think we must not value our time.
Right.
At all.
Right. And exactly.
Let me comment.
He didn't listen to the show very well.
So the first bit about us being cool is completely silly to me, for one, because what was I saying in the chat? I was like, yeah, there's like reasons demographic wise why we wouldn't like these films, but there's also legitimate filmmaking qualms that you could criticize. Like, I was very outspoken about the fact that, like, yeah, even if these films aren't our demographic, there are still problems, regardless that even any critic can point out. You know what I mean? It's not just that what they're about that's bothering us.
Right.
You know, so that I completely just I think that it was probably just people that weren't familiar with us or something, whatever. Maybe because he said it was in like some Discord or something, probably some horror Discord. Maybe he shared our episode in there or something. I don't know. The other guy, the guy that posted that long comment about the Patreon, I left a long comment back, but basically what I said is, while I do agree that sometimes it does feel like a chore, I will also say that goes even when we were picking the shows. When we picked Puppet Master and did all those, like that felt like a chore to us. When we did Silent Night, Deadly Night on our own accord, that felt like a chore. The Howling, same thing. So we've always done shows that make it feel like a chore for us. And then two, some like Jeremy, I know, struggles with like the picks a little bit more, doesn't like to do them 100% than I do, but I like getting told what to watch essentially, because I would just not watch shit usually if I don't have to.
But JP, that's just your nature, because you're lazy, because you're a Mexican.
Right, exactly. And like
don't forget the
whenever I watch,
but there's like stuff like, oh, I want to watch this, but I really shouldn't waste my time watching this because I have to watch this other stupid shit that I don't want to watch.
Exactly.
It's like, I wanted to watch. I wanted to rewatch Unsane, and I was looking at it. I was like, I want to rewatch this. And I was like, I probably.
You know what, man?
No, but then.
Because
I get that.
You do all your fucking shit at once anyway.
Yeah, see, we all have a different approach to it. Like, I've set up this kind of weird internal area in my brain, and my mentality works differently. So I have to map out my entire week for like how I watch movies and stuff, because I'm a night person. I watch all my shit at night. And if I watch, like, I know I'm going to watch these films at this time and stuff, but I'm always going to purposely mix in films that I don't need to be watching for the show, and it's to keep my mentality straight, to keep myself sane. And I like if I watch a couple shit bombs, like the other night, what did I do? Like after we did the Twilight show, the first thing I did, I popped in the Beyond. I needed something. It was like a palate cleanse. It was like a palate cleanse. I needed something familiar, something I love, something to get me back on the horse, right? And so I watched the Beyond, and I just sat there and just loved every second of it, man. I was like, oh my God, it's so great. I watched a couple shit bombs the other day. I had to recorrect it with something, that I, put something in just to kind of cleanse the palate, so to say. And it works for me, and that's how I do it. Like Jeremy does it. He kind of procrastinates to the point where he jams everything in at one time, and then it's like a total
it's like
chore.
Backwards procrastination.
Yeah, it's like
what he'll do is we'll get 10 picks, and he'll want to watch them all in the first week to get them out of the way.
Because that's anxiety. He just wants to get it over with.
Right.
Yeah,
I know. And another thing about that, the whole like picks and stuff like that, is the Twilight one specifically. People are talking about it as if we had to do it. We didn't have to do it. We could have told Taylor, no, we're not doing it, which is what I thought we were going to do. The funny thing is Jeremy wanted to do it.
Yeah, but going back to like the anxiety thing, it's like, because if I don't do these 10, guess what? Next month I'm going to have another fucking 10. Now I'm going to have to watch 30 of these goddamn movies.
Yeah, but you have 31 days is longer than you think that it is. Like, you think that if you watch all 10 of them in a week, like, if you don't do that, then you're not going to have time. But it really is a long period of time, and you don't necessarily have to do them all then either. You know what I mean? Like, you could do 10 and then another 5 next month. You might only get 6 next month.
I think what would help for Jeremy to make a schedule for that is because I'm not even posting a show until like until April sometime. I haven't even started my 10 picks, and I've already got my picks for next month pretty much. But I know that I can get this done, and like I have a schedule worked out and stuff. So, but you got those things done so early that I was like, man, dude, like maybe if we had a set date for the release of the show, maybe you could spread it out a little bit more, and you wouldn't be you wouldn't have such an anxiety about it.
Even more are going to come in.
No, but you can't think like that.
No, man. I know, but even though they're coming in
1 month at a time,
even though they're coming in, Jeremy, you still have another like couple months to get those done because of how we post the What We Watch shows, right? So
yeah, but then we have to.
I don't stress about it at all, man. I just do them when I feel like doing them.
Yeah, I just find them really easy to do. So like, I'll just do like 2 or 3 here and there, and then all of a sudden I'm done. Like, it takes me no time to do. I'm just like, fuck. I never think about
that. That helped since we've eliminated like the fact that we used to have them done by the month that we got them, and that was just dumb. And so we don't do that anymore, and now it's like a lot easier. But another thing that I wanted to say about that is, whenever you look at, and we don't have to have picks to have a Patreon. People say like, oh, since you had the Patreon, like we could just drop the picks and still have a Patreon. Like we still have tons of people that pay for nothing, and support us that way. Like Dylan just joined and dropped like $80 just to be nice, which was cool.
Did he really?
Fuck. Yeah.
Only subscribed for a year.
He didn't tell me
like
that.
86 or something.
I was talking to him yesterday.
$5 for a year.
And then so the other thing is like you look at the shows that we get, and while I admit every once in a while we get like a Twilight or a Death Tunnel, you look at the other stuff that we get, Serbian film.
Well, this
right?
show's great. I love this show.
This show, category 3, like that was not something that we probably would have came up with anytime soon. I mean, I'm not saying
I would have picked it. I would have picked that show. I brought that up before.
You did. But that's 6 years into the show. You know what I mean? So, and The Evil Dead, like that's something that we would do on our own eventually anyway. Yeah. You look at the Paranormal Activity show that somebody bought. That's something that we literally had planned since like episode like 15. That at one point we actually had it scheduled, and we were gonna have Dave Z on it, which is so funny that we ended up having Dave Z on it anyway. But we have a lot of shows that we would do anyway, and even the ones that like you look at our entire library before the Patreon even came. Is it really that much different, the stuff that we're covering? I don't think so. I feel like we've covered everything always. The Twilight Saga is definitely the most.
Yeah, there was a lot of franchises pre-Patreon, and there's been a lot of franchises post-Patreon.
Yeah,
so
and even just like TerrorVision Video Dead show, like that's not something that is out of the norm for us to do. Like we would have done something like that without the Patreon.
See, I think it's made the shows a little bit more interesting though too. I mean, it is kind of fun to see what people want. I mean, certain people want us to do and things like that. I mean, there was a time where we would do like one featured review shows and stuff like that, and I always felt like it was just kind of like a filler show when we were doing one. Like I like doing these type of shows where we do like 3 films and feature reviews and stuff, and that became a little bit more prevalent, a little bit more. We started doing that a little bit more, obviously, with the Patreon and stuff, and it kind of mixed up things, right? I mean, it's less thinking. We already have enough to do with this anyway, so the less that JP has to think, probably the better. So, hence doing the picks.
And it also just lets us do things faster than we would have, right? Like the Scream franchise, for example, like that's something I wanted to do for a long time. I know you weren't super great with it, super excited to do it or whatever.
No.
But it's something that the Wreck franchise, it's stuff that we thought about doing, but it forces our hand to do it.
Paranormal Activity. I would have never have gotten my wish for that shit.
Right. Jeremy tried to get that show done for years, and it wasn't until someone
Tombs of the Blind Dead.
That's
Tombs
actually
of the Blind Dead.
It's a
show.
I brought up the Tombs of the Blind Dead, I swear, 6 years ago. And we never fucking did it, man. It's crazy.
And then the first time I came on here, I was like, we should do Tombs of the Blind Dead.
I know, and I brought it up. But yeah, no, the Paranormal Activity show is one of those shows that kind of worked out in my favor because I was definitely one of the cats that was like, fuck that. I don't want to do that PA show. I remember seeing the first one, didn't like it. Thought I was going to be miserable through this whole thing. And then it turned out I actually, as a whole, it's actually a pretty enjoyable franchise. So, that's due to the Patreon because it was forced to do it. So,
and when you talk about, when he was saying like a chore to do things, you think about us. We create chores for ourselves even outside of that, right? One of our biggest shows, probably our most popular shows, is the top 10 shows.
Those are the best shows.
We don't have to go and watch. Nobody's like paying us to go watch all these movies to do those shows. We put that on ourselves because that's the way we've always been. We've been overworkers since we've started this podcast. Like I've always prided ourselves on doing more than everybody else. Like we put more effort in, we watch more movies, we put more emphasis on covering a vast majority, bad films, good films, great films, amazing films, Hall of Painters, weird terrible franchises, weird terrible unofficial sequels and stuff like that. We do.
Yeah, but that's why we've been around for 8 years and other people haven't.
Right, because they cover all the Friday the 13th and all the Elm Streets, all the popular stuff, and then they have nothing left to do and they get bored and jaded with it. And we don't do that. Like we did Tales from the Crypt, and then we did 5 years later we did Tales from the Crypt season 2. We did Masters of Horror. We do these we've done 18 top 10 shows in 7 years. It's insane. And to this day, we're just getting to Evil Dead. We're just getting to Cronenberg. Again, Cronenberg, Patreon pick. That's something that is an awesome show. This Category 3 show was super cool. Super cool concept there.
But see, we're willing to do
it.
But we're also willing to do everything. Like, I'm not going to mention any shows, but like there has been times where I've kind of gone through like, the discography of shows and what kind of movies they've covered and stuff like that. And I've noticed a trend in a lot of shows, and they're not willing to do things like this. And I don't know if it's because maybe the films are
past like the 4th sequel.
Well, that's the it's
right.
Like, they'll cover part of a franchise and stuff like that. But it's a lot of like American podcasts and stuff stick to these type of, like, they don't go extreme. There's a lot of shows
stuff
more popular, but they don't branch out, and they don't really do a lot of foreign films, especially foreign extreme films and things like that. And I noticed that in a lot of things, like you don't see a lot of subtitle films in a lot of these podcasts. And I'm like, again, I don't know if that's just something
that's really all I'm interested in hearing. I don't need to hear. I love hearing talks on other movies, but I need to hear discoveries. I need to hear some shit I haven't seen yet.
Right. There's a few shows out there that I was kind of comparing, and I was looking through, and I was like, okay, this, and this, and I'm like, man, like, where's this film? Where's that? Like, just anything, like South Korean film, anything. It's just they're not being covered as much, and I'm like,
we have the
really
most extensive archive out of any show out there that I've seen in terms of the vast majority differences of type of films. Like we've covered, every type of country.
Ireland, Australia,
right? We've done.
I could do
sequels that people have never even heard of or seen. You know what I mean? We've done stuff that's so weird and out there. How many shows have done Category 3?
I want.
How many shows have talked about The Tower from Canada?
Oh man, that movie's.
So
I bet no other show has mentioned that shit movie.
You know what we need to do though, man? Like, I don't know how this hasn't been done. And I brought this up, I think, a couple years ago. I think when Naschy was starting to finally get love on decent releases and stuff, but Paul Naschy shows, because now that like pretty much everything is dropping from Naschy, that is very readily available, they would be fun to do because there's a lot of films. Like we could get like 7 volumes of Paul Naschy films, and like a lot of people don't do.
Nope, not before Universal, motherfucker.
The Mexican
$300 on all those goddamn box sets.
Yeah, like Mexican horror and stuff doesn't get covered a lot. It's quite interesting.
Mexican or Spanish.
Like it's just those are the two things that don't really get covered a whole lot. It's kind of crazy.
Asian horror doesn't get covered either. I think honestly the Cat 3 shows are what I'd like to do the most, because every Cat 3 movie I've seen is crazy enough for me to love it, because I've seen every other fucking movie, and a lot of movies that aren't extreme or crazy or weird or different, they bore the fuck out of me now. Like,
I think about that, like seeing Danny DJ Boy post on the page that he loses he's lost his love for the genre. And I feel like, because I feel like he likes the extreme movies, and those movies aren't being made anymore.
They're not making as many good extreme movies, to be honest.
So it's like
I think the particular thing with Danny is just so much stuff. His life has changed a lot over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I think
you get burnt
he's
out too.
Just changed too. And you get burnt out. Your opinions on things change. Your likes, your dislikes change. And it's probably, I think that probably for him, it's just going to be a break. I think he'll be disenfranchised with it for a little while, and then I think he'll find his love for it again.
Well, you want to talk about one of the other hot stories this week that it seems like the whole community was talking about?
Is it hot? You said it was hot?
Well, it's like the big story, one of the big things that it feels like the whole community was talking about. And that is Massacre video on the People's Court.
Did you guys watch it?
We got to talk about People's Court.
Dude,
did you watch it?
Dude, I did watch that, and there was a dude on that I commented, and I said something on there, whatever. No, some dude commented and said that Lewis was a fucking piece of shit and that he was a pedophile and stuff. I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, dude, why are you calling him a pedophile and a piece of shit? And then he tried to explain to me that he ripped him off, blah, blah, blah. And then I think Abby jumped in there and said he ripped him off and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. I'm like, I've never had any problems. In fact, I've never heard anyone have any problems with him, blah, blah, blah. And then they kind of went back and forth. A bunch of people jumped in and shit like that. And then Lewis actually messaged me that night and said, yo, check out, he actually screenshot the conversation of the dude that called him a pedophile and stuff, asking him about the shit. And there was nothing in the conversation that would lead to him being, that it was a bad situation at all. He's like, yo, man, what's up tomorrow? Oh, I'm going to get it going, blah, blah, blah. And like, there was nothing there. right? And like,
did he send it to him eventually?
There was no back and forth. Yeah, I think so. And I was like, okay, I'm like reading this conversation going, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, he's explaining it like they were having this crazy back and forth and the shit was all fucked up and he's the worst thing ever and he's a pedophile. I was like, no, that's not how it went down, because I literally saw the conversation. And I was like, crazy, man. Because I've talked to Luis.
So you're saying you saw the conversation with the Massacre video guy and the disgruntled purchaser?
Yeah, because I used to talk to Luis. Actually, I mean, I've met him a couple times at Wasteland, and I've talked to him on Facebook. I haven't talked to him actually in a long time. It was the first time I'd actually talked to him on Facebook for a couple years. But he saw me posting on there, kind of defending him and stuff. So he showed me the conversation he sent me. In a group? No, he sent me. Yeah, he's in our group. Yeah, and So he sent me the personal conversation that he had with whatever the guy's name was that called him a pedophile and stuff like that. And I read the conversation. I was like, what the fuck is this? This guy's tripping balls. Like, it sounded like they were having this major back and forth and like Luis was being a big dick and all this type of shit. I'm like, that's not really how it went down. But I didn't say anything. I didn't comment back or nothing. But
there's a few things with that. So like, weird. One, anytime someone starts hating on someone by calling them a name or something, it automatically makes your argument seem less credible, because it's just not something normal to do. Second, I never understand people that say I got ripped off and that's it. So like, how did the resolution happen? Like, you ordered something, you went back and forth with them, they just said, nope, you're fucked, I'm not sending it. Like, I don't know, like, whenever you don't give details to the account of what happened, I don't trust that it actually happened the way you're saying you are. If you just say I got ripped off, that doesn't do much for me, because it's like,
these are like one business people. Like Luis at that time was fucking Massacre video. He was by himself, sending it out. I know sometimes shit gets delayed. Right. But I can't believe people are on your ass every second. Like, why isn't this out? Why isn't this out? Because I'm one fucking dude printing this shit out on a fucking computer. Relax.
You know what?
This isn't fucking Amazon.
It's so true. People need to relax with this shit, man. I just went through this with Mondo Macabre, right? I've told the story on here. I made an order on the sale and I got a shipping notice like 2 weeks later. 5 or 6 weeks passed and I was like, okay. So I emailed him like, yo, man, what's up with this? And then after a couple back and forth, he realized that he actually never shipped my package because I mentioned I didn't get tracking. And he's like, oh, dude, my fucking bad. I fucked up, blah, blah, blah. And I eventually got my package like 2.5 months later. You know, it was through the Christmas holidays. But you know what? I've ordered from the dude from Mondo many, many times and never had an issue and stuff. And I'm going to order again. It was a fuck up. And we went back and forth. We had pleasantries. I didn't call him a dick. I didn't call him a pedophile. I didn't call him a faggot. I didn't call him names and shit. Like, people are so fucking ignorant when it comes to that shit, man. It's like, dude, I'm not going to burn a bridge with a guy.
Like, I don't understand.
Like, I'm not going to burn a bridge with cats like that I'd like to order from. Like, I respect Mondo. I want to support Mondo and shit. Yeah, he admitted he fucked up. Big fucking shit.
I wouldn't even call that a bad experience. So, like, no. I don't understand what these guys are talking about.
Right.
I've never actually heard of someone getting ripped off and it not being, like, a situation where the person's literally like, no, I send it, I'm not sending it again type thing. You know, so I don't understand. I've never personally dealt with just being like, nope, you're fucked. You know, I've had things happen where it's like it's delayed and delayed and delayed and they eventually send it. But I've never heard of a situation where it's from a company that does business and then they just tell you you're screwed. Yeah. I've never, usually might drag their feet, but eventually send it.
I've had Best Buy do it. I've had Best Buy do it.
Right, like something
I've never
like that.
Never had a small company do it to me. Like Severn made it right because they sent a package. They gave me the tracking. The tracking was delivered to an address in California. I told them that 2 or 3 times, and then they were like, okay. I eventually messaged them, and it didn't come. They're like, shit, I'm going to take care of it. And then the package showed up 2 days later. They sent it real fast. And
right. It's like Mike in our chat the other day. He said that he ordered something off eBay, and it was delivered to the wrong address, and he said he's ripped off. And I'm like, how are you ripped off? Did you reach out and ask the guy what happened? Did you say, hey, you sent it to the wrong address? Did the guy say, sorry, you're fucked? No, he didn't even reach out to him yet. And I'm like, well, you're not ripped off yet. There was a mistake.
The guy would probably send you a new one or refund you.
Right. Yeah. Right. So you're not ripped off. Don't just assume you're ripped off when something goes wrong.
You just got to be polite. 90% of the time, it's going to be okay.
It's just a fuck up.
Shit happens.
It's no big deal.
Shit happens.
The only time I can ever claim that I've been fully ripped off is when I've contributed to Kickstarters. And fucking that fucking what's his name?
Absolute Sublick.
Sublime.
Jay Swick.
Oh, he fucked me twice actually, but once really bad. But the only time I can really claim that I got really fucked was Kickstarters that I put money into, and that the movies didn't get made or they just completely. Excusey, exactly.
Excusey, so you're fine.
Right.
Ryan Nicholson's I got screwed, but Ryan Nicholson had brain cancer, so I didn't fucking cry like a baby like everybody else in my fucking movies. Dude had brain cancer. He fucking died.
Well, the
thing
thing,
died. People like that.
I'm
like,
still,
who cares, bro?
Well,
I would just take it as a okay.
Dude, they obviously didn't want to support the movie. They weren't in it for the support.
So that movie is it's eventually going to be released by Severance. So they're doing by Severance by Unearthed Films. So it's on the agenda to be released and stuff. And I've actually gotten updates.
They said they were going to try to take care of people who supported it.
Yeah, I've gotten updates actually from
the
Bureau. He's given updates for the campaign and stuff like that, which is pretty cool because this is well after Ryan passed away and stuff. And I'm like, okay, so there's no, he doesn't have to. And so basically what's going to happen is the people that did purchase whatever Blu-rays and stuff, like, so when they do finally release it, which I'm assuming is probably going to be the last release in the Ryan Nicholson collection.
Because Hanger's coming out soon, right?
Yeah, so there's a few more releases, and I'm assuming that might be the last one, but he's going to make it right with all the Kickstarters and stuff, but I don't even consider that being screwed because I know, obviously, being friends with Ryan and stuff, and unfortunately what happened to him and stuff, but I'm not talking about that. The other Kickstarters where I contributed to, like 2 or 3, maybe even 4, I don't know, but all of them just disintegrated, money gone, but never got a word, never an email, just bam, money gone.
You got 2 words, me excusey.
Yeah, me excusey. And so like those are
good as money moods. Yeah. That's as good as an IOU.
Right.
You can take that to any bank in Italy, and they'll give you whatever you want.
But no, like even if Bureau didn't do that, I still wouldn't think
Biro or Bureau. I always fuck his name up.
Steven. Even if he didn't make good on it, like I wouldn't be mad.
No.
Because like, dude, it's an unfortunate situation what happened. Dude got cancer and died, dude. I would never ever be mad that I didn't get something that I donated to or pledged for when the dude ended up dying in there.
Actually, come to think of it, this has actually happened to me twice now. Because the dude from Dave, what's the guy's name?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the guy that was
Jason?
Legless Corpse. Yes. So this guy, the owner of Legless Corpse, he died, and he had a campaign for his movie that was being produced and stuff, and I contributed to that. And I was actually a supporter of the website. I used to give him money every month and stuff because it was the indie stuff I like supporting it. He passed away, and that shit has never come out. So, but again, you take it with a grain of salt. It's like, dude, passed away. It's not that big of a fucking deal, man. And take your losses and move on, kind of thing, right? But, yeah, man, people taking.
I think we just have to talk about. We didn't talk about the goddamn People's Court and how big of a piece of shit that guy was for stealing the goddamn movie. That's the topic at hand.
I don't understand.
The best part of that was when he was like, I took the 360 and I upgraded it to 4K, and they show Lewis's face, and he's just like, what the fuck? Like,
that was funny. It's like, no, you didn't, bro.
Yeah.
That makes no fucking sense.
But it doesn't matter anyways. It's still the movie anyways. It's still his property. Yeah. Right? It doesn't matter what you did to it. It's still a copyrighted.
All you got to do is go to Blu-ray.com. Oh, this movie has a release. And he's acting like his fucking life is ruined.
Yeah, it's like the nerd. He's like, I went on I put it in After Effects and I updated it from 420p.
And he's like, us horror hosts have it hard out there.
I was just waiting for that guy. I was waiting for that guy to just scream out in the middle of that People's Court thing, "Mom, more pizza pops." That's literally the fucking thing I was waiting for.
He wouldn't say that because we don't have that.
He didn't download a movie. He literally, it wasn't that he downloaded a movie and got caught. He wasn't even like seeding a movie and got caught from a torrent site. Mm-hmm. He was literally uploading a site to Vimeo and YouTube and putting it in there and probably collecting revenue from it.
I don't understand how this guy thought that it was going to be legal. Like, it should have never went to court.
He didn't. He fucking didn't.
Lewis said, hey, I own that, take it down. It sounded like Lewis, if the guy would have did that, it was like...
That's over. It was over.
No. What?
If he would have told that guy to take it down, like
that's
he
what
did,
I'm saying.
And the guy didn't listen to him. It would have been over.
I'm saying Lewis probably wouldn't even have cared. You know what I mean? Like, he would have just been like, fuck.
Well, he did say that. He said he asked him a couple times, and then it eventually went to this. He's like, it should have never went to court. I mean, it should have been, hey, dude, take this down. I own the copyright. But the guy didn't want to believe him. Because he was going by his page that was like, kind of public domain kind of bullshit. And so he was on this list. But obviously the movie was on there wrongly because there is a copyright to it.
He lied. Didn't you hear what Lewis said at the end? He said he had 80 movies on his channel, and right after he got sued, he had 12.
Yeah, exactly. No, he said he had 3.
What he was doing. He took them off right. He was lying.
Oh yeah,
He had like 70, and then he had like 12 at the end. So he fucking lying through his teeth.
Yeah,
it was just horseshit.
Yeah,
just smoking
and
mirrors.
his concept of like public domain was like completely warped.
And
Even
rights owners are dead.
even the judge was like, "That's some bullshit."
she was totally.
The guy was such a fucking idiot. He thought that he basically, most of the time people say, take this down if you counter strike it. You say, no, I do own the rights. Most of the people won't file through court because they don't give a shit enough.
Yeah.
Because it's a hassle. Lewis is the only one who actually took him to court.
I just can't believe that this guy actually let it go that far. It's like, dude, just cut your lot, take it down, man. Like, this guy actually think he was gonna win in court? Like,
You know, the funny thing
blew
is,
my mind. Like,
Well, he had to go.
Is,
if he
It's
counter
good
strikes it,
publicity for fucking.
here's how
Massacre
YouTube
Video.
works.
I actually know that guy's
I've
channel. I'm
I've
actually
had
not
a
even
bunch of
joking.
copyrights.
I actually know that guy's channel. When they said creature featured, I was like, fuck, dude. He's actually had like variations of that channel over like a bunch of times. So he's had it taken down a few.
With it too.
Yeah, he's had it taken down a few times actually. Like all those movie type channels, right? You'll be subscribed to a channel, and if you don't watch the movie within like 4 days that's on there, it's fucking down. Right? They always get taken down. So.
Well, the YouTube copyright works that basically if you have a copyright, let's say you had like a trailer used and it gets hit with a copyright and you counter that, right, and say it's fair use. Basically, if they want to counter that, you got to go to court. So if they counter that, then it's summoned to court.
Yeah, exactly. It's
That's how
automatic.
it is with Vimeo. That's not YouTube though.
But
I think it is YouTube.
But what I'm saying
because
though,
I've had that problem. I literally countered one because it was just a trailer that I had fair use because I was reviewing a movie for a company. I used the trailer. I get hit with a copyright strike, and then I countered it, and they just let it go because it was a complete
Yeah, but
accident.
they didn't let it go because they took it to court. They let it go because you were right.
Yeah, but no, it was an accident. It wasn't even them. It was fucking.
yeah.
But
I just
also,
I just
they
had
would
to-
if they would have countered me, they would have had to go to court.
Not
We
with
would have had to
YouTube.
been summoned to court.
not with YouTube.
Not with YouTube.
No, it's after like a couple with YouTube. Vimeo or whatever that other company was.
Yeah.
He even said that.
Yeah.
But I just had one on the Craft episode that we did on His and Hers, the Craft remake, the sequel, and it got flagged and taken down. The video got taken down, and YouTube's like, because we're not partnered, they're like, one more and your channel's gone. And I was like, wait a minute, what? And I had Carly dispute it, and we're like, because we didn't use a trailer, a clip, a soundbite, music, nothing. It was just us talking. And
that must have been a
public
mistake.
domain music from YouTube. And we were like, yo, I think they thought it was like the full movie or something because it's, like an hour and a half podcast. And they were like, can you send a link to it? And we're like, we can't. It's gone. You took it down. And then they did, like, it got back up. So that was good.
That's
But,
so That's so
stupid.
It's
I
the
hate
algorithm, bro.
I know.
It's crazy. Like I get everything demonetized. Like I can't monetize any of these shows because of what I put in there and stuff. But I've never had I've never had a show taken down. I think there's one that may be blocked. Still, I don't know. But
there's this 122 Shots episode that's blocked in America. I think.
Yeah, it's the fuck, which episode? Anyways, there's one
Was it
episode.
Final Destination?
No,
It might be Final Destination.
I think it's the battery. I think it's the battery actually.
What a random episode.
But it's weird because like I just I don't even really put monetization on these episodes because of the shit that I use in them. But oddly enough, last episode I did, and it actually is monetized, which is the strangest thing because I not only use the TerraVision music in the intro, I might have disguised enough with all the samples I put in there. I don't know, but I also usually get flagged on the Grindhouse intro, right? And I always get flagged on the Knowledge outro. For that drum beat that I use in there, I get flagged on that, the drum beat, and I also use the Video Dead score, like the main theme, and none of this shit got flagged. And I'm like, okay, something's weird here, man. And of course, someone actually mentioned on the comments, Jill even said, she's like, oh, this is the first time I've ever clicked on a video and had fucking ads come up, and I'm like, I know, it's so strange because like I just expect to get always kind of not flagged, but just demonetized.
Moot's making more money than us. I call bullshit.
Dude, that episode I didn't expect it to do well because now we're back up on the airwaves and on the podcast apps and all that type of shit. So I think more people are back using those. So
yeah, we're getting a lot of downloads, boys. We've had 5,000 since I've put it up.
Yeah. So did the video did that one do okay? Because like on my channel, I expected it to be.
It's not doing as good as any of the other episodes that we put up.
Fuck, it was a good
still,
episode.
what's doing the best? Paranormal Activity.
Okay.
I don't understand how
Paranormal
people didn't click on this one, man. The Terrorvision Video Dead is like the best release Scream Factory ever did. We didn't promote it.
It's not doing bad. It's just going. It's at like 361 right now for downloads.
It's horrible on my channel.
But the Paranormal Activity is 650 right now.
Yeah.
For downloads, but all of the past show, like top 10 horror films of 2020, is at 622. What we watched 500, top 50 directors 550. So like all the new episodes that we've posted are all five or over, except for Twilight, which is at 418.
I guess
418 is like way better than I thought it would do.
I guess I'm just shocked because I think it's like the best release Scream Factory ever put out. So, but we didn't really promote it as a Scream Factory double feature. It was just done as a double feature kind of thing.
It's also out of print now, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still
old as
available.
fuck.
It's still available, but yeah, it technically is. They've lost the rights to it. So again, we mentioned even on the show, I think while we were reviewing, I think Venom actually looked it up and he said it was still $19.99 on .com. So it's available, but get it now because while quantities are there, and when they're gone, it's gone. So
That was like Scanners 2 and 3 popped up for $12. I was like, I thought Scanners 2 and 3 was out of print. What the hell?
Yeah, but sometimes you get stuck.
$12.
Like I found a copy of Poltergeist 3 actually a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I got it for $15 or whatever, and it came with a slipcover, and I was like, what the fuck? Because it is out of print. We all know that. And I was just I always search just by chance because I never picked it up, and I was like, $15? What the fuck?
I got Poltergeist 2 for $15 too. From Hamilton.
Yeah,
Books.
but that one has cancer.
And Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They had a bunch of out of print shit.
Dude, I'll tell you this though, man. It's crazy looking at like being able to have statistics on episodes again.
Yeah.
You know, being able to see every single episode and how it's performing. Unfortunately, it didn't carry over all the downloads in the history. So like every episode on here is like freshly started with 0 downloads.
Yeah, but that's actually kind of a good
nuts.
thing too, because it'd be nice to see like we have a fresh start, right? So
how older shows do.
Yeah, see how older shows are
I can tell you right now, dude. I mean, it's pretty insane. Like everything gets listened to. Like,
yeah, it's weird.
Every episode that we have up has like, I think there might be like a total of 10 out of 200 episodes that don't have any downloads since we transitioned.
Okay, so before
And
we
like-
move on,
like-
I want to ask you how is the Ilsa show doing on there, because that seems to have gone viral like on YouTube.
I will look, but while I'm looking, yeah, like even just random shows like, okay, Hellraiser franchise has 28 downloads since we moved over. And you think, okay, well, 28 in about a month and a half, that's not much. But when you think about, okay, that episode's mad old and it's still bringing in, 28 a month or something like that, that's pretty good. That's 28 people that haven't heard it most likely, or maybe a couple that are going back and listening to it.
And some people that clicked on it on accident.
Wouldn't that be funny
probably
if
tons of people that did that.
if the Wizard of
Probably
Gore
28.
double feature did fucking really well on there because it just bombed on our channel and shit? I just find that funny.
Okay, the Elsa show only has 2.
Oh shitty. Nice. Well, at least it has 2.
But like for example, the Rogério Deodato episode 50 downloads. The I Spit on Your Grave show, which is a pretty older show by this point, is at 100.
Yeah, see,
People love the rate.
that's interesting, man. It would have been really cool to have these numbers written at the start, because some of these episodes would have just ridiculous downloads,
Yeah,
man. If they're getting those numbers.
We would be well over like 10,000 on some, and like
for sure. Yeah.
our totals would be in the hundreds of thousands.
Did you guys
for
ever
sure.
notice that? Anytime you have a movie with like a rape, revenge, or anything, it just the numbers skyrocket. People just click on it because it says rape in it.
Yep.
I'm serious.
Kyle had like an early copy of I Spit on Your Grave 2 when it came out, and he did a review on it, and it had like 20,000 views in like a week or something.
Yeah, I had like 10,000 after the first week or something. It was literally just it hit the algorithm or whatever, and it was just like clickbait, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So JP,
Yeah.
you have a giveaway?
Yeah, I do have a giveaway. I have a copy of Samurai
Pizza
400 versus 1. The new film by Well Go USA, which comes out next week. I gave away one copy on the Faculty show, So when that posts the commentary, somewhere in there, I announced the winner. So if you're listening to this, you need to listen.
Did you edit it in there?
Yep.
Yeah.
You trash bags.
I forgot to do it while we were recording, and then I was like, shit.
Do I have a chance to win this? Because I want this.
Yeah, me too. I want it to.
I've been buying all those well goes, man, lately. I wish I got them for free.
Sure.
Like
Just
you did.
all you have to do to
Oh yeah, I forgot about this one.
is you need to comment on the YouTube video when it goes live. So
Really?
Okay.
This isn't the one where you had to comment about how much I suck?
No, I gave
We
away
already
that.
did that. I didn't win that one, did he?
No, didn't, unfortunately.
Did you read any of those comments?
You were on the show with us.
I was.
Yeah.
When was that?
The faculty commentary.
You read how much I suck?
No, I'm just saying that's when we announced the
Well,
winner.
I wasn't there. You fucking edited it in, so of course I don't fucking remember anything.
I didn't edit in talking over us for 15 minutes reading comments.
It's funny.
So just like Moods' video on YouTube and comment so we could help the algorithm. I hear that's how it works.
You know, I should
pull a random winner.
I should actually say that in my videos. I never say that shit like, subscribe, share. I never say that shit, man. I don't know.
Me
Well,
either.
from what I understand, how YouTube works now is like to get in the recommended side on the bar, it takes how many comments and likes and puts ones with higher on the, especially comments. Ones with more comments get recommended more often.
I always thought it worked on likes, and I heard that the dislikes go against you too. It's like they kind of average it out. Like if you have like 100 likes and you got like 60 dislikes, it kind of works against you because apparently people don't want to see it, kind of thing, right? And so how the trolls kind of dictate how your videos may do in the algorithm a little bit I got a lot of trolls. So
Some comments.
Yeah, you're bound to get a couple of dislikes.
all the time.
Jeremy for a chance to win. Jeremy talks the way JP types. That's a good one. Jeremy
Like
is
it.
moving so much furniture, he calls it furniture. Ha 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 ha.
It sounds like a
There was
daddy
Jeremy-
joke.
Jeremy will still be the worst podcaster on his solo furniture cast.
The
Here's a
furniture will be the
2-for-1.
star of his podcast.
Jeremy's intellect is even more compact than JP's height. And then we got Jeremy is the product of Sean C. Phillips' lost fat. All I
I
want
got
for
one in there.
Who said that? That's a good
all
one,
I
man.
want for Christmas, Bill Casanelli.
That's a good one.
All I want for Christmas is for Cool Duder to sit on Jeremy's face and review an Arrow release.
Well, at least it'll only
Jeremy
sit on your
ate
face for
dudes.
30 seconds.
Jeremy ate a dude's ass for bus fare and then walked.
Dude. Dude.
Jeremy eats his after eights at 7:59.
I think it's funny how you still say your own name wrong.
Yeah, Jeremy. Jeremy's so ugly, Alan got a facelift.
Where's mine? Read mine before we stop.
Jeremy is so interchangeable. JP and Moods could have Dave C on the podcast under the name Jeremy and no one would notice. Being Jewish and the grammar Nazi at the same time. Jeremy looks like Sid from Hey Arnold. Jeremy's saving his
You
extra
do look
money.
like Sid from Hey Arnold.
Jeremy's saving his extra money to make a blanket out of Cool Duder's extra skin.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Y'all are
Jeremy
rich.
feeds on misery and shits out depression. That one comes from Dave.
That was true.
That's so true. It's funny because it's true.
This guy has had his shitter blown out more than a Philippine ladyboy during a pedo convention.
Who has pedo convention? What the fuck's a pedo convention?
Oh, fuck.
Jeremy has more sand in his vagina than the beaches in Cuba.
It's true.
I like the shitter. This guy has had his shitter blown out more than a Philippine ladyboy during a pedo convention. That one's pretty funny.
That's funny.
That is
You know?
But yeah, everybody fucking roasted me.
Those are pretty good. Those are actually pretty good.
Didn't you like that idea for a contest?
Those are a lot better than I thought they were going to be. That's crazy.
Well, why don't we do JP's best grammar moments for the next one?
Oh.
All right.
All right.
That's
So
it.
who's gonna win? You just have to comment.
Comment on the video.
You comment, and then I'll just randomly pick someone and send it to them.
All right.
Cool.
Bill Castanelli probably should have won that one. If we're going
Yeah, I
by
was
best.
gonna pick the best. Maybe next time I'll pick the best one. But
Well, we
I
could-
just felt like icky doing it because I was like,
Well, we
it's biased.
we
you
could
know?
just on the show just read them out like that, and then we just vote what the best one was. But I would have
Yeah.
picked Bill's there too. That was pretty fucking funny. But
I mean, Dave's was pretty good too.
yo, Dave's is beyond true and funny. Yeah. All
That
right.
was just too true. I
Oh,
wasn't
yeah, it
even
is.
being funny. I was just being a dick.
Okay,
That
so
was the point.
is that it for everything? No more housekeeping. Nothing else to say. Okay.
No.
All right, so that is going to do it for the intro.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Alrighty, so getting into some news. JP, give it to us.
Yeah, the news is coming to us courtesy of Jeremy this week.
It's a lot of news.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I think it's like one of the biggest news weeks in years, dude. It's fucking insane.
Well, it's a
Yeah,
good
they
thing
were
that we
just
took like an
pumping it out.
hour and 15 for the intro because that's
Yeah.
really good.
Let's just refrain from
Charz,
talking for hours on some of
Charz.
this stuff.
I needed a beer
Like
for
this first one here, I don't really have anything to say about it, but Edgar Wright is working on a adaptation of Stephen King's The Running Man.
Oh, I love it.
So that's going to be for Paramount, which you'll see a theme here.
Yep.
You know what?
So
I already said I'm not going to talk too much about it, but I did state my piece on or my thoughts on it on the Facebook group. I feel like if they're just going to try and remake the original
Arnold
movie,
won't work.
it's just going to be pointless. But if they try to remake or adapt the
The
book
Bachman
version,
book.
the Bachman book, which is the alternate name for Stephen King, if they do that adaptation of it, then it'll be worth watching. But if they're just going to redo the movie version, what's the fucking point? It's literally my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, so I don't want to see that again. Do something different.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Mine too. Is your second favorite Total Recall?
It is, yeah.
I love
Mine
Total
too.
Recall.
And then Predator?
Commando.
I think I have no. It is. I think it is Predator in number 3, and then I have the Terminator over Terminator 2. I think Predator and then Terminator 2.
too.
Yeah.
Me too.
my favorite is Terminator 2, Terminator 1, then Predator.
Oh man, Total Recall is fucking awesome.
Oh,
It's good. I prefer the ones I mentioned though.
where does the running man sit then?
I've never seen it.
What?
I've just seen Turtle Recall for the first time. I said Turtle Recall.
Turtle Recall. You don't even know what turtles are.
I know. Turtle Recall is when you take them.
Just said it again.
Turtle Recall. That's what we're calling it. Save the turtles.
Every time you say
Dude,
turtle,
what
I
is
keep
it
thinking
called?
of fucking Entourage. Fucking Turtle from Entourage. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's strange,
but,
dude.
Yeah, so I've just seen that for the first time. After that, we have, I don't know, this isn't good news, Jeremy. Neill Blomkamp's secret horror film is Demonic.
That's the net title. That's the name of the title of.
Yeah.
He shot a film in quarantine. And that's the name of the movie.
And it's called
Why are you
Demonic.
so mad? I'm mad.
Yeah, it's called Demonic.
Wow.
Is it a prequel to Demonic Toys? I hope so.
Do people really just try to name their movies the most unsearchable films of all time? Unsearchable names?
Apparently.
Hey, it's already a lost film. It's not even made yet.
It's right.
Right.
I'm trying to make a hidden gem, guys.
Neill Blomkamp. Blomkamp?
Blumkin.
I keep saying Blumkin.
How do you say his name?
It's not Blumkin.
Blomkamp.
Stop. That's some sexual thing.
Dude,
That's,
Blumkins.
that's getting a blowjob when you're taking a dump.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're taking a poopy.
He's
guy from
making
Dead
a
Snow got
District
one.
10. He worked on a script for District 10.
Is he making a District 2 while he's getting a blowjob?
You don't want to see a District 9 sequel? Come on, Dave.
Not really.
No, I was just talking about the poop, District 2.
I
District
didn't
9
even really care for District 9.
Dude, I don't understand. Like, is this actually
I've
going
never
to
even
be...
seen 1 through 8.
Is this a real thing? Is this
Yeah.
actually going to be coming out, though? Because I've heard of hasn't the sequel been news for a
Variety.
long time, though? Hasn't the sequel been news for a long time?
I hope they
Yeah,
have a
but
rehash.
he said that he said here's his tweet. District 10 screenplay is written. It's coming.
Okay, so I remember there was something about it a long time ago, and I just nothing ever seemed to come about it. So I don't know. I like District 9. I thought it was great. So I guess we'll see if this gets made or not. I mean, yeah.
All right, here's some news that'll tickle Jeremy's fanny. We got Brittany Snow returns in a new Ty West film for A24 Pictures.
Is there a title? Is it called Demonic?
It's called like X or something.
It's called X, which is also not great for
It's called The
searching.
Wrath.
Is it called like X as in the letter X or EX?
The letter X.
The
It's called
letter
X is going to give it to you.
Dude, you can't search the letter X. How the fuck do you search the letter X? That's bullshit.
In parentheses.
But Kid Cudi's starring in this too,
Oh my.
which is pretty dope.
So this is
Ty
already.
West coming back to horror.
So this
Hell
is
yeah.
going to be
First
the
of all,
resurrection.
Kid Cudi is a good actor.
This is going to be the
Who's Kid
resurrection
Cudi?
of his career.
He was in the Creepshow Werewolf World War II episode.
Oh yeah, you know what? He actually
Guy
was.
was.
He was actually decent in that one. That's right.
And he was in a really cool short film called Maniac. That was
Another
really cool.
great title that you could easily find.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about that, GP? I didn't even realize it was Kid Cudi until I was looking at the credits and stuff because I'm not really overly familiar with the music and stuff, and but I didn't realize it was him until after, so that probably helped.
Well, that's because he usually goes by Scott Miscuddy in his which is his real name in his acting roles.
Yeah, he was actually pretty good. I was pleasantly
Yeah,
surprised.
I'm a big Kid Cudi fan, so I always like to see him. And he
I'm a
seems
big
to
Ty West fan, yo.
I like Ty West.
I like Ty West too, man.
24, Ty West.
I probably like
Cool.
The Innkeepers a lot more than a lot of people. I actually rewatched it, I think, last year again and still enjoyed it. I know the movie always gets shit on, but I enjoy it, man. I don't know.
Well, his last movie was shit.
It's
so-
hotel. It's hotel shit, man.
What was it? The
the Western?
Yeah.
movie?
Yeah.
I want to check it. See, I'm a big Western fan, as you guys all know that, but I don't watch a lot of modern Westerns, so I was kind of curious to check
Yeah,
it out.
because there's no wide shots.
Yeah, that's what I say. If you ain't got wide shots, don't make a fucking Western.
There's no wide shots in the movie? What?
No,
And-
there's
no,
none in a lot of
Dave-
the modern Westerns. They're
Dave's
all cheap
complaint
looking. They
on a
don't do
show
wide
all the
shots.
Right,
time
right.
is
Okay, I get what you're
if
saying.
you make
yeah.
a modern Western without wide shots, it ain't a Western.
And it's John
Yeah, 'cause they're
Travolta and
cheap, man.
fucking Ethan Hawke.
Spaghetti Westerns, man. That's where it's at. Fucking good shit.
Yeah,
man.
or like the John Ford. There's always beautiful wide
Oh,
shots.
dude, John
and
Ford,
good
man.
scenery.
Watching a John
Yep,
Ford
he's
Western
the
is
man.
just fucking, it's beautiful, man. Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
All right, a couple of Shudder newses. Joe Bob's Last Drive-In Season 3 is premiering in April. I don't even think Jeremy gave me that. I just remembered it.
I
Yeah,
saw
they're doing
that.
Demonic and The Reckoning.
An X.
Next.
Man.
So that's cool. I'm always excited for more Joe Bob. He's been
Back to his
killing it.
weekly. Back to his.
Ooh, a piece of
weekly
news I actually knew.
presentations.
I actually read that today about
Yeah.
the Joe Bob news.
Speaking of Shudder, Shudder orders an horror anthology series showcasing original stories from Black creators. So sort of a follow-up to their horror noir.
Noir.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think was one of the best documentaries of like the
So
past couple of years.
It was awesome.
they're just coming out with this now? They should have premiered this for the beginning of February for Black History Month. Wouldn't that have been a
Well,
little
buddy,
bit easier
I mean,
to promote?
They ordered it.
Right?
Yeah, they
Can't
just
they make
ordered
this in
it.
5
They just
minutes?
ordered
I
it.
want it now. I don't want to wait 5 minutes.
I fucking
make it.
I
It's,
personally
I mean, it's called Untitled Black Horror Anthology.
Great title.
right.
Easy
But,
to
no,
search
but I'm just
for.
saying for a
Very
marketing
easy.
They should just call it horror noir.
aspect, man, it would have been
Series.
great to have that for the beginning of Black History Month, which I fucking
It'll be next year.
I
It'll be
can't
next year.
I can't stand Black History Month because it should be it's ridiculous that it's 1 month of the year. It should just be all year. Such bullshit.
I've seen arguments for both things.
But yeah, anyways.
We've already had too many iffy conversations on this podcast to bring that one up.
No, it should
We had the potato head.
I'm all for Black History Month
The
if that's what
fucking
it's going to be, but it should be
Confederate
celebrated
flag.
all year is what I'm saying.
yeah, but
You
they
know
have
what
to
No,
put it in a
I
month
agree
because
with what
most
you're
people
saying.
don't
Yeah.
do it.
I've always kind of been like
That's the argument for it is that
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
like it's like we're not doing it enough, so we have to dedicate a month
exactly.
to
I
it,
just feel like it's
which I understand.
yeah.
Yeah, we're just shitty about it in the States.
I feel like we've gotten so much better though, you know, with just teaching the histories. Like I remember learning about Harriet Tubman in school and stuff like that.
And Nat Turner and all them people. Yeah.
Yeah, and what the heck was the name of the kid who got
Emmett Till, you dumbass.
Emmett Till, yeah. Dude, I'm not come on. I'm bad with names, man.
See, Jeremy can't say anything. Like, any chance he gets to jump down somebody's throat, he's got to take it.
I know, and that's why he gets bullied so much, is because he's a bully.
He's like the fucking nerd from fucking Sleepaway Camp 4 that, like, he
Oh,
gets bullied,
dude.
but he's also a
Worse
bully.
than him. He's one of the worst.
Yeah,
characters.
exactly.
Yeah, but he's a bully, too.
Yeah.
He bullies everybody, but then he gets getting bullied. He's like fucking Anthony Wong in Ebola Syndrome. He's like, why are you bullying me? But then he's a big-ass bully.
He was obsessed with getting bullied, man. That Anthony Wong, man.
Dude,
Stop bullying.
I'm not fully convinced that that's actually the real dialogue. I think that's just the way it's
the dialogue,
translated.
damn it.
Because my wife was watching Ebola. She only watched parts of it, and she's like, "Why is that girl like she's about to get raped?" And then she's like, "Gonna say why? Or you're bullying me? Stop bullying me? Like who fucking talks like that? You're about to get raped, and you're just gonna say stop bullying
If
me?"
you call it bullying, it's not illegal.
Right. So she started laughing. She's like, this can't be the translations. And I'm like,
think
I don't
that's probably
know.
a word that kind of means bullying, but it, like maybe a little different.
Abusing, probably.
Right,
Hurting.
yeah.
I don't.
Because
Yeah,
they actually say bullying like it must be 10 times
A
in Ebola
lot.
Syndrome.
45 times.
I love it.
It's funny.
So yeah, that's cool. I think we're all down for that. You know what I mean? First of all, an anthology is cool because they've done good stuff with it, and then two, I think having more things from the Black perspective is pretty cool, especially considering how good they've been lately with like the Get Out and Us and
Did you say
Horror
they've
Noir
been?
and
Did you
stuff
just
like
say
that.
they've been?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't think they've been good?
it just sounds.
They.
It just.
I
It
don't
just-
want to do this anymore.
I know. I'm
No,
bringing
not
up the
saying
whole.
they, as in like, what do you mean you? I'm
No,
saying
I know.
Like
I
giving-
know what you
like
meant.
giving
I know what
greater
you meant.
shots.
But I'm saying people when they listen to that, they're like, "Oh, he just said those people." Like you're
No,
singling them
how
out.
good they've been, how good the content has
Right.
been.
Yeah.
From the Black directors.
So do they have a
Yeah,
lineup?
like the Black projects that have come out.
So
They've
it's
all
gonna
been
be
good.
It's gonna be like this was gonna be an anthology type thing.
Yeah, it's an anthology.
Okay,
Haven't
so-
you been listening?
No, I know. I think I missed the anthology part, but do they have anybody else lined up? Like the
No.
dude from.
It just got ordered.
Yeah, Kid
Well,
Cudi's
but they
on
could
there,
have
though.
some
Yeah,
people in mind.
there's a bunch of writers attached to it. I'm not familiar with them without looking up there.
Well, that's what I was asking because I'm assuming if you want to get somebody that's very prevalent in that field and stuff, the dude that did Tales from the Hood and shit like that. The fucking director, I always forget his name. So bad with names, you guys know me, but
Rusty Cudliffe.
Rusty.
yeah. So
Yeah,
he'd be a good guy to get, man.
Yeah.
Rusty
He wrote the
Cudlips.
first one and then directed part 2 and 3, or just wrote 2 and 3 too.
I think he's
No, he
involved.
directed them.
Yeah,
I don't
He
know
only
if-
wrote the first one though.
Yeah, he didn't write the
Right?
second. Yeah, no, he didn't write them. There were stories.
Yeah, but that's pretty cool. Pretty happy with that. Also, Shudder. This is really cool, man. This is super dope. So Shudder is going to release the long lost George Romero feature
Love
film,
it.
The
Finally,
Amusement Park, this summer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as we know, this is one of the director for hire works that George.
It's the only director for hire work he's done.
It said that, but I wasn't sure if it was true, so I didn't like. Doesn't Monkey Shine kind of seem like director for hire type stuff? You know what I
I
mean?
don't
Doesn't seem exactly like a passion project, does it?
Yeah, they said that, and I wasn't sure if it was. true,
yeah,
so
I don't know
didn't-
about that. Yeah,
Yeah, so recently discovered, restored 46 years after its completion, the George A. Romero Foundation, and produced by Suzanne Romero, which of course is his late wife. She
but she died too.
wait, is that the wrong way
It's
to say
called
it?
The Widow.
The
Yeah,
widow.
late wife would
Sorry.
mean that she died
George
too.
is-
The late wife would be the dead one. Sorry.
Yeah. So we did. So you know what we just did? We just killed Romero's wife. Now you know that she's
No,
probably gonna. That's not good.
Dude, she is so nice. She actually reached out to us last year and invited us to this thing in Pittsburgh that was honoring George and stuff like that. So I think
You
she's
didn't
super
go?
cool. I was working or busy or something. My friends went. Fuckers.
I would have went.
Yeah, they went and checked it out. It was like almost like a museum. Like they just had all kind of stuff from his movies there, and food and stuff like that. But they were talking about this then too, and they remastered it, and it's going to air on Shudder.
Shudder crushing it again.
Yeah, and I think everybody should definitely keep their expectations a little low for like what this is.
Yeah.
I'm sure if it was some massive, amazing movie, it would have been out. But it sounds cool. The amusement park stars Martin's Lincoln Mazel as an elderly man who finds himself disoriented and increasingly isolated as the tragedies and humiliations of aging in America are manifested through roller coasters and chaotic crowds. Sounds very
Cool.
George Romero. I think that even Suzanne said it has Romero's unique footprint all over it. I think when we talk about Romero, one of the things that we always talk about is how much of a finger on the pulse he had of society and how he sort of stuffed that into his films. So that's really cool, man.
Oh yeah, always
And,
very socially relevant, man.
Yeah, so that's
best.
coming out on Shudder, which is a great place for it. Even though it doesn't sound like necessarily a horror film, it's still Romero and historical. And
What was the year this thing was filmed in again?
73?
73. Okay, so
Yeah. So
I'm just trying to think of a timeline here because.
uh-huh.
All right,
Before or after the crazies. Or probably after the crazies.
It was between Night and Dawn.
Yeah, it's just after the crazies because crazies
so
was
it's the
72.
crazies. It's
Yeah.
between night and dawn.
Yeah,
so,
that's the name of the box set, right?
So this is
Between
done
Night and
around the
Dawn.
time, of the other films. Okay, so I feel like I'm just hoping to see that kind of very vintage, recognizable editing that Romero does in his
I'm
films.
sure
Like
it's in there.
you just know a Romero film just the way it's edited, man. At least I.
But
Is
how
it
cool
gonna-
is that, man?
Yeah.
There's an entire film from Romero
That we've
that
never
we haven't
seen.
seen.
That's so cool, man. So cool.
Can't wait to see it.
Yeah, that's super neat. Let's see, what else do we have here? The Red Band trailer for Mortal Kombat dropped. This is coming to HBO Max in April. This would be the second attempt at a Mortal Kombat film. Well, I guess they had the sequel in the 90s. But did
We
you
don't wanna
guys
talk about
check
that.
the
Well,
trailer out?
live
That's not
action.
what
You're
you
talking
didn't
about
fucking
live
read
action.
the article. Why don't you read what the fucking article says?
What do you mean?
It's the highest grossing. It's the highest viewed R-rated trailer ever. That's what
Did
the
it
article
really?
Yes.
And we're
It's
talking
like
live
90
action.
million views in the first week.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's good though. Do you know who's in that, Moods? Who plays Raiden?
No.
Asano plays Raiden.
What?
The guy in the lead in Ichi the Killer.
Yeah.
The Katahara or whatever the fuck his name is. He's a Rampo Noir. Yeah, Asano. He plays fucking Raiden, I think.
Ah, that is so
and
cool.
a bunch of people are in it. The dude from The Night Comes For Us, I believe, is Sub-Zero. The cast is good. I just glimpsed it at one time. I believe he's in it too. So it's actually a dude who knows martial arts in that fucking movie. It's probably going to be decent. I bet
Yeah, it
better
looks
than those
cool.
other fucking
It
movies.
looked decent to me, and honestly, dude, like this would have made like It numbers had it came out in theaters. I don't know if it'll do that well on HBO Max.
Well, that's
It'll
cool,
do
man.
well.
That's cool.
It'll do well.
You just said the
for sure.
trailer was the most viewed.
Yeah, but
The most R-rate, the most viewed Red Band R-rated trailer ever.
I want
okay.
Reptile. Where's Reptile?
Where's Goro? Fucking-
Goro's in the trailer
Yeah.
Goro's there.
briefly. Yeah, but I thought
I
it
don't
was
think
weird that they
Reptile
didn't
is.
make more of a big deal out of him.
Man, I just picked up that Mortal Kombat Scorpion's Revenge. I need to watch that still.
Johnny
Animated.
Cage isn't in it.
Yeah, Johnny Cage isn't in there.
What? Why?
But it has some of the other.
Because they couldn't
They're
afford his
assholes.
sunglasses.
I don't know. Maybe
What, the
they're
Ray
saving
Bans
for
have
the
gone
sequel.
up or what? Fuck.
Yeah, they couldn't afford
I
it.
don't know. I just bought Ray-Bans. They're fucking $600.
Yeah, dude. I bought a pair of Ray Bans back in the day. They
He
got
told me
stolen.
to
I
save
said
my
never
money.
again. Never again.
He said, save my money about buying a TV. He bought 600 pair of sunglasses.
Right.
No, they were. The frames were 200. The lenses, they were expensive.
Oh, you're
Are they actually like for your glasses too?
subscription glasses? That makes more sense.
Yeah, they're prescription.
Yeah,
glasses.
that's cool. That makes sense.
No, I spent like $250
Yeah,
on
and
a
then
pair
I'm
of
like-
sunglasses, and the
I'm
fuckers
talking
got
about
stolen.
my glasses, and he's like, "Yeah, but mine are prescription." And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You really think I've just been wearing glasses for fun all these years?"
Well, sometimes when you're
just
wearing
trying to look
sunglasses
smart.
or not.
You're glad you're just wearing frames with no glass lenses.
Right? I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "You've known me for how long?"
Dude, that's a fucking
and you're,
thing.
you're thinking that I'm just wearing glasses for fun?
You're like,
Yeah,
what,
you
got
see
the-
like the glasses at fucking Walmart for $1 that are shitty.
Dude, I fucking dude, that's literally a fashion thing, man. Glasses were in a while back. So people would buy like fancy frames and shit and just put glasses. They wouldn't have prescription glass in there, right? And they'd wear glasses and shit. I'm like, this is a fucking fashion thing. I'm like, oh my god. It's
What are you
ridiculous.
trying not to get punched?
Right? Like, you want to dress up
Okay,
like
yeah, wear
Poindexter?
glasses.
When did Jeremy become a fashion
Oh.
statement? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay, so after that, we
Fuck you
have.
guys.
So we
Can
have
you imagine
another
if he was
Shutter
literally
news.
just wearing glasses just for the decorative shit.
Right.
That makes me laugh
No
so hard.
no prescription in them. See, the thing was, it was like, get yourself some fancy frames, man. Look all fucking, prestigious and smart and shit. And I'm like, you're a fucking dork. Shut the fuck up.
And then in 10 years, when you need glasses, you already have the frames.
Right? You just switch out the actual glass in there for some prescription frame or prescription lenses,
You're
and then
good
you're good to
to
go.
No awkward changeover.
Because, the fashion changes every 6 months, right? So they're still going to be in good shape. So, yeah, when your cataracts kick in 20 years, fuck, there you go, man. Got some Ray-Bans.
You'll be set.
So next up, we have Simon Barrett's new horror film Seance is acquired by RLJE Films. Was there always an E at the end of that? I don't feel.
I just
feel
call
like
it.
there
I just call it Image. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, and Shutter, which they've been working together. I've noticed.
Yeah.
They are releasing. So Simon Barrett, he was known for collaborating with Adam Wingard on A Horrible Way to Die, also both VHS films, and
You're next.
he wrote The Guest, Your
Attracted.
Next, Blair Witch, and Dead Birds from 2004, and the upcoming VHS 94, which I totally forgot was a thing. But
love
yeah,
Dead
so this,
Directorial debut.
I love
yeah,
Dead
this
Birds,
is
man.
directorial debut. Yeah, it's fun. We've covered it.
Yeah, it's a good film.
Western horror episode.
Yeah, that's right. I
We
think
need to do a return to that.
it's a
There's
underutilized
there's a-
subgenre of horror, man. Western and
Western
horror.
and war. Those are the two.
Western,
Fucking Ravenous.
Western,
bro.
war, and Western and horror. Yeah, totally. I agree.
Yeah, like Ravenous is like a Western war horror.
Yes.
Slash
Really
cannibal.
fucking
Like, there's a
awesome.
lot of subgenres in there, really. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I love Ravenous. It's pretty.
Ravenous is great.
So this is coming out May 21st. Based on the cover, looks like a bunch of prep school kids are doing a seance in a library or something.
Pass.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I don't like kids in
They
a
got
library.
glass frames.
I don't like kids in a library.
They got glasses.
They're all trying to
Doing a
look
seance.
smart and they're
You know
all
how
dumb
cheap
as
that
shit.
sounds?
Yeah, but it's Shutter.
A bunch of kids that went to community college trying to act like they went to fucking Brown or Harvard. Fucking
How
dorks.
many Shutter films do you actually watch that feel
Shitty.
shitty?
I don't know.
Honestly,
There's a
man,
couple,
Shutter
but I
kicked
mean-
ass last year for the most part. Like this year, they were a little
Yeah,
bit slow
I
for
didn't
me,
see
to be
any
honest.
horrible.
Pal Eyes wasn't very good. Was that the name
What
of it?
one? Oh, Pale Door.
Pal Door.
Oh, I watched
I didn't
Pale
watch
Door
that.
last year before it even came on. Pale Door was fucking horrible and a major disappointment, man, because I was really anticipating it being, like a Western horror, and not good, man.
Spooky.
Oh, it was really
So
poorly
here's the
done.
description.
It felt like it was $5.
The film setup is a new girl at a prestigious Academy for Girls school. Shit, I fucked that up. But anyway, what they do is they invite her, 6 girls invite her to join them in a late night ritual calling forth the spirit of a dead former student who reportedly haunts their halls. But before morning, one of the girls is dead, leaving the others wondering what they may have awakened.
Sounds like a ghostly.
Now,
A little bit.
Yeah, it does.
you guys don't understand the definition of ghostly.
Maybe,
I created
bad.
maybe it's
Bad.
demonic. Maybe it's demonic. Different.
All right.
Yeah, it's probably-
Alexandre
Anyways.
Aja has a new film coming to Netflix. This is called Oxygen. He describes it as mixed with 28 Days Later.
I think Barrett's fucking underrated. Nobody talks about that.
So it's
movie.
like
That
an
movie's
infect.
I
So
don't
it's
understand.
so it's an infection film.
No,
But he's
it's
Barrett.
you've never seen Barrett before.
No, I'm talking about 28 Days Later.
No.
I was.
Same.
Yeah, wait.
I will
Isn't
give you
Ryan
this.
Reynolds like buried underground or something?
Yeah, in
He's
a
running out
fucking
of air.
casket.
Oh,
Fucking
I know the
awesome.
movie. I've never
So what
actually
the-
seen it though, to be honest.
How is this mixed
Right.
with 28 Days Later? What is there? Zombies crawling towards his casket while
I
it's on the
shall
fucking
explain the plot, and then
Okay.
you could
Infected,
decide if it
not
sounds
zombies.
like those two.
ground? I don't care.
A young woman wakes up in a medical cryo unit. She doesn't remember who she is or how she ended up sequestered in a box no larger than a coffin.
Does she have
As she's
glass
running
frames?
out of oxygen, she must rebuild her memory to find a way out of her nightmare. Kind of
Sounds
does
like
sound
Resident
like
Evil.
those too.
Huh.
It's fucking Aja, man. You gotta watch it.
The story is a mystery box built like a labyrinth from which you have to escape. See, that sounds fun to me. I like.
Did you just say labyrinth?
What?
Did
You said labyrinth
Did
instead
you
of
mean to say labyrinth?
The story is a mystery box built like a labyrinth.
You didn't say
Yeah,
it.
there
But
I
you
said
said
labyrinth.
You said labyrinth.
Labyrinth. What's up, Labyrinth?
And then there's
Labyrinth
Jeremy
is
who
labyrinth.
pronounces it completely wrong every single time too. You guys are hilarious.
He says labyrinth. That's
yeah, he
way
says
different.
labyrinth. Yeah, but it's still the point is you pronounce it wrong. But I don't know what the fuck you said.
Labyrinth. Labyrinth. It's not that different. I've heard him said both
Labyrinth.
ways.
There's one way to say
How
it's
many people
labyrinth.
you know are saying labyrinth?
Labyrinth.
That's not true. That's not a word.
Yes, it
Oh,
is.
fuck. I'm so
God,
fucking...
it's bullshit.
That's the proper French way
Dude,
to
I'm
say it.
literally laughing right now because
You guys speak French? I don't think so.
You don't speak French.
well,
You
most
barely
people
speak
probably think I
English.
do because I'm Canadian, but I can't speak a lick of French. But it's funny because I'm literally looking at a picture of David Bowie's balls from the Labyrinth right now and kind of laughing about it. So.
Why?
Because my brother-in-law thought, because I always used to
Dick.
joke about how David Bowie's package is so damn big in the Labyrinth. I'm like, this kid's movie, and he's got this big ass fucking package sticking out. So for Christmas one year, he captured a shot of David Bowie's fucking package and framed it and gave it to me for Christmas. So it sits on my wall next to
I
a
don't
picture
know,
of me.
It kind of
and
looks like a cool cube thriller thing.
Yeah,
Was
but
that
you
funny
guys
just
would never
later?
understand the joke because you're too whatever. But it's kind of funny.
I get it.
It's
You
funny.
get
I get it.
It's funny
You get
because
the
people come
4K
over
of
and
it?
I love when people come into this room and they look at the wall and they're looking at the picture. They're going, "What the hell is that?" And I go, "That's David Bowie's balls." And they're like, "Nah, seriously, what is it?" I'm like, "No, seriously, it's David Bowie's balls."
I recognize those balls anywhere.
It's the best conversation starter.
Now you can see his balls in 4K.
Yeah, man. Oh fuck. Is that 4K
It's
any
out
good?
there.
Because I haven't picked up any.
I don't have it.
So I
Yeah,
picked up a
you can see
shitload of
the vein
4Ks last
in the
month.
cock, actually.
I didn't grab
Dude,
one 4K all month. Not one. Yeah.
After that, the director of the new Wrong Turn, Mike P. Nelson, who also did The Domestics, was on a
Disappointing.
podcast, The Boo Crew, recently, and he said there's nothing set in stone or anything for certain, but him and Alan have been throwing around some ideas, and we think it'd be pretty cool if we were given the opportunity, talking about a sequel.
Who's Alan?
The co-writer,
Like Paul Allen?
Alan McElroy.
Alex?
It would be cooler if it was Paul Allen. You know,
Yeah, like they just said, like, me and Alan. Like, who the fuck is Alan?
right? You're gonna say Allen. I'm thinking Paul Allen, American. I was gonna say American.
You really
Pie.
wouldn't just think it was somebody involved in the film? You guys are fucking dumb.
No, I'm just fucking busting your balls because this is boring.
No, I'm just saying you're dumb, man.
Says the
Okay.
guy that says labyrinth or whatever the fuck you just said. Jesus Christ.
You guys are asses.
Welcome to my world.
Whoever reads the news just gets fucking badgered.
I know, and I didn't even get it this week. Yell at Jeremy.
Everybody comes with a segment. I don't have jack shit, and then I just make fun of their segment. I'm a piece of shit.
It's true.
It's
It's
just real
funny as
life.
hell, though. It's fucking funny as hell.
It's like making fun of people who are actually working while you're sitting down. Like, look at that asshole. Look how he's doing his job. That's terrible. I could do better.
Look at this fucking asshole lifting these bricks all day. What a dumbass. But yeah, did any of you guys see the new Wrong Turn?
I haven't
No.
seen any of the other ones. So.
I've only
Said it was
heard
terrible.
I've only heard good things. Oh, really? I heard a couple of people say it was good.
Well, I've only heard good things too, except for from me.
Oh, so you saw
Right
it?
when you said it was 2 hours.
Well,
I was-
because
I went to the theater and saw it.
I wasn't sure because Zach was the one that said it was really good, and I was like, wow, you know, his opinion on
Opinions,
films
6
sometimes
out of 10,
are very, very
everything.
hit and miss.
Almost everybody I've seen liked it.
Okay.
Almost everybody.
So
Me
is
and Carly did not.
in your opinion, well, not in your opinion, your assessment of the film, is it because remember we were talking about, is this a reboot, a remake, a reimagination? What the fuck is it?
It is absolutely nothing to do with the original franchise other than people are in the woods. In fact, I argued that it might be possible to just be a sequel in name only, because it's not even set in West Virginia. It's set in Virginia. So it could just be like...
So under the
another
technical
thing
term,
in the
just like a
world.
reboot of the franchise?
Yeah, it's like a reboot. There's no connection.
Like there's
It's
technical
literally
terms
just-
in fucking sequels and whatever the hell we're talking about. We're trying to get too technical here, but
It has a lot of like these progressive teens who go out into the woods, and there's a lot of like this idea of like, well, are they really the good guys?
are these
type
progressive
thing?
teens wearing like Ray-Ban glasses with no prescription in them?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody has glasses, but they
Well, that's a shame.
Oh, they must not be
they're-
very smart then.
they're not teens. They're like
Well, of course they're not smart because they went into the fucking woods. Fucking idiots.
By
Yeah,
themselves.
and they're not wearing glasses.
Wait, hold on.
so that means-
You're telling me if you go into the woods, you're all of a sudden not smart?
Dude, that would
well,
be
if you're not
probably
wearing
the-
glasses,
Dude,
Dude,
you
I
go
gotta
out to the
have
woods
glasses.
every weekend.
I know, and I'm not very fucking
summer.
smart. I'm fucking stupid. I go into the woods with bears and other fucking creatures and shit. You never know what's gonna happen, man. I'm dumb. I
Yeah,
get
but
it.
JP, you were going in the woods to huff gas.
Yeah. And meet your crack addict neighbors.
I didn't know gas was in the
You
Or
never
whatever.
huffed gas?
what?
I
never
huff
seen
gas.
anyone
I
huff
huff.
gas.
I huff gas
I
every
don't
time I'm
think
filling
people
up my
really
truck.
do that.
It smells good, man. I love the smell of gas.
You fucking
Yeah,
huff
me
it.
too.
You're talking about WD-40 earlier too.
Dude, I have a fucking problem with huffing shit, don't I?
Boots just lays in fucking bed with a fucking rag soaked in fucking WD-40 on his face.
Oh my
So I
god.
lost all this weight, guys.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
best diet ever.
You don't eat shit on this, man. It
Lose
suppresses your
40 with
appetite like crazy.
WD-40. Lose 40 with WD-40.
But yeah, I don't know,
JP's
man.
getting frustrated.
No, what?
Dude, that's fucking
I
hilarious.
can't finish
Dude,
the
my
fucking
cheeks hurt.
news, God damn it.
My fucking
No, I
cheeks hurt from
literally
laughing.
don't care. Jeremy again misreading everything.
Lose 40 with WD-40.
That's a great tagline. Lose 40 with WD-40.
We should have taglines for shows now. Like, that's amazing. Ugh.
You're like, does this actually help you lose weight? Fuck, I don't know. It just sounded catchy. Drink some, find out. Don't stop vomiting.
That's how you lose the weight.
I'd be curious to see if you guys like it or not, just because I thought it was kind of.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
I'm going to watch it.
I mean,
wrong
I
term.
think I ranked it. I mean, there are some good kills and stuff in it, but I just thought the story was so fucking stupid.
Is it as good as Deliverance?
Okay, so what kind of rating did you put on it then?
Fuck, no.
So I can get a general idea where you're sitting.
I was kidding, JP.
I gave it a 6
Oh,
because I did think that it was well shot and there were some good kills in it. And I actually liked like the end, and like they used a song at the end that I thought was pretty cool. But after I watched the whole franchise before going to see it, and I rank it 1 the best, 4 the second best, 2 the third best.
whoa,
and
whoa,
then
whoa.
I put
4
this
the
one.
second best?
4 the second best.
Wow, that's crazy.
After watching them all again, I think 4 is the second best. 2 is right behind it.
Yeah.
3 is the worst, and 6 is right under that, right over that, and then 5. But yeah, 1, 2, and 4. Those are the best, not in that order.
I think
and
I-
then this is right in the middle. But I do think this one is better than 5, 3, and 6.
I like
Okay.
part 5. I know a lot of people don't like part 5, but part 2
It's
is my
okay.
Is that
part
the one in the snow?
No, that's
No,
part 4.
That's 4. That's
I
one I
think
think's the second.
Part
best.
2 is my favorite one though. Out of the I like it more.
Once
than the
you
first one.
realize that part 4 is just a complete exploitation film, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I've seen that one. I think I've seen or parts of it. and it seemed entertaining. Is there a prison in it?
The blood looks really good on that snow, though, in
part
that
5?
film.
I
Remember
just
there being
loved the
snow.
ending of part 4. I literally died laughing for like 30 seconds.
I didn't hate part 6, though. I think the only film in that franchise I
I didn't
really
hate
don't care for is part 3, man. The
3.
CG, like the effects, everything is just trash bags in that.
It's trash bags.
It is really
trash
bad.
bags.
It really sticks out.
Also, the big problem is, and I don't know if you caught this, but the problem with part 5 is they cast Doug Bradley to play the gas station attendant from part 1 and 2.
Right.
He's supposed to be the same character.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize that until this time watching him.
Yeah.
It's so horrible. Doug Bradley's playing a hick.
Yeah.
He's not
He
doing
can't do
it.
that.
Isn't the fate of part? Isn't the fate of that gas station? Doesn't that shit blow the fuck up and shit? Am I thinking this right film?
In part 2, yeah. The
Yeah.
house. It's the house.
Okay. Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen the films,
But part 5 is a prequel.
right. Yeah.
Part 5. So part 5 takes place after part 4, but before part 1.
Right.
But after part 7.
Well,
You know, you can't do a franchise in linear times, man. It's got to be all fugly and hilly and.
yeah. Twilight Zone reboot series ends after just 2 seasons.
Well, one thing that's not coming to Paramount Plus.
Was it any good though? Like I never watched any episodes, so.
I saw everybody bummed out that it was canceled, and I'm like, I heard nothing but people shit on this for the past 2 years.
Fuck. They'll reboot.
Yeah,
they'll
people just love the misery.
Yeah, they'll reboot it in 10 years. You know, it's like they used to do that with Twilight Zone every.
The Twilight.
Yeah, man. The original
That's
series,
like
the
when
80s
Toys
series.
R Us closed. Everybody acted sad, but nobody fucking went to Toys R Us for 20 years.
Because
Yeah.
Toys R Us was insanely expensive. It's fucking nuts.
I miss Jeffrey.
At least it was up here. So.
But yeah, I watched the first 2 episodes of the first season. The first episode I thought was just so fucking boring. Like it was like an hour and a half of just boringness. And then there was a good episode on the second season. I think it might have been the first episode of the second season, where it was another telling of the Nightmare at 100,000 feet or whatever the hell it's called. You know, the gremlin on the plane thing.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, the one.
But it was like a modern take with like different concept on there.
Yeah, you said that one
was
was pretty good, right?
yeah, I like that one. That one was neat. But yeah, when I watched the first episode of the first season, I was like, dude, this is what you're leading with? Like, my God, I will never watch this series because it was so boring. And then they put out the black and white version of the second season or the first season. And I was like, okay, maybe this will be interesting. So I watched the second episode in black and white, and I did like it more. But yeah, it didn't seem like a good series, so I stopped. But yeah, that's canceled. I'm sure it'll be back eventually. It always comes back. Quiet Place 2 is going to be coming to Paramount Plus here, which
You're
Paramount
fucking retarded, bro. Read the goddamn story.
I just clicked on it, bro.
Didn't we just have an
relax, dude.
email about using the R word? Come
Why
on,
doesn't
man.
Jeremy just take over the rest of the news?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Jeremy just do the rest of
Okay, there you go, Jeremy. You finish it.
Oh my god.
You have the articles.
I will finish.
All I
Quiet
did was
He's getting
all I
antsy.
did was start reading the description, click on the article, and then I'll read the article.
You got to remember,
So
man.
read the article.
He gets antsy sitting in his chair, man, because he wants to start moving furniture because it's uncomfortable with all that sand up there, right? So this is
It
how
literally
this is how he
says
acts.
Quiet Place. In the link, it says Quiet Place Part 2 will head Paramount 45 days after it opens.
opening in theaters. Yeah,
Exactly.
I didn't get to that yet, dude. Relax. Go ahead. You finish the news though.
Sandy
go ahead.
vagina.
No, you do it.
Go ahead.
Then
Send
shut
me
the
your
fuck
mood
up.
link. I'll finish it. I don't care.
Hey, Donnie, shut the fuck up.
So yeah, I mean, that's I wouldn't be surprised if that changes, right? Because it's saying 45 days after opening in theaters, it's going to go to Paramount Plus. The release date right now is September 17th, 2021. The way that theaters are right now, man, I just don't even know if they're going to survive this shit. Truly.
They're not.
But something did surprise me and Jeremy today. Jeremy, what happened today?
Tom and Jerry's looking like it's going to be a hit.
First pandemic hit.
Yeah. Shit's selling out, so.
Yeah,
Is that
I did
CGI
look
or
briefly.
animated?
What? The Tom and
Isn't
Jerry.
it like in real? Isn't it like
It's like Roger Rabbit.
like Roger Rabbit. And
like
what's
Cool
the other
World?
one? Space Jam.
Cool World.
Cool World.
Space Jam.
Space Jam. Cool World.
I love
All
Cool
those.
World, man. That was a good one.
I haven't watched Cool World.
Yeah, I
years.
looked at the app today, and
You used to have
first
the
screening
tape.
was sold out.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, of course we know Quiet Place 2 last year was supposed to come out. It was actually the film that was about to be released before the pandemic started and everything shut down. Like that was the next film out.
Yep.
And
They did
yeah.
reshoots.
I actually had tickets for it already. They were doing a back-to-back Quiet Place 1 and 2.
I remember
And
that.
I had tickets for that.
In Dolby, right?
In Dolby, yeah.
I remember that.
They did reshoots for it.
Did they really?
Yeah, everybody had to come back and wear some Ray-Ban sunglasses. They
Yeah,
just weren't
we're-
looking smart enough to survive.
Oh, man. Why do you troll?
Because I learned
I
from
would
you.
never
I learned
troll.
from the best. I
would
learned
never
from the
troll,
best.
man. I can't be I would just never be a troll. Just, yeah.
You trolling
So
right
that
now.
was what 45 days,
You're always trolling,
which
dude.
still is like a long time. That's
That
a
is
month.
no, it's pretty
It's a
much
month
the
and a half.
time, right?
Yeah,
like that's
month
where you
and a
would start hitting Blu-ray and stuff after 45 days.
It's not like Universal's deal where it's like 16 days after.
Yeah. Also, we have more Paramount Plus news. I mean,
Yeah.
the Paramount Plus has launched like they came out swinging, right? Like, not only did the horror stuff, but like Beavis and Butthead movie, Rugrats. They're redoing the Real World. They're doing a challenge, All Stars with like all the people from the challenge, like the old school players and stuff.
Ink Master is going to be on there.
They're doing another Road Rules, which hasn't been on in like 20 years.
Road Rules. I remember that show.
Yeah,
This stuff isn't horror.
I know. I'm just saying that a new Beavis and Butthead movie. Come on,
It's
dude.
not horror.
But Mood said he laughed more than any other movie.
I love Beavis and Butthead. But Dave's right. It's
I
not.
Beavis and Butthead.
It's not horror. It's not horror.
Beavis and Butthead. It's not
horror.
Beavis and Butthead is awesome.
It really is funny, man.
Dude,
I like the movie.
I don't even know if I don't know if we're allowed to have Beavis and Butthead now.
Come on, we can have whatever we want.
I don't know, dude.
Think they're going to get canceled.
Nah, this
too?
world,
No.
yeah, they are gonna get canceled for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they did the reboot 10 years ago. So much has changed in 10 years. Like, I don't even think that would work now. The only thing that's uncancelable, it feels like,
Only
is South
idiots
Park.
could take that shit serious because it's two dumbass characters. Come on, you got to give them a little bit of
Beavis
fucking
and
leeway here.
Butthead.
Fucking
Their name's Beavis and Butthead.
right. Like,
I mean,
how can
Beavis
you
isn't
take that
even
shit
a real
serious?
name.
They're supposed to say stupid shit. That's why it's so good.
Tip Mount. He said it's coming to Paramount Plus. You said Mount. It's
Yeah,
it's
exactly,
actually-
dude. I'm
I
a
actually
huge
always
Beavis
preferred King of the Hill. I thought King of the Hill is probably the most well-rounded cartoon show, if you think
I
about it. Like,
love King of the Hill.
it never really
I've seen
faltered.
every episode so many times.
King of the Hill is probably the best. Like, once you think of, like, I think it's, I love
Yeah,
The
because
Simpsons,
when the
but
fucking
Simpsons had some
grandpa
shitty
died-
seasons.
Makes you cry like a bitch.
King of the Hill is so good.
I honestly
So it's
never
just
really
funny,
got
man.
into
It's
it fully.
good.
Yeah, I never really
Oh,
got
it's
into
so
it, man.
good.
You should check it out. It's really good.
I'm like
okay.
that Beavis and Butthead South Park dude. Like, I like dick and fart jokes, man. So I'm a huge South Park freak, even to this day. So
They're doing another special, vaccine special.
So Paramount Plus is getting a new Pet Cemetery. This one's going to be an origin story.
Fuck off.
What?
but it's
it
an
called
origin
The
story
Pet
based on the
Sematary?
remake, right?
Please let it be called The Pet Cemetery. I want it to be The Pet Cemetery so bad.
So I was wondering, like, how far back are you going to go? Are you going to set it when Judd was a kid? Because that's prequel. Or are we going way back to the Native Americans?
No, I think if they want to do it properly, they need to do the Native Americans, like explore the actual creation of the cemetery.
I think so. I think that would be the most unique thing to do.
Yeah, that's
I agree.
totally.
Yeah.
Make it a total period piece, you know, when they
Absolutely.
first start burying
Like the
people
witch.
noticing
Make it the
something's
witch
wrong with
with Pet
the
Cemetery.
land.
And actually hire real Native Americans to play the parts and stuff.
And don't make them stereotypes.
And don't make them stereotypes. Exactly.
I just don't. Sometimes I feel like it's hard.
And don't
Just
ruin
like-
the movie. Don't ruin the whole movie by the fucking poster this time.
The remake
think-
sucked anyways. It didn't matter. The remake,
hit by a bus on the poster.
the remake was fucking trash bags. I don't care what anyone says.
There's a bus in it still.
No, what you should be saying, Moods, is you don't care what Sam says because everybody else seems to agree that it's pretty trash.
It is.
It wasn't trash. It just wasn't good.
It's one of. It's honestly one of
worst
the.
movie I've ever seen.
No, it's not one of the worst movies I've ever seen. But in terms
didn't
of
like it.
remakes, though, man, oh my god, like, dude, that one's pretty low on my list.
Mediocre. Didn't hate it. The ending was awful and defeated the purpose of Pet Sematary, though.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing of Pet Cemetery is the grief.
I don't
You
like
have
the
to
major
do it by
change.
your own hand.
I don't like the major change
Right.
that they did in it. I don't think it
If
worked.
the zombies are if the zombies are doing it themselves and just burying people in the Pet Cemetery, then it's not the people choosing to not. You know what I mean? Like they have to choose it. Their own fate. They have to bring those people back from their grief.
Right.
It's
The
all
whole
fucking
thing
purpose.
is you have to bury your own.
Yes.
Mhm.
It doesn't make any fucking sense if zombies are burying zombies.
It's so dumb.
I'm evil. It
I
doesn't
mean, that's
make any
part
sense.
part 2 does that a little bit with guys.
Yeah,
who's
but
just
part
burying
2 is
everybody.
stupid.
I
Right
love
from the
part
beginning.
2.
I love
two's
part 2
awesome.
too, man.
Part
It's
2
awesome.
is.
No pain.
I can't stand it.
It's awesome.
So
It's
the
awesome.
remake, the last Pet Cemetery made 113 million at the box office. That was
Good.
Yeah, so new one for Paramount Plus. I like the concept. I'm willing to give it another shot, especially if they do like a period piece, like early period Native American piece. That would be really fun. Paranormal Activity, the newest one here that we talked about. Isn't it weird that we do that show and now like all this paranormal news is coming out? It's
Well,
crazy.
That doesn't. It just it doesn't figure, man. Like that's just the way
like,
shit
that's
happens.
why people
It's clockwork.
are like, just do a Friday show already. So we can get a new Friday.
Right.
But yeah, this one also coming to Paramount Plus, straight to Paramount Plus.
Yep. And Chris Landon's writing it, which is, I know before when we were talking about the paranormal show, we weren't sure if he was going to write it or not, but he signed on. So
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
yeah.
Pizza.
Yep. So that's happening. So we'll have to do a fucking roundup show. That's what we need to do next time. We can't think of a show to do when we have a free spot. Modes roundup.
Well, we got
Two
one of those coming up
leprechauns,
here,
right?
so yeah, we got a couple leprechauns to do, and I think there's
I
more.
think we could
Oh,
save
Phantasm 5.
Phantasm 5, Tremors 7.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about that too.
Shit. I mean, there's a bunch.
Spiral when it comes out.
Yeah. Then we have what else? Jeremy, there's so much of this. It's almost done. We have
It's
apparently
all important things.
yeah, this is super important. Apparently Aliens, Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection are being remastered for 4K.
Which ones? Alien.
All of them.
All of them.
All four.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
Good
no,
shit.
all the ones that aren't on 4K.
Yeah, Aliens, Alien 3, and Alien Shitterection.
Okay.
That's not
2, 3,
4,
4.
and Alien Resurrection is not shit erection.
So 1, 3, and
It's not
4.
Alien Erection. That's my favorite.
No, 1 is already on 4K.
Yeah, one's already on 4K.
Aliens,
Oh, you said
3,
Alien.
and
I thought you were saying
Resurrection.
Alien. I thought you were saying Alien the whole time. I didn't hear the plural.
No, that one's
in there.
already out.
That one's already out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not that
Cool.
hip to the
I like
4K
that.
thing. You know what I'm saying? Jesus.
I actually am hoping for a good Alien 3 release because I like Alien 3. I know people hate it, but I like it. What else here? What else do we got?
It's just good that it shows that Disney isn't giving up on the franchise.
Right, because I think everybody was nervous that they were only
Yeah.
going to do like G shit.
Yeah.
Already did that one. Warner Archive is
Joaquin Phoenix, bro.
what?
Joaquin Phoenix is going to be in Ari Aster's new movie.
You are such a backseat driver.
Backseat newser, man.
He is, man.
It was the first thing on the list. I know he wasn't going to get to it.
I'm hopping around to what, man? Just fucking. Why don't you just do it then?
It's like that fucking spreadsheet all over again. You gonna do it? No, I'll do it. All right, do it then. No, you do it. Do it. Why are you fucking with it? I thought you said we were gonna do it. Why don't you do it? I'm doing it. Okay. let's do it.
Jeremy is a weirdo. Like he thinks that if two people are doing something, it's just gonna be a disaster.
It wasn't.
Spreadsheet.
Didn't you
Probably
ever work
would.
on a group's project, bro? Or did
Yeah.
everybody just have you do it and claim that they did it?
It was a disaster.
You would be a horrible person to work with on a group project.
Nah, it was all right.
Not a fucking team player, man.
He's not.
No, not a team player.
It's not my fault he was doing the spreadsheet shitty.
Oh my god. Jesus.
I'm the one that made the spreadsheet better. The what we watch picks. Come on, that is clean.
Dave, did you just say it's the worst show
Warner
ever?
Archive. What's that?
What did Dave say?
I said it's just the worst show ever right now.
No, this is good.
It's funny.
Warner Archive is doing a restoration of Isle of the Dead, which is the Boris Karloff film. Has anybody ever seen that?
Mm-hmm. It's good.
I love Warner Archive. How about you guys?
Is that a Val Lewton moods? Is that a Val Lewton movie?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Yeah, it is.
He produced it, right?
Yeah.
Well, he usually produces them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the Val Lewton stuff, man.
I thought it was in the old box that I used to have, or the old DVDs I
It's
used
in
to
there.
have.
Yeah, it's in there.
So that's coming out next month,
Right.
which is cool. I like the Warner Archive. I have most of them. I say that all the time, but I really do. They're the horror ones, that is. But I don't know. They're like, I like them. They're cool.
Especially
They're
for
not
$11
overly
a piece.
expensive either. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They're if you wait till the sale, they're totally affordable.
Which
Right? What
there
did
is
you
a
want me
sale
to talk
coming up
about,
here.
Jeremy?
Keep going.
This one. You want me to talk about this one?
Joaquin Phoenix one.
Okay, man, you got to try Call Quest this shit, man. Push it along. Push it along. Push it along.
All right. Disappointment Boulevard. Joaquin Phoenix set to star in Ari Aster's next movie for A24.
Cool.
Yeah, it's it's described as an intimate, decades-spanning portrait of one of the most successful entrepreneurs of all time.
Doesn't sound like an
Doesn't sound like a horror movie.
Wow, that's
It's
what the
not
next line is. The next line in the article is, "It certainly doesn't sound like a horror movie on paper."
It's not horror.
But you know what? Like, that's one of those things where like, he made 2 horror movies.
Yeah, but
and
now he gets to work with fucking Joaquin Phoenix, the greatest actor living besides Daniel Day-Lewis. It's like, of course you want to fucking work with Joaquin Phoenix. Who cares?
I love how Jeremy puts those fucking staples on people. The greatest actor living, Joaquin Phoenix.
He is. Him and fucking Daniel Day-Lewis, bro.
I don't know, man. Greatest actor living. Is a
They're
big
both
fucking
great
deal.
actors, but I mean, Jesus, man.
Who's better?
Gene Hackman's still alive.
It's true. I don't know,
They're
man.
completely different actor styles. They're not the same styles.
Right.
And like Leo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt are both huge movie stars, not the same style of acting. Robert De
I
Niro's
mean,
still
Leo is like pretty fucking great.
I think Leonardo
No, those guys
DiCaprio
are all
is
great, but they're all different.
But I think Leo's a
Joaquin
great
Phoenix and
character
Daniel
actor.
Day-Lewis are they become the actor. They're method actors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Leo, man, he's done a lot
That's
of great fucking, real life roles and shit. He's a great actor, man. I don't care what anyone says.
He's a movie star, man. He's got great screen presence. You love watching him.
But he's a good actor, though, man. He's not just a movie star. I mean, there's a lot of
he's great, too.
There's a lot of movie stars out there
He's both.
that are fucking.
I mean, I
just
even
movie
really
stars.
like William Dafoe.
Oh,
Yeah.
William Dafoe's
Yeah,
a
it's
great actor,
okay.
though.
Viggo Morrison, he's good. There's,
Oh,
But-
Vigo's great too.
yeah. But I just think the experience of having a chance to work with somebody like Joaquin Phoenix is just going to make his next movie better. So even if he doesn't make a horror movie, it's like, why does he always have to make horror movies? Fucking James Wan
I'm just
doesn't always
kidding.
make
I
horror
was just
movies.
kidding.
I know. I'm just saying all the people who are going to bitch if it's not a horror movie. It's like James Wan doesn't make horror movies all the time.
Most people don't want to make horror movies their whole life.
Well,
I know,
James
they
Wan
just get
also
stuck
wanted a
doing-
big paycheck, so hence doing Fast and the Furious, right?
Aquaman.
And
Aquaman.
And Aquaman, of course, right?
And that's
But
why
now
he
he's
did
doing
Dead
horror
Silence.
again, right?
Now he's doing
Check
horror.
on Dead Silence.
Because now he's paid. He doesn't care if the shit fails, right? So
I'm just kidding.
Epix announced a Blumhouse television-produced docuseries called Fall River, a 4-part docuseries that uncovers the story of sex, satanic cults, and murders in 1979.
Sounds hot.
Yep.
I know Moods likes the docu-series. So
I love them.
I do
I
love-
watch
I've
like
been
every
loving
one of them. I watch
docuseries.
every one of them
They're
that's
so
on
good.
Netflix, and Netflix
And then
kills
it
it
was
with those.
Blumhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Netflix really kills
Oh,
it with
that
those
sucks.
docuseries, man. Fuck, they're good.
All right. Zack Snyder's Army of the Dead is going to be rated R. That's coming
It
to
better fucking be.
Netflix in May of 21.
You know,
It's
I don't know.
supposed to live in the same universe as Dawn of the Dead remake, and if it's not rated R, go fuck yourself.
Right.
Is it supposed to be in the same universe?
I think it is. That's what I
Really?
heard.
I haven't heard that.
Maybe I heard wrong.
That'd
Would
be
be the
cool.
first time.
Either way, that'd be pretty cool.
I don't know, man. I don't like the modern zombie product.
I doubt it's going to be great.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
it?
all the news.
There was something else about
Freddy Krueger
Fincher, but I deleted it.
or Scream.
About what?
David Fincher.
Oh yeah, David Fincher is reuniting with the guy who wrote Seven to make a new movie on Netflix.
And there was something else about Wesley Snipes that I didn't remember.
Wesley Snipes is making a Blade movie because he's pissed off that he's not in the new Blade movie, so he's going to make his own Blade movie.
You can't just make your own
No,
Blade
he's
movie.
not.
Shut the fuck up.
I'll read it.
Shut the fuck up.
You gotta
Really?
read that one sounds great. Shut the fuck.
I gotta find it.
I thought he
He's
just
gonna
said
make
he
it
had like a
fucking-
cameo in there.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Gotta
It's not
give
gonna
me
be called
this.
Blade though. It's gonna be called like Saber. Can't be called Blade.
Our Blade on steroids. Wesley Snipes teases a new Blade-like project of his own. With Marvel currently developing a feature film that would bring Vampire Slayer Blade into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you may be wondering if we'll ever see the Wesley Snipes version of Blade on the screen again. Snipes has recently stated that he's at least open to appear in Marvel's Blade in some oh my god. Capacity, but it also sounds like he's working on a companion project of his own. Speaking with Up Rocks this week, Snipes teases what he's referring to as Blades on steroids. We think it's going to smoke all the Blade stuff. Snipes starts off the conversation, referring to what two different.
So petty.
He continues, we have two things. We have one which is a female action franchise, and also what we call our Blade Killer, our Blade on steroids.
Jesus Christ.
And we
This
set our
sounds like
characters.
shit.
And we set our characters in the world of shapeshifters and a little bit of time travel. But the action is going to be, well, we did white belt action in Blade. Now we're going to do black belt action. It's wonderful. It's wonderful what we did, but brother, we're so much better than we were then. So much better now than we were then, Snipes adds. And we got more tools. Some of the things that were innovative in the Blade franchise in the first film are now standard in the Marvel universe and all these other action movies. And the technology allows them to do a lot of things we couldn't do. Now give us the technology and we already got the skills and the flavor. It's poppin', baby. At this time, we have nothing further to report about either of these projects, but it sounds like Snipes isn't sitting it down.
Man, he's balls to the wall here.
Dude, that is just
I'm telling
So-
you.
man, that was sad to listen to.
So where?
It's
So
gonna
where?
be called Knife. It's called Knife.
So
And he's a werewolf that walks around in the day and he only transforms by the sun.
so where in the article does he
Called
claim that this new Blade movie is going to make enough money to pay his taxes?
It's popping, baby. It will. It's popping.
I was
baby.
just reading a Fango from January 2005 because I was trying to like get a feel for that year, and I'm gonna read them all. The funny thing is, in the one of the Blade Trinity was on the cover because it just came out in December 2004, and they talked in there about how Wesley Snipes was like really against the movie and was like pissed off and was like bad mouthing it, and I'm thinking like how
Oh, he
relevant
needs
that
tax
is
money.
now because now they're making a new Blade movie without
He'd
him.
love to be in Blade 4.
And he would love to be in Blade 4, but back then he was too good for it.
So this is like the whole
Demolition
Kane,
Man.
this is
Let
like
me
the
get a
whole
roll.
Kane Hodder thing again. You know, Kane Hodder not
Whoa.
getting asked back to play fucking
That
Jason.
was different. That was different.
They did it behind his back.
Yeah, they did that behind his back. He never badmouthed at all. Hell, he's in the worst ones.
Yep, he really is. I've been working my way through the
though-
box set, and I've been fucking watching these, going, "Fuck, dude." Oh my god, he definitely
he
is in the
best
worst.
Jason.
No, he's not.
Oh, he is to me.
Ugh.
I literally thought that fucking he was going to say, we have the technology, but unfortunately we do not have the money. That's why I'm asking
Yeah, I
you
know,
to
right?
donate.
Go
I
to my
really
go
thought
to
it-
my Indiegogo where I will never produce anything, but I need your money anyway.
Did you know a fun fact about Wesley Snipes is when he was going through all that tax trouble, he reached out to the UFC to do a fight, and they were going to do Joe Rogan. This was a serious in talks negotiation that they were going to do Joe Rogan versus Wesley Snipes in the
Shut
UFC.
the fuck up.
I swear, Joe Rogan
Rogan would have won.
Wesley
I
Snipes
think so.
is more dangerous than you think he is.
So is Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe Rogan's very dangerous. I know that.
Yeah, and
I'd have to
according
know
to
the time.
Joe, he thought he would murk him because like size difference. Apparently, Joe's bigger. I don't know.
Is
Uh,
he?
I don't know. I think Wesley Snipes is smaller than he appears in.
You know how they should
Ooh.
have sold that though? They should have not sold it like Wesley Snipes versus Joe Rogan. It should have been like Joe Rogan versus Nino Brown. That shit would have been fucking off the hook.
Oh, from Demolition Man.
No, from fucking New
Is that
Jack
who he
City.
is in that? Oh, from New Jack City. I didn't remember his name in that.
Yeah, that would have been fucking amazing.
Yeah, he can't fight New Jack City. He's just like a gangster.
No, that's the thing. That's what sells it, man. It's ridiculous.
Then
It'd be
Bill
abs-
Cobbs.
It'd be utterly
Bill
ridiculous.
Cobbs could have been in fucking Joe Rogan's corner. Bill
I
Cobbs.
mean,
at the end.
Joe Rogan's shorter than him.
I think Wesley Snipes would be
Yeah,
a tough
he
one to
definitely
fuck in
is.
real life, though, man.
He is. I thought he would be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much actual martial arts martial arts experience he has.
Always bet on black.
I think he has some though,
57.
man. I mean, honestly, I think he has some.
I'm betting on Wesley Snipes. I'm betting on Snipes.
I'm betting on Nino
I'll take
motherfucking Brown, man. Nino Brown.
Rogan has a
I'm
lot of
betting on
jiu-jitsu.
Snipes.
Jiu-jitsu
Yeah,
usually wins.
He got Pookie
Yeah, it
fucked
does,
up.
but I'm
He got
still betting
Pookie
on
fucked
Snipes.
up, man.
Yeah.
Dude, Snipes.
You know what they should do?
Pookie
Is
was
they
Chris
should
Rock.
do.
Pookie was Chris
They should
Rock,
do.
man.
They
Yep.
should do Marvel Zombies. That would be real cool.
They got to do that way down. That should be a TV series or an animated.
Honestly,
Remember,
dude,
dude,
I'm surprised they haven't even created that yet because the comics have been around for how long?
Yeah, and I heard that shit was dope.
Right.
It is crazy.
Marvel Zombies
It is
comic.
nuts.
Well, they're
Dude,
doing.
you know what happens in that comic?
I know the DC line has like the deceased figurines now and stuff, which it's kind of clever. It's kind of clever. I'm surprised that they haven't really developed that yet either into like.
But there's a bonkers scene in that Marvel Zombies when you know how like the whole planet zombies, all the heroes and everybody's zombies, and fucking Galactus comes down to eat the planet like he would like in the regular comic lines, and and he's like coming down to eat the planet, and all the fucking heroes just eat Galactus, and then they all get the power of cosmic, and they just start
God.
blasting each other. And
Oh,
shit.
Robert Kirkman wrote it. That makes sense.
Shit.
He wrote The Walking
nuts,
Dead.
though.
So
We
A
know.
bunch of zombies with
yes,
power of
I know.
cosmic.
I'm gonna have to pick those
Well-
up. I wonder if
Well,
they're.
I hear
They
that
canceled The Walking
little
Dead.
thing was pretty good though. The Marvel
So-
Zombies.
It's 5 issues.
Cool, man. So is that it for the news?
Yeah.
All right. So that is the news.
Fucking thing sucks!
All right. So moving along into a knowledge segment.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
And since tonight we are doing a category 3 show, you know, in the featured reviews and stuff, so I thought maybe I'd, you know, do a top 10. I was looking for a top 10 category 3 films list on the internet, on the interwaves, but could not find one. But I found a website called longlivethevoid.com, and they have a list called Category 3 Hong Kong Horror, 12 of the gnarliest horror films ever made. Now, if you were unfamiliar with what Category 3 means, it's basically just the third level in the rating system.
It's like Video Nasty, but in Hong Kong.
It's actually the 4th level.
Okay, sure. But anyways, it's part of the rating system. A lot of people always, when you hear the Category 3, people are like, holy fuck, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's literally just a system that was created for films that, to us, are about 18 and over. Right? It's like a rated R 18
Right,
over.
which is interesting. It's not necessarily like a Video Nasties, which is
No,
what it's
no,
often
no,
compared to.
it's
Video
for-
nasties would be banned
So basically,
the Video Nasties were banned films.
yeah.
These
So
are just,
Category
like,
3
or
was
confiscated.
NC-17.
Yeah, so Category 3 was basically just films for adults. But when you say adults, I don't mean just porno. I'm talking films that were for 18 plus. So you couldn't go to the theater if you were 18 or over. You couldn't rent them. You couldn't buy them, kind of thing. And they apparently really did police this shit in Hong Kong. So the film that actually started up the the Category 3 rating system was actually Man Behind the Sun. And I'm sure you guys all watch the documentary and stuff. And the thing I learned...
coming to 4K.
The thing I learned about that is I always knew that Men Behind the Sun was the film that created the Category 3 rating system. But what I didn't know about Man Behind the Sun is that it's actually not a Hong Kong produced film. And it's considered to be a Hong Kong exploitation classic and the one that started the whole thing and blah, blah, blah. It's actually a Chinese produced and shot film that premiered, in Hong Kong and stuff. And that's the film that got the attention of the rating board and hence category 3. So it's actually not a Hong Kong film.
Retroactively and put older films.
A lot
of the Shaw Brother movies made the category 3.
So the category 3 system came out, started in 1988. And you're right. Just like the Video Nasties where they took some of the older films and they kind of banned those and stuff. Well, category 3 started rating some of the past films and became category 3 films. And a lot of them started with, I'm not sure if Killer Snakes is actually part of, if it's a category 3 rated film now. But that's kind of where, the extreme level of Hong Kong cinema kind of started. Shi Shei Xiao, right? It's a big
difference with category 3 versus the Video Nasties type stuff is primarily none of the you're not gonna see Evil Dead on here or anything. It's primarily films from that country.
No, it's literally a Hong Kong rating system
Asian
for their movies. It's not even, these aren't banned films or nothing, and they're more adult orientated type films that came from Hong Kong. They were rating their films from Hong Kong.
There are films that aren't from Hong Kong on there as well.
Yeah,
it's just not as many as you would see.
Chinese mostly.
Right. It's mostly associated with the
also,
films of
not
Hong
all
Kong.
of them are highly violent or sexual. There usually are highly violent or sexual, but there's some that just have a subject matter of homosexuality that got thrown on category 3 because they thought the subject matter was too adult for anybody else or they didn't want other people seeing it. So that kind of stuff happened too.
Well, I think the reason why the homosexuality became part of the category 3 is because they were still, I think it was still illegal at the time when they came out with this. So it was a thing that they kind of joked about, but it was still extreme to the, the political ways and shit. So
Hong Kong's a super interesting country actually, because it's the only country that used to be British rule that was in better shape, and now it's in shittier shape that China owns it. It's the only country that gained got fucking, you know what I mean?
When was the handover again?
Now no longer is, and it's in worse shape.
When was the handover again? So they got taken over by the mainland.
97 or somewhere around there?
97, 98.
Late 90s.
And pretty much what happened in 97, 98. So this kind of category 3 boom. Most of the films that we know from between 88, 97, 98 are really, really popular and stuff. What happened was when Hong Kong got handed over to the mainland, basically what happened is China kind of took over the film industry and stuff, and it kind of killed the whole category 3. It killed the whole cinema in Hong Kong and stuff like that. And I thought that was really interesting and kind of sad, actually. Kind of sad that, they really stopped kind of making these type of films and stuff because, like I said, China kind of took over and started producing their own films and doing their own thing and stuff. And yeah, so they're very, very far in between. And I know Anthony Wong actually recently did one. They even talked about it in the documentary. I haven't seen it, but I think it came out in 2017 or 18 and stuff, which is crazy. So
what was it called? Sleeping Curse? That one came out a few years back.
I think it was Sleeping Curse. Yeah, something like that.
By Herb and Yao. Yeah, they teamed up again. Pretty decent movie, actually.
Right. So it's still cool that they're still coming out, but I mean, obviously the big boom of category type 3 films is really a thing of the past. But there is a lot of notable ones.
A lot of films released under the Tartan Asia Extreme line are technically category 3 films.
Right. Actually, watching that documentary was really interesting because there was a lot of movies I'd heard of, never seen. And the thing is with category 3 movies is that I was very interested in the early days of my YouTube career. I want to call it a career. I used to watch a lot of extreme videos and stuff and watch people talk about category 3 films. And what I learned from watching these movies is that is finding versions of the films that had English subtitles and that weren't bootlegs and stuff were actually quite hard to do, which I learned from watching other people's mistakes on YouTube. This is the reason why I haven't seen some of these movies, because what I learned is you needed to wait for a region 1 or region 2 that you knew was going to have English subtitles, and that you knew was going to be legit and stuff like that, and uncut. And that was the other thing. So some of these movies I've known about for years, but I've never seen because I was always afraid to go and buy something that didn't have English subtitles, because this has happened to me a few times over time. You learn your lesson, right? And I didn't want to spend $20-$30 on something and not have the subs, or it was not legit or whatever. So that was kind of the reason. So I kind of waited on these films in region 1 and stuff, and you know, and we're starting to get it. You know, we have a fair amount of these things released and stuff. So
Yeah, I'm hoping that like Unearthed can get a hold of some more too, because
Right.
I really liked what they did with that release.
They
Of,
announced a couple.
what about you,
They
Dave?
said they had a couple.
I know you're a little bit more fancy with, you know, importing. Like, I mean, I've imported. I mean, I do that shit all the time.
I have a handful. And there was a big time when I bought a bunch of these. So I have a bunch sitting on my shelf before they were harder to find.
Right.
I didn't get a chance to watch a lot of them, but it was something I was really interested in. So,
Okay.
like, I did watch a handful, and I've enjoyed every one of them. But, like, there was a company called, like, Tai Sing or, like, Fortune Star that would release a lot of these Asian films I grabbed. So, and there's some of these movies that have there's different versions. Like, Her Vengeance is technically a Category 2B film, but I think there was originally a Category 3 version, or at one point it was Category 3. But, I mean, yeah, these movies are pretty wild and crazy. So, like, I mean, it was hard to import them. I'm not going to lie. And stuff like Dr. Lamb, I never watched because I didn't know if my version was uncut or not.
Okay,
And
so
that's a
don't you
big
hate
one
that?
That's the reason why I've never seen Dr. Lamb before, because I was always afraid to I always wanted to import it, but I would never trust the descriptions saying that it had English subs or that it was uncut, right? So I just said fuck
Now
it.
it's easy.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So I'm like, I don't know. So I was kind of waiting for the region ones, which obviously can have the subtitles and stuff. But okay, cool. So this list isn't ranked.
Did anybody watch, real quick, did anybody watch the Blue? I thought one of you guys said you watched the Blue Jean Monster from 91.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a 91.
How is that?
Fun movie.
It's fun.
It's a fun movie. Yeah, it's for an action piece,
Yeah.
but it's violent, but not extremely sexual or anything.
No, it's just a fun one. Yeah, I really enjoyed it actually. So
I'd
this
put it more in lines with something like RoboCop than, you know, anything.
Right. Okay, so this list, the 12 of the gnarliest horror movies ever made. This is basically done in chronological order. In the first few
The
films,
gnarliest.
the gnarliest horror movies ever made. So the way they
I
did
think
this,
gnarly is a good description for these, though.
I
I
agree.
guess.
so they didn't rank these. They did them in chronological order, starting with Category 3 rating system, which some of these films are now categorized as Category 3 films. So we're gonna be in dates. So from 1983, we got Devil Fetus, a film I've known about forever. I've never seen this one because I was always afraid to find a copy that didn't have English subs or uncut and stuff. I know you've seen this one before, right? Devil Fetus.
No, I have the Fortune Star DVD though.
Okay, so does
What
it have
DVD
English?
don't you have?
Does it have
lot.
English subs or is it uncut and shit? Because I
the
never
Fortune Stars usually have subs.
Okay. I never believed descriptions, man, when it came to these type of films, man. I just never did. I was always afraid to.
See,
There's
like,
a sequel to that one too, isn't there? Isn't there one called Devil of Rape, which is technically a sequel to that, or is this a sequel to that one? I think there's two of these.
I'm actually not sure. About that.
See, I have a few titles in my collection, like, that are from other countries. Like, I have a Chinese DVD of Battle Royale, and it's so weird with those because the subs, you can just tell they're not translated right, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I always just avoided those as well from other countries, just because, like, you don't really have the faith that their subs are going to be accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could just tell that's like the sentences don't make sense for English. You
Right.
know what I mean?
I don't know what it is,
some
man.
of those countries though.
But like certain countries like Italy and like Germany, like all those places I have no problem. But I always felt with like the Asian films, I always felt like there was more releases being released without subs and shit like that. I don't know. That's just the consensus I was getting.
Or just
releases.
Yeah, in black market, and I was just getting that consensus from all these, these collectors of Category 3. Because I used to watch this one dude's channel. I can't remember what the fuck his name is right now. It's on the tip of my tongue, but he used to have like a Category 3 collection, and he would collect everything. And he was like, "Yeah, this one's cool, but it doesn't have English subs."
You're talking about 42nd Street Forever?
No, I don't think that's the one. It was a dude's name. It was like Johnny something or whatever. I can't remember. But this guy used to have, and he show off his Category 3 collection, and he'd go through and he's like, "This is awesome." He's like, "This one right here unfortunately doesn't have English subs," and I thought it did, and I was like, "Oh fuck, here we go." Right, so it kind of turned me off from buying shit.
English subs now though on the
Well,
internet.
you got to remember,
you can just upload your movie and then find the subs for it on your computer.
well,
It'd be
that's the
pretty
thing.
easy.
I mean, this is
now.
like 2013, 14. Kind of watching these type of videos and stuff, right? So I knew about all these movies, but I was very sketchy about importing and just getting bunk copies because I've had it happen 5 or 6 times. Levite is one thing. I remember buying a copy on DVD before it was on Blu-ray, and the description said English subs, and it came no English subs. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I don't want to watch this movie without English subs. It's fucking stupid.
I'm hoping that now, you know, we just saw like over the past like decade, we've seen so much Italian cinema get released. Maybe it's time to start seeing some of this Hong Kong cinema get like editions.
That's what
I would
happened.
like that.
But you know what, man?
We're
88 films on the Shaw Brothers line.
And 10 years ago they were.
There's a lot of films on this list that
for.
Shaw Brothers or 88 Films is released on the Shaw Brothers list and stuff like that. So
right.
All right. So
yeah, this movie sounds cool though. A woman buys an antique vase which contains a demon that is that unleashed and caused mayhem and take possession of people it encounters. That sounds Asian for one, but it also sounds dope.
I've heard this movie's awesome from a lot of people. So yeah, that one's from 1983, and then we got Seeding of a Ghost, also from 1983. This is a Shaw Brothers film that was released by 88 Films on the Shaw Brothers line. It's a fantastic fucking movie. Dave, have you seen this one?
Yeah.
No, I went to buy the Blu-ray just a couple days ago, and it's out of stock right now.
Oh yeah, so I've got the whole Shaw Brothers line, which I highly recommend for people that are into that type of cinema.
Blu-ray?
Yeah, the 88 Film Shaw Brothers line.
Wait, this is another Taxi Driver one?
They mix it up, man. It's like horror. It started out being horror, and then it went into like, you know, more martial arts and stuff, and it kind of goes back and forth. But this is one of the releases. It's such a phenomenal line. But Seeding of a Ghost, awesome. Amazing.
Yeah, it sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Heard good things.
Another one that I always heard that was hard to find with subtitles, and it was always fucking releases were always whatever. And that's Centipede Horror from 1984. Do you know this one, Dave?
Yeah, I know of it, but I've never seen it.
Okay.
It looks very gross, though.
Yeah, I've heard this one is just batshit, man, like crazy shit. But I've heard from many people that there's a lot of fucked up releases out there, some without subtitles, some that are cut. Well, and I'm like,
don't buy any right now because I think that's got to get a release.
Check out this description, yo. A crazed evil wizard uses his powers to take revenge on a beautiful woman by making them vomit up live centipedes.
Yep.
Which sounds like Queen of Black Magic. Huh?
And
proceed to eat their victims.
It does sound like Queen of Black Magic.
All those
we missed that one on 82.
Right.
See, we cover entire years and still miss some stuff out there.
Well, if I would have been on those shows, you definitely know I would have picked those up.
Well, this is 84. We haven't done 84.
It says 82 on IMDb.
Well, whatever. This says 84 on here, so I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, a Hong Kong. Well, they're probably using the U.S. release dates or something because it's 82 in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I'm just reading off here. I'm not going to try and double check this. Okay, so yeah, Centipede Horror definitely sounds a little bit gnarly, as the description most politely says. Moving into 1986 with The Seventh Curse, another one that I have heard a lot of things about I've never seen before. Dave, have you seen this one?
Missed that one too, 86.
Another one I have that I have not watched, Fortune Star, another release. I bought like 20 Fortune Star releases like 15 years ago.
I think we need a volume 3.
We should just do it till we're done.
Dude, I suggest us doing
thank you.
Nothing but fucking category.
You.
Are you kidding me?
What's wrong with you, boy?
He didn't like these. Okay.
Were you watching these movies going, I think Jeremy's going to like these?
Yes. I don't see why not.
Dude,
I didn't hate them, but every time I watch a Hong Kong movie, I feel like my head's going to explode because they talk so goddamn fucking fast.
That's a different show.
Dude, if you went to a prestigious fucking college and
I don't
you can't read
watch
subtitles.
People fucking watch. I didn't say I could read
Dude, you
subtitles.
love French Extreme. These
Dude,
movies
it's
are
not
all
that hard to
French
read, man.
I didn't say anything about reading. I didn't say the subtitles went too fast. I say they talk so fucking fast.
But what does that have to do with reading? Like, that has everything to do with subtitles, doesn't it? They're talking too fast, and that's ruining the film for you. I don't know. All right, so
I just don't vomiting up centipedes. I mean,
how do you know?
I guess.
All right, so moving into
you might get a strange erection during it.
Jeremy, pervert card revoked.
Yeah, you're no pervert. You're no pervert at all.
Okay,
so moving into the year and the film that created the category 3 rating, and that is Men Behind the Sun. Has anyone here seen the movie? I've seen it before.
Yes. I've seen it I think I've seen it a couple times.
I remember there was a dude on YouTube who gave away a Man Behind the Sun box set.
I have that box set.
Yeah, I've never seen the sequels.
And I won something, and I didn't know what anything was, so I was like, just give me that. And then he sent me Nico the Impaler, and it didn't have a disc in. it didn't have a disc in the thing, but it
no,
was sealed.
I've seen all 4 of the Men Behind the Suns. The first one is an excellent movie. It's a rare movie that's like exploitative to a lot of people, but also a great war film. And then 2 and 3 are by Godfrey Ho, so they're cheesy exploitation movies, kind of gross though. And then the 4th one's the same, Black Sun, the Naking Massacre, same director of the first one, and it's really fucked up. It's one of the most fucked up war movies I've ever seen in my life.
Which
I'm going to spoil one
one,
scene.
you said?
It's like one of the only
first and the
unearthed
fourth
films
one are both incredibly fucked up.
releases I don't have.
I'm going to
Actually,
spoil a
never picked that
scene
one up.
for you just because I want to tell you how fucked up it is. Somebody literally sticks a bayonet in a pregnant woman's stomach and pulls a baby off on it, and it's not
Jesus
done cheap. It's not
Christ.
done like in a joke way. It's a war film. It's fucking
Yeah.
brutal. I was
Right.
like, what the fuck?
So what?
They're-
These are just like the atrocity of war type
Well,
movies.
Men Behind the
It's a true
Sun.
story from
Men-
Men Behind the Sun.
Yeah, Men Behind the Sun is pretty much a fucking propaganda film, really, made by the Chinese. I mean, it made sense because, you know, it's basically about the Japanese that gathered up Chinese soldiers and Russian soldiers and shit and
Union
tortured, and
731.
they did a lot
Oh,
of
no
they did
shit.
a bunch of fucked up things to them. But the film is
where
notorious
was
because
China during World War II?
because they,
Where
Well, they were being tortured by Japan because how
Oh,
Italy,
Those fuckers.
you know, and Germany. Yeah.
yeah,
yeah, I
well,
didn't know
same.
where they fall in.
the
terms of-
movie's notorious
side.
for obviously showing the real life atrocities and stuff, but it's also notorious for even showing I think the child autopsy and stuff. They used a real body, right? Basically, well, they talk about it even in the
I believe
documentary
that's
too.
the rumor.
Yeah, I
I think
heard
it is
about
true.
Yeah, they even talked about it in the documentary, but I think that was
Well,
kind
we'll
of
be
the
able to
consensus
see it
about
in
it.
4K, so we're going to be able to see that shit.
I mean, to me, it
4K,
looked
so-
pretty damn fucking real. So, I mean, you know, it's kind of crazy. But
Did you watch the doc, Jeremy?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, I thought the documentary
really
was actually
good.
quite informative, man. I learned a lot of stuff. So,
Dude, for a special feature, come on.
Yeah,
Well,
they
it's
did-
awesome.
they
For a special
did a good
feature,
job.
yeah, I think it
That
was
should
released.
have its own release.
It actually was
I
released a
listened
couple
to
years
the
ago.
Art Editor and Bruce Holchak commentary too, which I loved, and I listened to some of the Herman Yao commentary.
Nice. That's a director,
Cool.
right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so
All right, what's next?
Next up is a film that I'm pretty sure we all love, and we've actually covered on this, and I'm pretty sure it made some of our 91 lists, which it's not horror. And that's Ricky-O, The Story of Ricky. Absolute blast.
Love it.
Exploitation film. I
Awesome.
mean, what can I say,
Dude,
man? It's just a
Ricky-O
fucking
is so
blast.
fun.
We never did our extended list, but it's on my extended list.
It is on my extended
number-
list.
It's
See, I
my
was the
number
one that
11,
had it in
and I
my
didn't
top
put it
10.
because it's not a horror.
Because didn't I say that? I was like, fuck it. I don't care if it's not horror.
I had it as a 9 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10 for me.
Right, it's me
Yeah, I
too,
love
dude.
Ricky-O.
It's so fucking fun, man.
It's great.
So yeah, from 91, and then coming in 1992 is the film I've been dying to see so fucking much. I've heard nothing but good things. I've seen so many YouTubers and people talk about Dr. Lamb. And I wanted to see it. This is another film I think is based on... Is this one based on a true story too? The serial killer? Yeah, I think it's based on the
think
real...
It's allegedly based on a true story.
Yeah.
This is the one that inspired Untold Story to get made. This is the one, I think, so that kind of kickstarted that fucking people eating people in restaurant shit, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and the Untold Story is actually based on a real life case too.
Real murder.
Yeah, a guy who actually killed 10 people in a fucking restaurant. So, yeah, so Dr. Lamb apparently is nuts. It's fucking just crazy. Great performances, and they really talk.
I mean, the
Danny
cover
Legion that
shows
one, too?
a guy with a chainsaw and 3 scantily clad women cowering in a corner.
right.
5 stars. 10 stars right there.
But it
Oh,
just
and
it just
also
looks amazing.
A
Like
silhouette of a guy holding a X-Acto knife in his hand. So I mean, you know,
right.
Perfect.
yeah.
Yeah, I hope that
It's
one
got to
gets
get a release.
Oh,
It is.
Me too. I wanted to import this one so many times, but I was never sure if I was. And the first thing I always hear when people talk about Dr. Lamb, make sure you get it uncut. Like, it's a big thing. So, okay.
I
So
would love to own my own fucking releasing company and just track down these bitches.
absolutely,
Yeah, for sure.
absolutely. All right. So coming into the glorious year of 1993 is the 8 Immortals restaurant, The Untold Story. And yeah, so The Untold Story is based on the real life 8 Immortals restaurant where the real murders happen. So kind of cool. I never knew that was actually like the full title of it. I always knew it as The Untold Story.
I didn't know that either.
There's another Bun Man, too. They call it Bun Man, right?
Oh, that makes
Bun
sense.
Man.
Yeah.
got all-
The pork
Yeah, the
buns.
They
pork
got
buns.
alternate names and shit.
I
Bun
fucking
Man, yeah.
dude, I love pork buns, but after watching this,
I've
shit,
never
you're
had
just-
one, but
Oh,
this movie made me want to have one.
Pork buns are great, man. They make one of the funniest
Yeah, pork
jokes in it
buns
too.
are
They're like, you never know. I don't eat those things. You never know what's in them. Fucking hilarious, man. Such a funny
Danny
fucking
Least
joke.
does it, yeah.
Such a fucking funny joke. Moving into 1994 is Red to Kill, which we've covered, and I never
Love
thought.
it.
You didn't? Were you here for that?
No,
No, but I love it.
Boots wasn't there either. It was just me
Yeah.
and JP.
You watched it, but I don't think you were on the show with
Oh,
us.
I definitely watched the movie. Definitely watched it, but I,
Yeah,
I
that,
never.
that one was fun to talk about too, Jeremy. Remember? See, you like these movies.
Is that the one with all the slow people getting raped?
Jesus
That movie's so
Christ.
tasteless.
It is a very.
The end
Yeah.
scene
It
is
is
so
tasteless
tasteless.
as hell.
But you know the thing about the
Yeah.
movie, I never realized until they were talking about it in the documentary how it's like, it's basically a huge kind of political piece, right? Red to Kill. This rapist basically goes and rapes when he sees the color red and shit like that, and it was basically kind of a propaganda film against, the Japanese again.
Communism.
It was
That or communism red, right? China, Russia.
stuff like that, but I
probably.
think they were referring to
And
like the
Hong
Japanese
Kong.
red too, yeah. So
Yeah.
they talk about it in the
Lot of red.
documentary, and I was like, oh, I never really thought of that,
There's-
but yeah.
Does this one have a release?
It has a DVD I have, but it's long out of print.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Unearth.
I wish you'd watch these because I'd like to know if those things have English subs, man. But you said that company usually
do.
does. Yeah. Okay. All right. So
Red to Kill has English subs.
yeah, I'm on the DVD release.
Yeah, the one I have has
Cool.
English subs.
All right. So moving into 1996 is Ebola Syndrome, of course, and I believe Unearth is actually putting
course.
out the Blu-ray of this, aren't they? Eventually.
Yeah, that's
so
what I heard.
No, they're not.
No? What?
oh, they're not.
Who said that?
That's what we were talking about. Somebody in a chat.
Mm-mm.
I mean, there's a 4K master of it clearly.
There
so-
is.
Somebody's putting it out.
Yeah, there's like a
If it's
fucking
not
master
them,
out
it's-
there of it. So
It's like, if it's not them, maybe I don't even know. Arrow is the only other person I think.
I
might.
saw it getting announced in another country. It was getting a Blu-ray
oh, okay.
in France or some shit.
Yeah, fuck that.
Either way,
Yeah, don't
I never
import it.
actually
They'll
watched
get
the
a release.
download. I just watched my DVD of this, so I don't know. I'm
Do
sure.
you know something we don't know, Dave?
I just know On Earth mentioned they had two of them. They mentioned two movies. They were talking about a couple of them, and one wasn't Ebola Syndrome.
Okay, so maybe I'm just mistaken. I don't know. All right. Anyways, I'm sure it's coming out.
People
somewhere.
are speculating, but it's probably Sam, and Sam's speculates shit all
No,
the
it
time.
wasn't.
Sam's
It
wrong.
wasn't
Fucking
Sam that said
moron.
it. It wasn't
I will-
Sam.
Sam's 75% of speculate shit, and he's wrong.
No, I never.
But I
was
will,
Sam.
tell you, I will tell you this though: the fact that there's a 4K transfer that Jeremy watched means that it's coming somewhere here.
On
Yeah, I
iTunes,
agree, I agree.
so-
I watched it too, Jeremy. I bought
It
it.
looks great.
Right when I saw it, I bought it. I didn't know that you could get Apple TV on your Amazon Prime.
Looks great, doesn't it?
It looked pretty good
Yeah.
in comparison to the DVD for sure.
Yeah, the DVD. I watch my DVD because whatever it is, what it is.
Which
but-
No, it doesn't
DVD
look-
do you guys have?
The Discotheque.
Probably, yep.
That's the one I have. Is that the good one?
That's the out of
It's
print.
red.
Yeah, that's the good
Red?
one. Yeah, the transfer's not
Yeah,
bad.
that's one.
It is what it is. It's DVD.
No, it's fine.
All right, so that was 96. Moving into 2001 is another one I've always wanted to check out because the name alone is just screams Cat 3. It really does. And that's Human Pork Chop. Fucking amazing.
Again, I have it.
I just love this.
Never watched it.
See, again, based on a true story, a group of men kidnap a prostitute and proceed to abuse and rape and murder and mutilate her. Enough. Right? Come on. Based on a true
What
story.
a classy description.
Yeah. So yeah, it's 2001. Moving into 2004 is another one that I fucking dude. Every time I watch this, the sound effects absolutely make me fucking gag. It's so disgusting. And that's 2004's Dumplings. Oh my god.
I
It's,
never watched it.
if you ever
I've heard that movie's pretty fucking.
Oh.
Wait, that was a short, right?
well,
No,
that's
it's a
On Three
feature length too.
Extremes.
it's a feature length as a feature.
Yeah,
if you
sure.
get the double
no,
disc
I
of
know that. I'm saying it was a short before it became a feature.
yeah, it's in 3 Extremes. It's one of the 3 shorts in 3 Extremes. But if you get the special edition, it actually comes with the full length Dumplings. Oh my god.
On a separate disc. I bought that just to get that recently. I realized I had the single disc, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Fuck, I need
Yeah.
this 2 disc because
I
I
would-
want
I'm
dumplings."
pretty
So I bought it.
It's fantastic. It's just a gross idea and like, but it is what it is. I don't want to get into it, but it's definitely worth watching. Let's just say there's a lot of fetuses being eaten.
That sounds
Did
hot.
anybody watch Election from 2005?
I have those, but I didn't watch it. That's not a
It's
horror
on-
movie. Those are like Yakuza
I know
movies, aren't they?
it's considered a thriller. I just figured
There's 3 of them.
Yeah,
2005.
There's
yeah.
Election,
I knew about
Triad
Election.
Election, and another one too, right?
Election too.
Kino put out the triple pack on Blu-ray, I think.
I have it. I have the Blu-ray set.
I have it in my cart because it reminded me on the fucking documentary. I was like, oh, dude, I need to fucking grab those because I remember it being actually quite cheap for. But is it only on one disc?
I don't know. I don't. Felt heavier. I'll have to look at it.
It's 3 movies, so
Felt heavier.
but it's really cheap though. It's really cheap, so yeah, I might grab that. Those movies look crazy. So, but anyways, yeah, that's the 12 gnarliest.
Dumplings
ever
was the
made.
last one.
Yeah, that's what they went up to. So, yeah, Dumplings 2004.
What about Dream Home? Surprised they didn't do Dream Home.
Yeah, I
Is that
mean,
one?
yeah, and this list was done in 2019 also, so Dream Home would be another one. Yeah, for sure.
What
Dream
year is
Home's
Dream
great.
Home?
That's IFC Midnight. It's a good movie.
What year is it?
Dream Home came out in what 2009,
10, 12, 14, somewhere
yeah,
around there.
yeah. It's like I'm
Yeah, I
thinking
think it was
9, 10, 9, 10 or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even see it on the
I
list
remember.
Dream Home is fucking phenomenal, man. That's a great
Yeah,
film.
Dream Home was great.
of category films.
Oh, it's got bad shit violence in it, man.
There's dozens of lists. What list are you on?
Wikipedia.
Oh, there's
I mean,
movies
those
that
are
are
probably
listed.
all in the heyday. Is that they probably list?
It
88
goes up to
97.
2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Revenge, a love story.
I noticed
from
that there was a
2010.
few missing that they
Dream
even
Home might
talked
have an
about.
alternate name too.
Yeah, possible.
There was a few missing
Yeah, but
on that
they're
list that are
still,
actually.
they're still making them.
Mhm.
The rating system's still intact.
There's a few that were
It's
missing
cool,
from
though,
that
man.
list.
I don't know, like I've seen it. Like I didn't realize that like 3 Extremes, 1 and 2 were on there. So I've seen those, and then like Ricky O, and then these 3. Like everything I've seen, I've pretty much liked.
Really though, like to get that look and that feel, I feel like it has to be made from like 1988 to like 1998.
Yeah.
88 to 98.
90, maybe 2000.
Yeah, then I feel like it's over because Hong Kong changed completely.
Man, Hong Kong cinema in general, though, man, like all the fucking Jackie Chan films from the 70s and 80s and shit, and like the John Woo films and shit from Hong Kong, like the cinema from there is just, they have so much fucking amazing shit, dude. Like,
They all have like a really
Crazy stuff.
interesting feel to them too, and I think it has something to do with the lighting. When I was
Yeah.
thinking about it, I think they use a really bright lighting.
I like how it looks.
Me
I've
too.
always liked it.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Asian films from Japanese films. Like, they all have a look to them. I was like, you could, like, I said that movie Id. I was like, you could tell me this is from 77, 87, 97, 2007, and I'd believe you. I don't know why, but I would.
right.
They got a weird look.
Yeah, they definitely look a lot older than they actually are, right? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I like that, so.
It's a good thing for me.
It is a good thing for me too. I like that look too. I mean, it's better than the fucking, the 99 to like 2005, 6 DV look and shit, man. Ugh.
The worst
Oh,
look of
yeah.
all time.
DV is the fucking
You
worst.
remaster it.
It's like people. It's
You
like,
remaster it on Blu-ray and it looks like dog shit. It's all jittery.
it is that thing, man. It's like you're watching these movies thinking they're fucking shot on video, but it's like no, it's like that in between video and digital. It's fucking garbage, man. They just look
Talking
terrible.
about 2005 movies.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And they make the
I
editing
know,
really
man.
dog shit.
2005
There's
is the
definitely,
ugliest fucking year ever. And everything's already is still in like, DVD and stuff. There's very little films that are actually on Blu-ray except for the bigger titles like Amityville Horror and blah blah blah. It's a very nasty year. All the low budget shit was shot like that. It's kind of a shame. And
And
actually
the
one
editing is crazy too, so it makes it worse.
thing I will say
It's
though,
all cut,
Chaos,
cutty.
I could not fucking believe the transfer on the Blu-ray of that, man. Cuz compared to the DVD, I was like, "Holy shit." Like that shit is crazy
Of
good.
what
man.
is it?
Of Chaos.
Chaos.
Oh,
Dude, the
You're
fucking
cutting out of it.
JP, you'll like it. Yeah, I think you'll like it. It's cheap, but it's dirty. I think you'll
Well,
like it.
I have been a pervert card holding member for quite a long time.
In at least 10 years.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to print them pervert cards out soon.
We're really making pervert cards. They're
I'm really going
dangerous.
to make them, and I'll send them out to all the patrons and then my patrons.
I could
If
give
wanna-
you the. We can put the 22 Shots logo somewhere on there. I have a copy
do
of
that.
it. I can send you.
officially licensed pervert card.
Put it in
Yeah.
your wallet.
I'm the president, though. I am the president of the pervert card. I'm going to put it in my
Well,
wallet.
JP is the vice president of the Taylor Swift fan club, so he can't already be the vice president of that.
He's the vice president. Who's the president?
I can be treasurer.
Who's the
No,
president?
Jeremy might need to be treasurer.
No, he's the JP's the vice president of the Taylor Swift fan club. We know who the president is.
I want to hear someone say it. I want to hear someone say it.
Mm-mm.
No one's willing to fucking see. You guys are a bunch of fucking pussy pansies.
What are you talking about?
Well, because I made a joke about him a couple episodes ago, and you're like, oh, stop.
Yeah, because you're opening up old shit. It's over.
But I'm not afraid to say it.
Philip's a nice young man.
Loves Taylor Swift.
He's young.
Right. Okay.
But we want pervert cards.
Pervert cards.
All right, so that is what I have for knowledge. Anybody else have some shit on Cat 3?
Well, I just want to say that thank you to Zaza for picking this show. This was one of her picks. She also gave us the Rec show a while back. What else did she? She gave us something.
That's it.
She has good taste.
Yeah, she said she had some ideas for upcoming shows, but she'll, kind of space them out. And I think that her head is in the right place because she was telling me some ideas and stuff like that, I think. And this I think this was what this platform you can do with it as
I don't want to influence Zaza at all.
More Asian films.
But if you want to continue down this Category 3 road, sign a motherfucker up. You know what I'm saying?
Not before Universal.
No. I'm down with doing Category 3 Part 2 next week.
Me too.
Shall we call
I
it
wish you
Category
guys
4?
wouldn't have done Red to Kill. I wish you wouldn't have, because the next great show would have been Red to Kill, Run to Kill, and Love to Kill.
We can do Red to Kill. There's
Right.
only me and Jeremy on.
No, you got to do this one. Red to Kill, Run to Kill, Love to Kill. And Anthony Wong's in 2 of my things. That's such a great pick.
That is
Red to Kill, Run to Kill, and Love to Kill.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm totally down for more Cat 3, dude.
Absolutely. Okay, so those
are erotic too.
That is knowledge.
For those listeners who didn't feel that, we just had another one, baby.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Moods, it's your boy, the ill-mannered Funky Child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. Alrighty, so moving into the featured reviews here on episode 206. And this is a Patreon pick coming from the homegirl Zaza, who always does a good job with the picks. And that is, of course, Category 3. I guess we'll probably label this Volume 1, probably. What we'll do.
Oh, yeah,
of 100.
Definitely going to be
Volume 1 of 100.
Yeah. All right.
At first, I kind of wish we did Untold Story 1, 2, and 3 just for, like, convenience sake. But since we are doing multiple volumes of this, hopefully, I'm sure we could do the third one somewhere in there. Because
that one's not going to be a priority, trust me.
Right. I hear that it's not that great. But at the same time,
it's more of an OCD thing with myself. Just to do the Untold trilogy, we could have just done that Category 3 Untold Story trilogy kind of thing. And then, not to say that I didn't want to do Ebola Syndrome, but, down the road.
But we got Ebola Syndrome in here. It's a Herbert Yao one, so there's 2 Yaos in
But
here.
I mean...
Yeah, Ebola Syndrome is actually a title that we've talked about before. I mean, it was part of the 96 show.
Oh, it was in my top 10 of 96.
It made... Yeah, you told me that I was lame because I didn't have it in my top 10. You told me that.
Probably, yeah.
You didn't have it in your top 10?
And I probably told you lame. I probably told you that you were lame because you had Scream at number 1, and it wasn't the Frighteners.
Well,
my number 1 didn't even make his top 10.
List. It was From Dusk Till Dawn, 96?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was
That's the correct number one.
From Dusk Till Dawn was my second favorite.
Dusk Till Dawn would be my number 2.
Yeah, The Frighteners is bonafide my number 1. It's my favorite film.
But
here,
actually, Ebola Syndrome came in higher than Stendhal Syndrome for me. I had syndromes back to back. I had 7 and 6 were both syndromes.
Wow. So yeah, for tonight's show, Untold Story 1, 2, and Ebola Syndrome. I mean, it's not an official trilogy, but you could probably call this like the Rotten Restaurant fucking trilogy, really.
Yeah, let's cut people up and make them into food trilogy.
Really?
We could actually do a Rotten Restaurant Part 2 because there's bloody buns and human pork chops.
Yeah.
This is a subcategory within the Cat 3 of people fucking somehow eating people in a restaurant. It's a fucking thing there. It's a big thing.
Didn't realize I was a big fan of movies set in restaurants until I watched this.
When I was watching Ebola Syndrome again last night, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, Jeremy must think that all these category 3s are just fucking, people being ground up and served to the public.
Just restaurants.
Right? They're just the same stuff. Like, the storylines are very similar, right? Like, it's kind of funny, but...
Yeah.
What's that guy who goes to restaurant and saves restaurants? He needs to come to that Untold Story. Yeah, he needs to go to the Eight Immortals restaurant and fucking get killed by Anthony.
It actually makes sense when you think about it, because food and cuisine is like really big part of a lot of Asian cultures.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's a lot of people that run businesses like that. And they live in
right. Yeah.
But they do. They do the fucking greatest joke. Like I mentioned before about I don't eat the pork buns. You never know what's in them. But that's always been a fucking joke with pork buns, right? I love that. Same with dumplings. Kind of the same
That's
thing.
That's what we
right?
say about McDonald's.
Well,
this was actually co-directed by Danny Lee too. It was Herman Yao and Danny Lee, and Danny Lee is the main detective in this. He's like the chief. Danny Lee was in a slew of these movies, right? He was in a slew of Hong Kong movies, and he always played an action hero. He always played like a hero cop. Yeah. And in this movie, he did not want to play a crooked cop because he was worried about ruining the image of Hong Kong cops. And Herman Yao had to convince him that you're not a Hong Kong cop in this. You're a cop from a different place, so don't worry about it. And
right.
He was like,
you're just gonna fuck a lot of chicks.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I love the cops in this movie, man.
And of course, this one is starring Anthony Wong, who is just legendary and probably one of the most, going back to the documentary that we mentioned before, hearing Anthony Wong talk about his career and the films that he's done, he is crazy. I don't know if he's just kind of like playing it down or whatever, but he's not. It doesn't seem like
he doesn't like these movies.
He doesn't like. Yeah, it's crazy. Like he said when he was doing this film, he didn't like it, and he still doesn't really like it and stuff. And like, it's kind of interesting, because these are the films that really kind of put him into where he is and stuff. But he's just, I think he thinks that he's better than he is. And don't get me wrong, he's a great actor. He really is a great actor. But these are kind of what made him who Anthony Wong is. But he doesn't really seem to have a great appreciation for him. Until I think it was
classically trained actor.
Well, that's the thing. Until it was brought to his attention that he's like, because even up to a point, like in the 2000s and stuff, he didn't realize that he was like this huge cult actor and like people had mad respect for him and stuff. And, people wanted more Anthony Wong type of shit and stuff until someone mentioned it to him. Like, no, dude, you're fucking huge, man. Like, I don't think you realize who you are. Right. It's kind of one of those type of,
I got to be honest. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
His performance in this movie is probably
amazing.
My second favorite serial killer performance after Henry Lee Lucas in Henry. It is by far one of the best characters.
Yeah.
He legitimately seems like a real life asshole criminal. And the glasses. Like it's that one piece of like thing that turns an actor. When you put that thing, you get that one like prop. It just flips and that switch.
But like the one thing that like makes him like when he's running away from the cops and he's going to the docks, it's like that's just such a serial killer asshole thing to do. Like, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just gonna dump all these dead people in the trash.
Such a sociopath, man. He never takes responsibility for anything. And always like, they shouldn't have said that. You dumb fuck. Look what you did. Now your kid's dead. Like he's blaming him. The
thing that I really take into consideration now after watching the documentary and hear him talk about this movie and how he didn't like the script, he didn't like doing the role and stuff. It didn't really matter when he was actually performing because he did it to a top level to the point where he actually won an award for this, right? Which is actually fucking crazy.
He won a big award.
He won basically an Academy Award for this film, and he even to this day still doesn't like and shit. But that's where Anthony Wong is coming from. This guy literally takes his shit super serious. right? He didn't like
Well,
the
he's
script.
been nominated for a shit ton of awards at the Hong Kong Awards Festival things throughout his entire career.
But my point
all the way
is,
up until 2019, in which he won Best Actor for Still Human.
Yeah. But my point is, though, like, he read the script and didn't like it, and he still did this type of performance, which is absolutely amazing. That really just blows my mind. Right? It's crazy. Like, most people wouldn't put that effort into it. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but he still put the effort into it.
Or do you think it could have something to do with the way that critics are towards these type of movies?
I think it's because he was classically trained as an actor. He felt like this was a downgrade in his acting skills and stuff. And he even mentions it in the interview on the documentary. He's like, I basically used the anger that I had because what had happened. Okay, let's give a little bit of a backstory. If you haven't seen the documentary, he signs this contract with this production company before he has any scripts. So he's obligated to do a bunch of films. This is the first
like
script.
back in the day.
Yeah, so he gets...
Yeah, they used to lock up actors like back in the day.
So
for
basically...
multi-picture deals.
So basically what happens is he gets locked in this contract. They give him the script for this Untold Story movie, and he's like, fuck. Now I have to do this. So basically what happened was he mentions it in the documentary. He says, I used my anger that was coming from being obligated to this contract and reading the shitty script, and I put that anger into the film. And, but he's also classically trained, so he understands he still needs performance stuff, but he used all those variables, and this is what came of it and stuff. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like, it was blowing my mind hearing him talk about this shit. I was like, that's fucking crazy. I really could have just watched a whole documentary hearing an interview with Anthony Wong. I didn't realize he could speak English as well as he could. Fucking crazy. Like, it kind of blew my mind too. But
he speaks like the Queen's English too. He probably speaks 3 or 4 languages.
Well, yeah, he speaks English, like England English.
Other countries are pretty intelligent.
See, what I liked about this movie is that even though it's so gross and despicable and crazy, it's fucking hilarious too, man. I was dying laughing at some points.
It's
of this
a dark
movie.
ass
It's
comedy.
Hilarious.
It's a dark ass comedy beyond.
Like the cops are just like
they all have
fucking
comedic
hilarious.
elements to them.
Like when the fucking lady cop comes up all dressed up and all the other cops. All the other cops.
Okay, so
like,
even that would never fly today.
No.
How the police officers are talking about the hot girls and shit.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it's okay, but okay, let's get into a quick little synopsis here. And shit, man, I can't even really pronounce the name of the place, but it's Maku. I don't know, Machu. Cops begin to suspect a man running a pork buns restaurant of murder after tracing the origin of a case full of chopped up human remains that washed ashore.
Macau.
It is Macau.
Is it Macau? Okay.
It's Macau.
Okay,
Yeah,
washed ashore.
Right when I heard it, yeah.
Which leads them to him. So, yeah, essentially this movie starts out with Anthony Wong's character. And it shows him like just fucking tearing somebody up and burning them alive and stuff like that. And I think it's supposed to take place in 1986, I think that's or something. It's like in the 80s or some shit like that.
All 3 of these movies I think have burning people too.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of backstory at the beginning of this film, and then basically, so he basically moves to where he is now in Hong Kong or whatever. And
Macau.
Yeah, so
and he moves to Macau. In Hong Kong, he commits the crime.
Yeah, he was in Hong Kong in 78. He moves to Macau in 86.
Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. So, and essentially what happens is he's working at this restaurant and stuff, and the story is that he basically cheats the owner out of the restaurant and shit like that, and they disappear. He's running it now. He's running this fucking place. So,
and you don't ever know.
The beginning scene though, it's done in this like slow-mo-y weird thing, and at first I was like, "What's the point of this?" But then, I instantly understood the point. It's to kind of show you that it happened in the past. It's
showing you who this guy is.
Almost like dreamlike quality. You know what I mean? Like flashback quality.
I love the setup to this because when you see that opening scene of doing what he did before, and you get introduced here, and all of a sudden it cuts into the point where he's kind of running the place and stuff, and like the owner is gone and blah blah blah. He's planned off, but the way they fucking they kind of do the film throughout. Right up until, I guess, the main feature of the film, right? The third act kind of thing.
The climax
of the film. it's really actually quite brilliant how they do it, man. The buildup is great. There's so many moments in the buildup throughout this film. It's so great. And then it leads into this. And you're just like, holy fucking crazy, man. Because you're always kind of suspecting this type of thing. And then when it happens, it's crazy. But I think the ride through the film, though, is fucking gnarly too, man. There's so many damn funny moments through this film. There's so much like eye-opening, popping shit. Like, you'll never forget Chopsticks. You know, there's a scene with Chopsticks. It's just fucking crazy because this guy,
right up the pussy.
This guy's literally insane, dude. Like, he not only he hires on this new guy in the restaurant and stuff. It doesn't really work out. He ends up fucking.
He's like, how can you chop? Dude's like,
2 seconds. He chops. He's like, you're hired. Come on. He's all rushing him. He's like, go back to work. What's the pay? We'll discuss it later.
I love the way he disposes of him too, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then he has this, the front end, the till girl or whatever. He disposes of her and stuff. It's just, oh my god, dude, this movie's insane.
I love I don't know, even from the start, like with the burn, like they do some great people burns and burn stunts. Like burn stunts, they don't do them like this anymore. You know what I mean? They're not
dangerous.
They're too dangerous. Yeah,
it's all CG now.
But like back then, they would have to burn people, you know, set them on fire for like 15 seconds, put them out, do it again. You know what I mean? It's to get like 30 seconds of burn footage.
Right.
Like I love a good burn stunt. It's because it's scary. Like even when I'm watching it, I'm thinking of like that's a real person on fire. You know, the best one's probably Maniac Cop 2, but
yeah, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just nuts. But I think the last big burn stunt I seen was in Hatchet 2 or 3.
That makes sense because it was Kane,
right? And it was a big deal in the book when he was talking about having to do a burn stunt again. He hadn't done one in so long. But yeah, the opening of this, and then even like, it's funny the opening in the restaurant where he's like chopping up the pig. Oh, I just bugged me
because it's real.
Yeah, it's like a real. It's really chopping up a pig. And I was like, ugh.
Dude, usually, you know, when I was watching this film again last night or night before, I was thinking like, because one of my major problems with Last House on the Left is like the goofy cops and stuff and how it just doesn't translate properly. But I understand what Wes Craven was doing. He was kind of offsetting the, you know, the violence with the humor and stuff. With this film, I mean, you could look at it being kind of the same way. You know, like you have this like horrific shit that's happening and stuff, even though it's a little bit comical, but it still is brutal. Like, I mean, there's chopsticks and pussy and people are getting beat to death. Like there's a lot of violence, like versatile violence in this and stuff. And then you have the cops, but the cops are so likable in this. They're so ridiculously funny. I love the female cop. Jeremy alluded to it earlier, and I love her. I love her role because she's this female cop in this all male cast kind of thing, and she's trying to constantly prove herself that she's like, you know, that she's, you know, a woman and stuff. And it's just so ridiculous that she's doing this. But like these cops they're comical, but they're not on the scale of being like ridiculously dumb.
They're not bumbling.
No,
well, they are pretty bumbling, but at the same time, they're also horribly crooked.
Right, but
that's another statement they're making. They made sure the cops were bad guys in a way that they were breaking the law, but you like them because they're entertaining. But at the same time, you don't feel bad for Anthony Wong because he's a crooked piece of shit. But they are beating the fuck out of him, and they're definitely making a statement on police corruption.
Right, of course.
At the same time, it's a horrible person, so I love those
gray
areas.
Well, no, those are probably some of my favorite scenes. The prison scenes.
Yeah, the prison scenes are.
I think they're really well done. They're great.
Yeah, yeah, but
because you feel remorse for the guy, even though you know he's a piece of shit.
I don't.
But I actually respect his will to not break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's clever. He's clever as fuck when some shit. He's like, he won't tell. And he's basically just is going to die on that hill where he's like, fuck you. I'm not doing this.
Well, I think the character in general, it's funny because like even Ebola Syndrome has like the same kind of character. Like he's pretty much the same guy. But he's just so self-centered that it's literally only about him.
Right.
He can't even understand other people. Everybody's to blame for the shit he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I think that the scenes of violence in this one are great, man. I mean,
the end especially.
Oh, God,
well, even the stuff in the restaurant, because it's really bright in there, right? It's like bright and white, and it's supposed to be this place where it's like really clean, and you're making it really nasty and messy with blood and stuff. And I don't know. I thought the rape sequence was really brutal, and very graphic because of the camera angles and stuff like that. They don't shy away from the lower portion, which a lot of time you get with those type of scenes, and it really makes you feel a little
I love that
uncomfortable.
camera work though, man. Like, he shoves a huge handful of fucking chopsticks up this chick's pussy, and then the camera is underneath
You guys
the table.
really have a way of making it sound like just fucking.
Well,
Well,
I love the way it's shot
right
though.
up her cooter,
I
bro.
love. I
know,
would rather.
It's like so vulgar.
I would love.
He said pussy.
I love the way it's
Yeah,
shot.
but I know
though.
what you're talking about.
I would rather it be shot the way it was than actually showing it going into her pussy, because
Agreed.
when it pans down and you see
yeah.
and it's literally this
100%.
ridiculous, like
All the
almost
blood.
Looney Tunes style of blood that comes over, and the blood looks good, but
Yeah.
it's like a fucking flowing waterfall of blood that
Yeah.
comes over, and you're like,
They
oh
do
my
it with
god.
Most of the
head, too.
blood in this film is really more red than real blood.
The angle of attack, the way they shot that was fucking brilliant for me. They see that shit works. It's memorable to me, man. So it's
I love
really
the
great,
music,
very
too.
versatile.
Super unique.
Oh, the music
The
in the
music's super unique, and I don't even know how to explain it. It's got like it's weird. You do better than me, but I just remember it's really standing out, especially in the beginning and the ending.
Dude, I literally have that
slaughter
noted.
scene.
The beginning, or the music in the beginning is like, it just fucking screams like 90s movies. I don't even know how to explain it properly.
These
like
movies
somebody that
have a
wouldn't know.
very 90s feel, but it's like not American 90s, but it still has the tone of 90s.
Oh,
It feels
really
almost
cool.
like
The
Brain Dead
cops-
too. Doesn't it
Yeah,
feel
like-
a little bit like
yeah,
Brain Dead?
yeah,
A little
yeah.
bit,
little bit.
Yeah,
Alive?
that 90s Brain Dead feel. Like,
Yeah.
like even the cops, like the clothing they're wearing and stuff like that, feels super 90s.
Well, I mean, it's funny because I don't want to say that, that Herman Yao was trying to make something appealing to Americans, or I don't know what was going on with this, but with the San Antonio Spurs hat that I think is Lee.
One of the
No, not Lee.
cops.
Lee's not wearing. One of the cops is wearing that hat.
One of the cops is wearing
But I
it.
just find it so.
Well, that's actually part of the culture, though.
Yeah,
like I was reading about
Michael
that.
Jordan was huge back in
A
the
lot
day.
of like
Hong
in
Kong's more
China,
westernized.
Yeah, Hong Kong.
But that's not Hong Kong,
the
but still
sports
it's China.
things. The sports teams are like they always rock sports gear.
Okay,
I remember watching a documentary on
that makes sense.
shoes
Without
and
knowing
stuff,
what
and
they're
real
wearing,
big
really,
on,
right? Like if you
Jordans
asked them,
and stuff.
to name some players on the San Antonio Spurs in
basketball's
1993,
pretty
he
big
wouldn't
there,
he
too,
wouldn't be
though.
able to name David Robinson, who played on the Spurs in 1993 and stuff like that, right? So
probably, but
yeah, I
So,
was a
JP.
big David
Yeah.
Robinson fan.
You mentioned Blue Jean Monster from '91. You asked us if we seen that one, and it's funny because the guy who plays the Blue Jean Monster cop is actually the brother of the guy who you murdered in prison, the big guy who beats the fuck out of him.
oh really?
He's actually that same actor, and he's also in Ebola Syndrome as the boss in the beginning.
Right,
Yeah.
So
right.
it's funny. This guy always played like a big thug in these movies. He's in a handful of them. So they always use the same actors over and over again in these
I
movies. these
noticed. I
kind of
noticed
three
that he was in the beginning of Ebola Syndrome.
It was definitely
love-
a switch.
I love the cannibalism aspect of this film. Like grinding up the meat and then serving it to the people.
I think it's one of my
Oh,
favorite
dude.
ways of
That's like-
doing cannibalism, when you don't know that you're eating fucking humans and
accidental
stuff.
Pay next time. You pay next time.
See, one of my favorite moments in the film, one of my favorite moments in the film is when he discloses the fact of like what he had done to the cops, and they're all like in the hospital, and they all start puking and shit.
They all puke over the garbage and push each other out of the way and shit.
And then the guy sitting at the bed goes, "Well, I'm glad I didn't eat those pork buns." I love that.
It's so weird. Like on so many other movies, like we would complain about the mixture of darkness and comedy, but these Hong Kong movies are just perfect. Like after the first time you watch
'Cause
one
it
of them,
works.
you're like, I don't understand why it's this mixture. But then eventually you watch like 3 or 4 of them, and you're like, I get this, and I'm into it, or I'm not. That's what you know what I mean. If you like, I love it. So
Dude,
I'm-
I have
think
it
it's
written in my
probably
notes.
because there's like a disconnect there with like culture to where you don't. It's always in the back of
No,
your mind.
it's more
that, like,
genuine.
You're not sure if that's supposed to be as funny as it is, or if it's just like a cultural thing, or you're reading it that way. Where in America, it's so obvious that it's supposed to be funny that you.
this one is those jokes with the cops are definitely supposed to be funny, and some of
I
the
know.
stuff the
Oh,
Lord
absolutely.
does is
Yeah.
comical because he's so fucking rude. Like you're like, this guy is such a rude prick. Like when he kicks everybody out of the restaurant, he's like, "Get the fuck out of here! Go, 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 go!" And they're like,
We're closed.
No, we're closed. He kicks
Yeah,
them
and
out, like,
that
kind
that
of
scene goes on for like longer than you would think, like, because he kicks everybody out in that room, then he goes to another room and kicks everybody out in another room, and you're like, holy shit, you know what I mean? You're just thinking like this guy would like not get any business, but at the same time, it almost felt like something that would happen culturally.
Because he makes good pork buns, bro.
Because they also are like more direct, like they say what's on their mind like a little bit more than we do. So like, you know, you're just wondering. He is really good, man. Anthony Wong is.
There's just it's like a perfect mix of like very visceral fucking violence and like the scene where, you know, where he's raping the girl before he stuffs the fucking chopsticks up her and stuff like he's like literally spitting in her face and shit. I'm just like, oh my god, there's so many moments in this film where people are just, it's fucking nasty. It's like it goes from like nasty fucking like super serious scenes and shit like that to like comedic relief, where in a lot of films, I don't know why it works so well in this. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the characters, but it comes off as being so genuine. Maybe it doesn't feel forced either. I feel like they're trying to make a statement with the cops being kind of dumbasses and shit, but they're not like Last House on the Left dumbass. Like they make
it's not like a comedy routine.
No,
it is, but it isn't. I don't know how to explain it.
Right?
It comes across better in here. It's less annoying.
It's funny because I always go back to the woman cop, where she's really trying to prove herself and stuff, and then like, because they're making fun of her boob size and stuff, and then she comes out dressed like this hot woman with her cleavage and shit, and it's like, it's fucking
with her ass.
In reality, you'd be like, that's fucking stupid, but it oddly works in here so well. It really does separate, you know, this really graphic violence and, you know, put in a little comedic element, which, you know, Wes Craven was doing in his film, but it works better here, in my opinion. It works a lot fucking better.
And also, there's real life comedy. Like, you had to fingerprint those rotting hands. You'd be like, fuck, I don't want to do this. You do it. No, come on, man. Just do this one. Like, they're always arguing. Or like, I don't want to pick up them arms on the beach. And then he's like, you go pick them up.
Dude, that opening scene makes me laugh so fucking hard when she's like, she walks over and she's like, oh, it really stinks over here. And I'm just like, it's fucking funny. It's just
I like the motives for Wong's killings, because like, like sometimes with serial killers, they're just, you know, just killing people. But like,
he's like everybody he's killing, where it's criminal related.
Yeah, he's like mad at them.
Yeah,
like,
he's a criminal.
The chick, he thinks that she told the police something. You know, the guy catches him cheating people out of gambling money.
Right.
You know, the owner of the place, he's pissed off. You know, and he says at the beginning, he's like, I paid you last week, and he's like, those were fake notes. And you're like,
yeah,
you're like, you gave this guy like $100,000 in fake bills. What? Or, you know, 10,000 or whatever it was. Also, I noticed a couple continuity errors in here, and I never do. The beginning, all those like domino pieces are on the ground before you see them fall, and then they fall and they're on the ground again.
Yeah.
And then in the jail, when he's throwing up, on the ground there's like a cigarette butt and like some gross stuff, and then when it shows him throwing up, all that's gone. But I never noticed stuff like that. That's like Jeremy's shit.
Yeah,
but I noticed it. The unearthed, yeah, I don't care. I'd never use that as a criticism. The unearthed Blu-ray, I don't know, man. I just really like the transfer of this one. It has a bit of grain to it, but I just thought
oh no, the transfer's phenomenal. The grain is great in it, man.
Yeah,
it looks great.
I love that scene where he's in the airport trying to escape. They told him, they said just run, try to get away, and the other said try to catch him. It wasn't staged. They just fucking filmed it. So he's literally just trying to run through him and get away. You could tell. It looks too real. It's not like really well done, but it's like not choreographed enough to be like a movie. It like literally just looks legit.
Well, I want to know like what parents brought their kids to be in the ending of this movie. Be like, okay, you're going to get murdered. You get murdered,
dude. Come on with the spoilers.
Dude, he's literally smacking the shit out of that one kid before he does the shit that he does to him. Like, that's fucked up, man. Like, Wong was taking this shit serious. He's like, I hate the script, but I'm going to fuck this up real bad. You know, it's like...
ruin this kid's life forever.
Oh my God,
that was the nice little icing on the
the end is so crazy.
Dude, the ending
just
is...
I didn't expect it.
It's one of the best endings I think I've ever seen, dude. It's just so... relentless, you know what I'm saying? It's just hardcore and just it's so vivid, man. Like what you're seeing is like,
and you're like this,
it's insane, dude. It's
you're like this is Cat 3, you know what I mean?
Right.
This, like if I was gonna have a rating system, like this needs to be at the top of like where we go, you know, like the video nasties, like this should be a video nasty, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
because
like
so many of the
Cannibal
video
Holocaust
nasties,
and,
you're like, why the fuck was that a video nasty? But like this, if you're
Apparently they didn't
a,
have Asian films in England at that time because Jesus, man, there's like none of them on their list.
They were, they were, but they probably were sold in markets because you got to remember, like Hong Kong and UK were connected. So they probably actually just went to Hong Kong on vacation and bought a bunch of them and brought them back.
Well, I'm just saying, like in the actual, like, you know, section 1 list.
Yeah, there was none on the list.
1, 2, or 3. There's no Asian films at all, which is quite surprising considering what the video nasties. What was it? 82.
I mean, sometimes
82 it started.
The films that were put on there were just based on like title.
Well, of course,
and just popularity. Like there's tons of Italian films and UK stuff that was released that time that are worse, that aren't on the list, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
we all know that list was total fucking bullshit.
Oh, it's all
like,
bullshit.
You know what I mean?
But I'm trying to think when that list ended. It was kind of over by then, to be honest.
Yeah, you're kind of right on that a little
By
bit.
the late 80s, early 90s, the video nasties list was kind of dead.
Yeah.
Well, no, of
they
course.
were still talking about Child's Play 3 and shit, but it was kind of over.
Well,
but you're
I'm just talking about
Killer
some of
Snakes and shit.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the films, like even like, you know, Seed of a Ghost and like stuff like that. It was right in that era when that video nasty list was coming out and stuff, right? Like 82, 83 and stuff. And there was a lot of those Shaw Brother films that probably could have made that list, which is quite surprising, right?
I wonder if they didn't get releases there, but I feel like that stuff was bigger in UK. I feel like it was more popular. You couldn't even have fucking
just hence the connection. Right. Yeah. The Ninja Turtles movies have them censored out.
What?
Yeah, the show did. The show did. They can't have you can't have Ninja Stars either.
Out of here.
Yeah,
no Ninja Stars either. That's why Deadbeat at Dawn was a big deal. They couldn't have the Ninja Stars.
That's crazy.
Right.
What a bunch of pussies.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking strange. It's fucking strange.
Get hung up on weird shit like that.
Yeah,
but also
shit.
That nipple twisting. When he's raping her, they take those little details where he grabs her nipple and twist it like really hard. You're like, man, that's like almost too real. Because like he's a fucking monster.
Yeah. Well, I think we know he's a monster by the end of the movie.
Oh yeah, and the last line he has is like, "No use in letting you go." Fuck,
dude, what the fuck is with Anthony Wong getting pissed on? Jesus.
Well, there's a lot of common things that these movies do, like these three.
They were definitely trying to recreate the magic of Untold Story.
Yeah, like in Ebola, he gets pissed on and stuff. He gets pissed on in this film. But like the one thing in this film that actually fucking kills me, man, it actually makes me laugh every time. I've seen this movie a few times, but it makes me laugh every time. And he's like, "Yo, man, give me your piss, give me your piss." So he fucking pisses in the cup and he gives it to him and he starts drinking. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "Don't you know that?"
"Don't you know?"
Piss it heals internal injuries, and the guy's looking at him like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
I don't know what he was doing.
It just makes me laugh every time.
I was like,
so
where
ridiculous.
did you learn this? Fucking Man vs. Wild or some shit?
He might be trying to get sick so he can be in the hospital too. You know what I mean? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. But he gets pissed on
I don't think they
it.
would send him to the hospital because he got fucking beat the shit up, and they didn't send him to the
Well,
hospital.
I love that
he knew that
he
trying
runs
to kill
out in the
himself
hallway
would, though.
when he's getting beat. He's like lifts up his shirt to the reporters, like show how bruises.
Right.
Like, dude, he's literally a problem every step of the way.
Yep.
But he holds out for
And
so long before he confesses, though, man. Like, he's just like batshit, dude. He's like, "Fuck, I'm not."
Well,
gonna
he has
do
to
this.
be awake for fucking 4 days until he confesses.
Right.
The doctors are in on it too. They show everybody be corrupt to get this guy.
It's a great build up, though, man, to do all that shit, you know, because you know in your heart, you know, he's probably going to, and then when it happens, like, you get this amazing ending to the film, like batshit amazing, one of the best endings ever.
I agree.
It's so worth it, dude. It's such a great build up, man. I think the whole movie is just like such a great build up, but really what sells this movie for me, man, is the simplicity of it, but it's Anthony Wong's performance is so fucking in every scene. Every scene, dude. Every scene. Even the scenes where
everything that happened. Oh, it's just a well-paced movie too. Like there's something happening in every scene. You know what I mean? Like there's something funny happening.
I just like how he's
crazy happening.
How he's
something graphic happening.
He's like an absolute dick of a boss, and like, you know, of course they're trying to figure this shit out, but like it's just everything he says to people and shit. Every interaction he has with all the characters.
People
yeah,
too,
he's
his
just
eyes.
He's just fucking,
and every chance he gets to brag or rub it in your face, he does. Like when he wins and shit.
Right.
Every chance he gets.
Yeah.
He's an asshole.
He's just
like
a
even when he
fucking
gets
dick.
caught stealing from the, hustling the gambling thing, he says something along the lines of like, I deserve to win because they're stupid or something. You know what I mean? Like if they're dumb enough not to catch me from cheating, I deserve this.
Exactly. Do we know people like that too?
Oh,
that
yeah.
people who refuse to take any responsibility for anything. It's everybody else's fault all the fucking time.
Right.
That's a sociopath 101. You know what I mean?
I got to say,
Anyway.
man, without giving too much away, man, but like, I'm just going to mention this because you guys don't know what I'm talking about, but the bottle in the neck with the fucking blood flowing through there. Oh, my God, dude.
That's great.
Dude, I love that scene. Every time I see it, man, I'm just like, fuck. It's so amazing. I love it.
The father, he looks like Cotton Hill from King of the Hill.
All back.
He really does to me. He looked like
thought it-
Cotton Hill. Oh, this is like his haircut and his eyes, how mad he looked. Like, I'm a huge fan of this one. I think we all are. I mean,
Oh, dude.
honestly, I
love
think
it.
it's probably the cream of the crop. I think it's one of the best Asian films I've ever seen. I think it's probably my favorite Cat 3 movie.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy that Unearthed gave it the what it deserved. What it deserved.
And
It
you know
deserved
what?
to be in this type of presentation. It really did. It's a great release. So if anybody out there is listening to this, you don't have it on
gotta
Blu-ray,
grab
you
it.
got to grab the Blu-ray because not only the movie is presented really the way it should be, but it's got a great documentary which we've talked about. It's a great release. It's just phenomenal.
3 commentaries.
And you know what else, dude?
2 languages.
And the commentaries, exactly.
$18.99.
Yeah.
I paid
Yeah, and Art
$18.99
Editor.
for it.
Bruce Holcheck's commentary is great because Art Editor, he's a Wasteland guy. He does Ultraviolet magazine. He has a commentary with Bruce Holcheck, and they go down their history of Cat 3 movies. They talk about the real case. They talk about police corruption. They do a great job on the commentary.
Right.
So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, and dude, like I mean, when you're talking about companies out there releasing each title for $28, like a title like this that is a true hidden gem, that has a great feature-length documentary on it, that has the commentary that Dave talked about. It's a really good transfer for $18.99 or $19.99, whatever it is now.
I paid 20.
Right. I mean, that is a very fair, reasonable price for this title. And I think that if you've, are listening to this, you haven't seen it, definitely grab the Unearthed.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, and
I'm in Canada, so I had to pay
Really,
20. I had to pay 28
Twice
Canadian.
Dead Blu-ray.
To pay
Yeah,
20
but that's
and
about
10.
$20 US. That's like 23 US, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's about 23 US. It's close.
Yeah, the dollar's up so much. Yeah, it's still. I mean, it is.
Yeah,
what it is.
they're
Unearthed
close.
are actually
It's
really
close.
expensive
It's
up
not-
here. It's kind of annoying, but honestly, dude, it's worth it. I'm glad I have it. I've
Well, that's
watched the
just
Blu-ray
'cause you have
twice
to go
now.
across an imaginary line.
I know, right? It's completely ludicrous.
It sounds really imaginary. There's a thing called the border.
It's not.
Well, with COVID, it's definitely not
an
imaginary.
in some spots.
Yeah, it's definitely not
Tell that to
imaginary
the
now.
birds, Jeremy.
All right, I
But-
will.
Go up there and tell the birds that.
But
Birds and the bees.
Yes. And the
But,
butterflies.
okay, are we at ratings on this one?
yeah, let's do it, man. I want to start with Jeremy. What are you gonna give this one?
So I was at an 8, but I figured after a conversation, I thought about it a little bit more. I'm at an 8.5. It was good. It's good performances. It's gnarly enough that it doesn't overstay. The gnarly scenes don't overstay its welcome, I suppose you could say. And like I said, I feel like it's the dialect, clearly. I feel like they fucking talk way too fast, and I get a headache listening to them, but I
Sounds like your brain's made of pussy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sometimes if they get like really heated, like I'll notice this tone in there, and I don't want to sound this racist, but like a lot of the movies I've seen, if they're like arguing like Biozombie or something, they're like, like when they're pissed off and like whining at each other.
Yeah.
Like especially Biozombie is the one where I was like, man, there's a lot of people bitching in this movie.
Your brain's made of pussy.
They definitely have a fast dialect, so I do understand what you're saying. Like they talk really fast, but
Yeah.
it didn't really. I
Spanish
think
is
it
real
adds to
fast
the
for me, too.
comedy. Like it.
But it's
The-
not a problem in the other 2 movies. It's just this movie that's like,
I never,
lot of
honestly,
screaming
I've
in
never
the movie.
thought of it once. Like, I get their dialect is fast, but I can read the subtitles fast. I'm not concentrating on them speaking because I know the
Yeah, I
subtitles
didn't have problems with
they're
it
not
either.
translated
Not this
to
one.
word for word. So it's like, I don't know,
Yeah.
man. It doesn't really affect how I'm watching, but man, JP, that was funny. Your brain is made of pussy. Fuck. That completely just made me
I
laugh.
think we already know that.
And it's full of chopsticks.
Listen,
apparently,
dude,
too.
that's the worst comeback you ever have. Anytime we say something against you, you'll be like, we already know that. Like, somehow it makes it not funny all of a sudden, since we already know it.
Full of pussy. It's full of chopsticks. Oh, God, you guys got to see it. So good. All right, so 8.5. All right, JP, what do you got?
Yeah.
I'm coming in at the exact same 8.5. I think it's really fucking awesome. I kind of loved it after watching it. I said that in the chat. I was just like, man, that was just so cool of a movie. And I think because it's in the 90s too, like where you're kind of don't get a lot of good shit. The early 90s was a little bit different, but
well, like I always say with 90s films, though, you need to, if you want to find good 90s films, you got to look for them. There is a lot of good stuff out there. It's always in translation with like mainstream things and stuff, right? Like, oh man, the 90s sucked. They didn't have great theatrical film stuff. This is where you got to go. You got to go to Hong Kong.
Yeah, you got to dig in the.
Yeah, you really do got to go to Hong Kong.
There's a lot of foreign films. There's a lot of great
few of
foreign
them.
films. There's a lot of great foreign films in the 90s, and it's just unfortunate that they don't get talked about more, to be honest. But
nobody told them the 80s was over. Nobody told them the 80s was over. They're still making good shit.
Right, exactly.
But I do agree with Dave, like in terms of like serial killer films, like, this Henry, I really like the Golden Glove and stuff, that they all sort of have that same like icky quality to them in different ways. Like this one with the cannibalism, the unintentional cannibalism. And I really like this one. 8.5.
Dave.
It's gonna come no surprise. Laugh at me all you want. It's like the 4th or 5th time I've seen this movie.
Derek, 10 out of 10. Here we go.
10 out of 10. It's 10. I like what I like. You guys only seen this one time. I know Mood's seen it a couple times, but man, it gets better the more you watch it. And it's one movie that stays with me.
Dude.
And I laugh a lot and I enjoy it. And it's sick and it makes me feel uncomfortable, but also laugh. So 10 out of 10. I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Dude, so it's funny that you said that it gets better with each watch, because I seen the Untold Story years ago. I wasn't like, obviously I was not as high as I am on it now.
Yeah, I liked it.
I liked it too. And then, I saw it again when Danny actually sent me the DVD. And then I got the Blu-ray and I watched it again. And actually, it's the second time when the Blu-ray come out. So it's the second time I watched the fucking Blu-ray. And it's definitely one of those films that just, oh my God, every time I watch this fucking thing. So it's like, it just blows my fucking mind. Anthony Wong is a fucking genius. And like I said, going back to the documentary where he's talking about not liking this movie, he didn't like the script. He still doesn't like the movie. I'm just like, it blows my mind, the performance he pulls off in this. As a serial killer film, yeah, you know what, man, it's right up there with one of my favorites. I mean, this is literally based on an actual story, true events and stuff. So, I mean, it's obviously different, but I love it, man. There's so many gnarly moments in this. And we're going to keep using the word gnarly because that's what it is now. And it's just unforgettable. 10 out of 10. I'm also there. It's perfect.
Yeah, I was telling Carly to definitely check this one out. Like anytime I see like a movie where I'm like, oh man, like this is one of those rooftop movies, to coin a term that good old Horrorsball came up with years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's where if you saw it, if I just saw this on my own, it's one you want to like run outside into a rooftop and let everybody know about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That it's like a little underseen. I think now that the Unearth's out, but I mean, I think like, I bet Dave Z has never seen this, right? Like he's always a classic example of someone I use because he's seen so much. Where whenever you think of, okay, what's a gem for Dave Z, I would bet that he probably hadn't seen this.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go, Dave Z, gem for you.
Absolutely amazing.
He might have. It's
He
weird.
may
He
have,
saw
but
Ebola Syndrome, but he didn't see this, right?
I think. I don't
I mean,
know.
this
he
But
may
it's
have
funny
saw it.
because I bet Brandon's seen Untold Story.
Probably.
I bet he has.
Yeah, but this is, I bet that until this Blu-ray came out, like if you would just poll like our group, I bet under 50% of the people that would vote would say that they hadn't seen it. You think? Maybe. Okay.
I know Sam has seen it.
It's
Sam
hard.
knows that Derek
Yeah, but
knows that Dale
Sam,
knows
dude,
it.
that's Sam. He's like blows everything foreign ever. Like that's his thing.
Maybe, yeah.
I mostly talk to Sam and Derek and like those people, so that's all.
I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it's just me because I'm kind of a novice when it comes.
But isn't that a Hall of Fame? 2 10s and an 8.5.
Did Moods rate it?
Yeah, I gave it a 10.
Holy shit, that is a Hall of Fame.
Did you not hear me?
Makes it in.
I gave a dramatic pause and then said 10 out of 10. I did that purposely for effect.
Hey,
I might even throw a drum roll in there.
I
might even throw a drum roll right there.
But yeah, so with a 10 from Dave, a 10 from Moods, and an 8.5 from me, that does.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks.
I knew that was coming. I
Me
knew it was
too.
good. He set you up so bad for
Me
that.
too.
Yeah.
It's fucking great.
Well, I'm just saying, my name deserves there more than his.
That's a pretty high rating for Jeremy for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, he said he had it in an 8 first.
I had it in an
5
8.
the whole way.
Yeah, but he gave it an 8.5, so what's it matter?
Right.
Well, it matters because I'm more important.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways, that is the Untold Story from 1993.
22 shots.
All right, so moving into the Untold Story 2 from 1998, directed by Yu King Young. I don't think that's probably the pronunciation for it, but I tried.
What's he going to do about it?
Sounded good.
He's going to get mad? I doubt he cares.
If anything, it sounded cool.
Okay. All right, so quick little synopsis on the Untold Story 2. I will say that Anthony Wong actually is in this film. He doesn't obviously play the same character. He actually plays a police officer in this one, which is kind of strange. And he looks completely different, man. Like, he looks kind of unrecognizable. Kind of interesting, but... Anyways, synopsis. An unhappily married couple invite the wife's cousin, who comes from the mainland China, to live with them. She has a horrible way of overcoming hardship and becomes the master of the barbecue.
That's such a bad description.
I never read these things before I do them, and that made me laugh. That's hilarious.
So are these connected in any way? Like, was the cousin...
Wong's playing a different character, but
No.
what was up with that weird, like, when they first run into each other?
Which, who?
When who?
Wong and the cousin. Didn't it, like...
They stared at each other for a second. But
Yeah.
then he says this. Wong afterwards says, she's crazy. She's dangerous. I could tell by her look. That's all he says.
Yeah.
He's a cop. He has intuition.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
Because
what
at
they're
first I
implying,
thought
yeah.
it was supposed to be like some
Yeah,
sort
I
of
thought
like
for a second that they were going to have a history
audience
too.
or something like that. Like he's the old Untold Story guy and she's the new Untold Story person. You know what I mean?
Oh, not like...
I just
Fast
thought it
enough,
was
yeah.
like.
kind of like that
Get it off the
Ebola
meat
Syndrome
cleaver.
thing? Like the Ebola Syndrome thing?
Then I thought maybe they were gonna connect it like that. He was she was one of the people from the family of slaughtered.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be it. I thought, like, she was, like, the one that survived.
But nobody
Yeah.
survived.
But
I
she's
know
supposed to be
nobody.
the
Well, yeah,
but she's
but
supposed to be the
it's
cousin
fucking
of the
moving
wife
back.
though, so that
I did think for a second they were going to try to pull a fast one where one of them survived too, and they're like, she actually didn't die, and I was going to be like, fuck off.
and he happened to be married to like
glad
the
they
family
did.
member of one of the slaughter victims. Like that would have been fucking weird. That's kind of a stretch. That's kind of a stretch, but
Well, wait. Wong's not related to him.
No.
huh? No, I meant no, because the girl, the killer in this film is the cousin of never mind. Okay, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Anyways,
Wong played a cop like this in a movie called Lamb in Despair, which was another Category 3 movie which I watched, where he plays like a cop that's after a serial killer. It's kind of a pretty cool movie. Not as good as Untold Story, but
Right.
it's all right. It's kind of a similar character.
Is it as good as Untold Story 2?
Yeah, I'd say close. Not too far off.
You think Untold Story 2 is good?
Yeah,
It's all right.
I do think
It's all
fine.
right. I
it
think
is.
it's all right.
That's the thing about this movie. I think it's an all right film. It really is. I mean,
I think it's good.
it's kind of like the thing that's frustrating about Untold Story 2 for myself is that it's very, very similar to the first one. Like they didn't really try to do a lot different. I mean, it's different, but it's it's very similar to the point where it's after watching the Untold Story and then you watch this one, you're like, I don't know, man. I don't really know.
I mean, the guy is so... You feel for the guy. I give him that. Like, you
Right.
feel for the main character. Like, he's just... He's like me. He's a pussy and he can't speak
Dude,
up.
they say cockled in this film.
Well, his wife is a bitch. Like, his wife is technically
Oh,
a
yeah.
fucking... She's just a bitch, man. Like,
I didn't know that word existed back then.
Yeah, it's not a new word.
I thought it was new. I never heard it before.
Man, but I gotta say, man, his wife, though, was a horny little bitch. Like, the opening
Yeah,
scene...
she was fucking everybody.
The opening scene in this film, like, I still can't even... Because this is the first time I've seen the Untold Story, too. So, I mean, excuse my ignorance, but, like, what the fuck is the deal with him and, you know, not really being able to get it up when his wife is, like, acting like a fucking nympho in
She's
bed?
cheating on him.
Okay,
He knows
still...
she's cheating on him.
I know. Okay, I
Wait,
get that. But, like, why...
What is the question?
But he's basically kind of, like, not being able to fuck her. And so I get that he knows that
It's
she's
because
cheating.
he doesn't like her.
But
Yeah,
still,
deemasculated
but
him,
more,
you know,
but more of a reason to
I'm
fuck the
tired,
shit
right?
out of her. Fuck the shit out of her like you hate the bitch. You ever done that to a girl?
Yeah,
But
for
she's
like
also
you.
cheating on him too. He's also
Dude.
sensitive.
Dude,
Yeah, he's like me.
It's like
I've had
feelings.
some moments. I've had some moments in the past. You know, it's like you know,
No, he's actually nice though, Jeremy. You're not
Okay.
nice.
Yeah, that makes
You're not nice.
You're not. Dude, you
Apparently-
can't say you're nice. You can't
apparently
say
I'm
you're
not nice because I would have been like, man, okay, I'm gonna fuck you like you're not my wife. You know, I can do nasty things to you.
I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fuck you like a wild animal. I am.
I'm gonna fuck you like an episode of Bang Bros.
Right? Exactly, man. In the back of a bus or a fucking
just-
car.
I'm just kidding.
This guy knows what Bang
I
Bros
love
is.
her I love her cousin in this movie, the actual lady. Right, the second she shows up, I'm like, oh, I love this crazy woman. I like crazy Chinese
yeah.
women. In
It turns
movies.
into kind of
Love
like
her.
an Asian like fatal attraction a little bit, you know, like you know he kind of takes her
Starts
out and
dyeing
stuff,
her
and
hair
something
like-
happens, and
putting
all of a
her
sudden
hair like
she just goes bat. Yeah, she like fucking starts looking like the wife and stuff, and then she goes batshit. I don't know. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. I mean,
There's a classism thing too. Did you guys pick up on that? Where like all the people from like
yeah.
making fun of the mainlanders,
Absolutely.
the Hong Kongers, are like
Yeah,
oh, you're
and then
from
there's
England.
also like
Can't
an
afford this
ageism
dress.
thing too in there because
Yeah.
the one woman who works at the restaurant, they're all telling her like, well, if you was as pretty as her, you know, you might get someone in
Yeah.
life.
right.
But I about shit a brick in the very opening when that rich lady cut her off and she falled her in the bathroom. I'll leave it at that.
Set it on-
I was like, if this movie keeps up this pace, this will be fucking great. And then it didn't for 25 minutes, maybe 30.
Okay, so like you guys,
I was
said
kind of
that,
hoping
you
that
know,
that scene
you guys
went a
don't
little
seem
bit
to
more
like it as
batshit than
much.
that. I wish he had to bust it into the fucking stall or whatever, and I don't know. I was like, okay,
She
it just
dumped
kind
the
of,
paint over the stall.
which was fucking hilarious, dude. That's for a
That
female
was
to do
always a
that to
thing I
another
wanted to do
female.
with someone.
That's for a female to do that to another female is fucking hilarious because you know shit, man. They're getting all fucked up. Like for a man to do that to a man would be
You're
like, oh,
taking
that's
a
fucking
dump
lame
and
as
you
shit.
get something dumped on you is horrible.
Right?
It's a dump.
Woman on
Dump
woman
time
is
when
so
you're taking
funny.
A dump.
It's so much more.
No,
it works
there
so
was a
much
thing
better as
me
two
and my
women.
cousin wanted to do. When we were in high school or something younger than that, we were like your mom would drop you off at the mall, and we had like a triple thick milkshake from McDonald's. I was like, I so bad want to just follow somebody in the bathroom when they're taking a shit in the stall and dump this milkshake over the stall.
Dude, I never thought
It would be
that'd
the
be-
funniest thing ever because they would be like, "What do you do? Do you like pull up your pants and like let the shit fall in your pants and chase after the kids, or just sit there and milkshake? What do you do?" I don't know why that's so funny to me. That was then when they threw the paint over the stall, it immediately reminded me of that, and I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, "Ah, it's great."
Right.
I got nothing.
So,
else.
okay, so you guys, I seem to maybe like this one a little bit.
I
more
do
than
like
you
it. I
guys.
do like this.
I like
like
it
it.
too, man. I just
It's just not
I
as good as
said-
the first.
I just think it's
No,
okay.
of course not. It's definitely not as good as the first. It suffers
No.
from fucking sequelitis. It's just another story that's not as good, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I kind of like the angle of, you know, being a woman, and
I agree.
I like the angle of, you know, this relationship that this dude, you know, you kind of feel bad for him because his wife's like garbage and cheating on him, and he's basically, you know, kind of a little bit of a bitch with it, you know. He's like he's like, I saw your wife arguing with this guy, and he's like, oh, that's her business, and he's like,
Yeah,
what do you
'cause she's
mean
the
that's
alpha
her
bitch, man.
business, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you feel you know, you want him to grow a bit of a backbone, so when he starts hooking up with this, you know, hot young cousin of hers, you're like, yeah, fuck her, dude. So you're like with him, but it just turns out that she's a fucking lunatic, and is
the
gonna
whole
fucking
must run in the
murder.
You know what my
wife
favorite scene in the movie is, man, is when he
serve
walks.
her ribs.
My favorite scene in the movie, man.
When he gets crucifixed to the bed.
No, it's actually none of those scenes, man. I think those scenes are okay. They're fun, man. The fucking barbecuing scene. Dude, that's fucking hilarious, man. But
yeah,
actually, one of my favorite scenes in the film is when he walks into the loft or the apartment or whatever you want to call it, and he sees the pictures of them married pictures all over the place. I fucking laughed so hard at that. I was like, oh my god, I couldn't even imagine being in his position and be like, what have I done? Like, what just happened here, kind of thing, right? So, it was a great moment. It's a funny moment.
I thought the sex scene was pretty unique. How he's in the bathtub and comes out. I thought it was well done, well shot. In fact, a lot of sex scenes in this movie, and they're plus because they're Cat 3. They're sleazy. I like the sleazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy the movie.
Lots of.
I just wish there was a little bit more killing.
Right. Yeah, there really is. I mean, it's the story, though, right? It doesn't really allow it to be like that. I mean, it's
you're right.
That's unfortunate, and. I mean, the barbecue scene.
I wish you would have killed more rich people. That would have been fun.
Right. I wish they had showcased her doing a little bit more and stuff instead of just going, after the cut. I mean, there's certain elements. I don't want to ruin everything in case you guys want to check this out, but
yeah,
I agree, though. I agree. That's actually one of the biggest complaints I have with this is that it's not. I'm not saying it doesn't have to be equal with the original film, but
no,
it just doesn't. It just doesn't do a lot in this one in the killing aspect and stuff. And I mean, honestly, this one isn't as funny either. I mean, the first one has this charm about it. I'm not saying there's a whole lot wrong with this one, on that level. There's still funny ass moments and stuff, but it has a different tone to it. That's, I don't know, man. I don't even know how to explain it, man. Like the tone is just off in this one for me a little bit. I think it's also because when you're watching this film and you see Anthony Wong as a cop and he's playing this totally different character, it's like it kind of throws you for a loop a little bit. I don't know what it is, man. It's just really hard to explain.
I do like some of the comedy beats with Anthony Wong and the chickens. That was absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
He's like worried about the chickens and he takes them to the office and then like 2 days later they're still sitting in the fucking office. He's waiting for somebody to come get them.
Come get the chickens. Oh, what? And then they fucking fly out and
I don't know. I mean, some of the lines, like in the later part of the film, where he's like, "You don't want to do that to my meat's greasy and whatever," and then he's like, "No, you gotta have stock. You gotta have stock." And then she pulls out the hot pan, and he's like, "Crap."
Right.
Yeah, I still like it.
Nobody thought that was funny as shit.
Yeah, is that with Wong when he's like worried about getting eaten at the very end?
Yeah, because he's trying to delay her from doing it, and he's like, "No, it would be better with stock. You have to have stock, chicken stock, to make it taste better." And she's like, "Oh yeah, right." And then she pulls out a hot pan of stock. He was thinking she was gonna go to the damn kitchen and make some up or something and buy some time. He's like, he just says "crap" in the subtitles.
You know what? Actually, something I forgot to bring up in the first one, man, is like that moment where the cops are all eating the fucking the pork buns and stuff. To me, that felt like one of those like where Van Wilder kind of ripped it off with the eclair cum, like the cum in the fucking eclairs or whatever.
Before, yeah,
right. There's that whole moment in that film where they're eating this and it's like the close-up shots and everyone's like they're just over enjoying it. It's really accentuating their enjoyment for what they're eating and stuff. Well, in this film, it does the same thing too with the ribs and stuff.
The
right?
ribs.
Right, so it kind of duplicates that, which made me kind of laugh. And I'm like, it's another Van Wilder moment, man. The cum eclairs, fucking disgusting, man. So gross. Makes me laugh every time. That joke never gets old to me. You can't even shoot it. You can't even fuck that shot up. It's like just focus in on their face. And like, it's great. Nobody else? No.
I really, like I said, this is the first movie I watched this week, and I did enjoy. I thought it was good, but I enjoyed it. I'm glad I watched it first because it wouldn't be kind of poor to follow the second or the first Untold Story.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, everybody's good in it. It's enjoyable. The ending is pretty intense. There's some good action there. The opening is good. I like the reveal of who the character is. I thought that was pretty unique and cool. I like the relationship, how the cousin and the sister act against each other. I thought that was kind of cool. And I do like that they do kind of incorporate some capitalism. I mean, not some classism. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
And I love that she goes back to get back at the people at the store. Like, you can't afford that. I wish they would have been fun if she killed those two. Why the hell not?
It definitely needs more death.
The girls that work at the dress store who are real rude to her.
Oh, yeah, they could have died. Oh, yeah.
They could have died.
Yeah. They were cunts.
I'm surprised
They're a piece of shit.
They didn't incorporate more of that into here, man. Like, I mean, it has its moments, but it definitely feels lackluster compared to the first one, which is kind of a shame.
Yeah.
Like, I do like some of the switches. It's not like, I don't know, the first one's such a knockout movie that this one doesn't live up to it, but I'm not comparing it directly. It's not that big of a deal, and I still ended up liking it. I knew it was a completely unrelated story. You know what I mean?
Right.
I knew that Wong was in it, and I think Danny Lee produced it, and that was the only similarities.
You know what's
Yao didn't direct it. So.
Did they try to duplicate the restaurant from the first one in this one? Because it's very similar, but it's not, though. It's kind of funny. It's almost the exact same thing, but I don't know. It is, man. I mean, just with, like with the shutters, when you close that, when you close the shop and you got the shutters there and it's got the door.
But maybe
and
that's
stuff.
just the stop.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
That's just
No,
the
but
aisle.
even the way it's set up, like when you walk in, there was there's a spot over to the right and there's the over to the left and stuff. It's very similar. It's very similar. I mean, wouldn't surprise me that they were trying to duplicate that a little bit, but it's definitely different. It's definitely different.
Yeah, he keeps losing his fucking gun.
Leaves at the crapper.
They picked that up. Yeah, a couple times, and then he has to go back for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really have much to say on it. JP, do you have anything else? Are you dead, JP? You dead?
He's too busy responding to Taylor Swift's vice president duties.
I don't know if he's around here.
That would explain why no one was answering. I was like, yo.
Yeah, I was trying to wait for somebody else to fill in. I was like, I don't have much to say about this one, guys. I watched it like 8 days ago. Where are you at, JP?
I don't know where the fuck is.
You just want to rate it and then have JP go last?
Yeah, I don't really have much else to say on it besides just spoiling every other kind of detail to it. But I mean, it's I don't know, man. All right, so JP's actually
there's a weird haunting thing too, right?
What's that?
Like the haunting quality, like the husband is like worried that all the shit and stuff. There's points in here where the husband, I remember he was like super worried, and I was like, at this point, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'd be like, just let it ride, just be with the crazy cousin and let it ride.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I would have just given up at that point. I'd have been like, I'm just gonna fold. Wouldn't you have? If I get caught, I get caught. I'm not doing anything about it now.
Yeah.
Yo, JP, JP, you there? Okay, man. Well, it's his go anyways. I guess we'll move on to Dave.
Yeah, I'm just going to come in at a 7, which is usually, I think it's pretty good, but, it's not great. So 7. It's like around 6.5, 7. I'll give it 7, though.
Yeah, I'm actually at the same, exactly the same 7 out of 10, which is like such a cry. I mean, it's not horrible at all. It's an entertaining film. It's got some decent moments and stuff. But if you do watch part 1 and part 2 back to back, you're probably going to be in the same levels, right? It's a big step down, but it's entertaining. It really, I was never bored throughout the movie at all and shit like that. I mean, I laughed in parts and stuff, but it's solid. It's definitely solid. So I'm going to definitely give it a 7 out of 10. So. And you know what, Jeremy, you might as well go because I think we lost somebody.
Okay. I give this one a 6 out of 10. I mean, it's fine. Nothing ball-busting, exciting, or anything like that. But I still like the ending of the film. I feel like it plays out cool. And I really liked our main character. I thought that you really felt for the guy. And you didn't want to see him go down like he ultimately does, but you don't want to feel him go down. But I give it a 6 out of 10. I liked it. It was good.
Alrighty. Sounds good. JP?
Yeah, Untold Story 2, I actually found it pretty damn fun considering it is a step down from the first one, but I like the character switch with it being female, and I really liked Wong at the end with some of the funny stuff that he was saying while he was all hung up, and even the rib scene, actually, them eating the ribs and stuff really grossed me out. I don't know, something about a rib and it being a bone and like the meat around it is like more gross to me than like the hamburger meat stuff in or the pork buns in the first one. Something about the rib bone being in there is a little bit more gross. But yeah, I think that it's a little bit of a oh, and by the way, this one's also called Human Flesh Bun 2, which I thought was a strange ass title. But yeah, I agree step down, but I still enjoyed it, and I'm coming in at just as well on that one.
What was that, 7 out of 10?
Yep, 7 out of 10.
Yeah. You know, a lot of times when they do sequels and they kind of jab at the same jokes that they do from the previous films and stuff, sometimes I'm just like, they're more or less like eye roll moments, you know what I'm saying? But I think that it worked in this, that they didn't overdo it with the ribs and stuff. It was kind of like the pork buns in the original film and stuff like that. But, you know, I always call it the Van Wilder moment, you know. But those type of jokes always work for me. They always work. But I get where you're coming from. They're fucking, it's kind of nasty and shit. Like the meat on the bone. Ugh, nasty. But I agree, though. I agree. It's a fun movie. It's definitely a couple steps down from the first Untold Story. But it's still fun. It still has a lot of good, funny moments in it. And, you know, good moments overall. So I think it's still solid. So good stuff. All right. So that is the Untold Story from 1997? 98. All right, so moving into the third and final film here for episode 206, and it is a film from 1996, also directed by Herman Yao, who directed the first Untold Story, also starring Anthony Wong, and it is the one of the more infamous Category 3 films really ever made, and that is Ebola Syndrome. But before we get into the review, we do have to note it's just going to be me and JP on this review.
Yes.
Yeah, so
we had a technical issue and then we had to stop recording that night originally, and then it would have been impossible to get all four of us to line up once again. So I'm sure we'll get Jeremy and Dave's thoughts on it on the 207 episode, right?
If they're going to be there. We're, like, again, you know, going back to the top of the show, like we said this, you know, this could be the first and last time that all four of us is on the show together. We just don't know what's going to happen, but hopefully they are going to be, so they can, you know, give us their thoughts on Ebola Syndrome before we get into some Cronenberg films next show. So, but yeah, so Ebola Syndrome from 1996, quick little synopsis here. A restaurant employee wanted for murder contracts Ebola by raping a woman in South Africa and starts an outbreak there in Hong Kong when he returns home. Oh man. You know, watching this movie today is like, it's so kind of relevant to what's going on in the world right now with COVID and shit like that. It's just like, you know, we got this virus that's, you know, so easily spread and shit like that, and it's like, you know, it's kind of hardcore to watch it right now, you know what I'm saying, because we're having such a hard time with, you know, COVID and shit like that. But you know, the interesting thing about Ebola Syndrome is that this movie actually came out, I think, a couple years before the actual Ebola pandemic that broke out.
Yeah, that was many years before. I don't know. Well, we had a Ebola pandemic in like 2014 or something, right? 2013, 14, somewhere around there.
There might have been. I know there was one in the early 2000s also, so this one kind of predates that first like major breakout that I remember. I remember being like, holy shit, man, that shit better not come over here kind of thing, right? And you know, I mean, but could you just imagine like the way they depict the Ebola syndrome in this is like, it's so nasty to look at, because what Ebola does when you get infected with it, it basically just eats your insides out. Like it
that's
dissolves every.
absolutely horrifying.
Yeah, it gives you.
I'd much rather have COVID.
Yeah, Ebola is like one of the most brutal things. It basically liquefies your internal organs, and you bleed out at like every orifice. You get all these scabs and stuff, which they do kind of show in one of the African tribes and this and stuff. But could you imagine just like walking down the street and some dude just like fall on the concrete and start flopping around like a dead fish or dying fish?
Yeah,
like,
the last major outbreak was 2013 to 2016.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that I remember, because you know what's weird about that is we did this show right around then. Not this show, but the 1996 show.
Right.
And I remember hearing Ebola syndrome like all over the news and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And or maybe not syndrome, but Ebola virus.
Right.
They weren't saying Ebola syndrome on the news, but Ebola virus. And I was like, wait, because I never heard of it before. Like you might have went, in the early 2000s, you said there was another outbreak or whatever, but I was probably too young to notice that. And I remember when you guys were talking about movies for 1996, how it was pretty crap year, and like there was Ebola syndrome out there, and I was like, Ebola? There's a movie called Ebola Syndrome. Like, is it about the Ebola virus?
Yeah.
And I remember just being like, what? Because I thought it was like a new thing, and I was like, wow, that's interesting. But yeah, and this film actually made all 4 of our top 10. I mean, there was a lot of films that made all 4 of our top 10 lists back then, but this made all 4 of our top 10s for 1996, and that was actually the second or third top 10 we did with Exploding Heads. It was the second retro year. It was just look at a small lineup: me, you, Brandon, Dave.
Right.
Just a small, like, now it's at least bare minimum 5 people on those.
Yeah, and it was like, man, like a year like 1996 was one of those funny years to prep for, because there's not really a lot of movies, right? Like,
I think I watched like 40 movies for that year.
Yeah, it's just one of those years, like there's literally not a lot of movies made, so I mean the prep was pretty easy. But yeah, at the end of it, it's like our top 10 list varied a little bit, but they weren't that drastically different. So
yeah, there was so many movies that made all 4 lists.
It's probably
like,
one.
Tremors 2 made all 4 lists.
It probably has the least amount of like, I guess, variations of top 10 lists. I guess I would probably say, yeah, probably, or a better way to put it, the most repeats out of any top 10 year that we've ever done, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's realistically like under movies, I think, total mentioned. Right.
Yeah. But yeah, getting into the Ebola Syndrome from 1996. It's kind of funny because this movie is like, essentially kind of turns into, it almost could be like not a direct sequel, but it's almost like, I wouldn't say a remake of the Untold Story, but it's similar. It has so many similarities to
so similar.
Right?
Yeah.
It really does.
It's
like,
very similar.
Like even the way this movie starts out, it's very similar as the Untold Story. It has this kind of backstory, right? And it jumps forward into present day and stuff. And then, it goes, and then it finds Anthony Wong's character working in a restaurant, and it involves, grinding up people and making food out of them. There's just so much similarities to this one. It's ridiculous, man.
But it doesn't have chicken breast fleshlights.
No, it doesn't.
The Untold Story does not have chicken breast fleshlight. Or no, what was it? Pork? Was it pork or chicken?
It's
I don't
pork.
remember.
It's pork. I think it's pork.
Dude, to kind of hopping around a bit, but when he is in the kitchen and it's like the next day after he does that, and this dude complains about his food, and he's like, "Oh, give him this one. This is a nice one."
Yeah.
I'm like, what the? Dude, he's such an asshole.
I like this is like, it's not even like hamburger. What does he call them? He calls them pork buns, I think. Like, they're South African pork bun. They're not, because everyone's like, oh, you're making just plain hamburgers. He's like, no, they're South African pork buns. What the fuck? It's so ridiculous. But yeah, this one basically starts out with a backstory, and I think it's 1990 or 1986, 10 years prior. Something happens with his boss and his wife and stuff, and
he's banging the boss's wife.
Right, and so the boss comes in, and of course, carnage basically ensues. They go to fuck up Anthony Wong's character, and
they want him to castrate himself.
Yeah, And it doesn't really go that way because they fucked up and gave him a knife, and ultimately leads to their very nasty demise and shit. But before that happens, like,
right. And who has like scissors that look like the most diabolical scissors ever? Just in the kitchen drawer.
I love when they're fucking him up and shit. And they're like, "Oh, come over here," and he gets the wife to like piss on his face and stuff. I'm like, "Yep, this is."
I'm like, wow, this is Cat 3.
Totally, right? They just go to that extreme level of making, the wife piss on his face, and it's hilarious. Like, it shows her pissing right on his face. It's ridiculous. And then total carnage ensues, and then you get this kind of almost this really, really great moment where he after he kills the his boss and his wife and stuff, and I guess their employee or someone that was with him, he realizes that there's a kid there too. And he actually douses the kid in gasoline, and it goes.
Dude, I forgot that happened because I hadn't watched this in, 7 years or something like that. Whenever we did that show, like 6 years ago or something, I totally forgot that happened. I was like, "Holy shit!" He just dumped gasoline on the kid.
There's one thing about Cat 3 films that they don't seem to pull punches from is like, violence against kids and just cannibal. Like they always have these type of themes in their movies and stuff. But yeah, so he douses this girl, and then it doesn't go the way you're probably thinking it's going to. But it's such a weird scene because basically some like random dork walks into the apartment and saves the day and shit like that. And then it cuts to 10 years later where Anthony Wong's character, I think his name is Kai. He's now working in a Chinese food restaurant in Johannesburg in South Africa. So he's basically on the run, and he found a place where he's obviously feels like he's kind of safe there and stuff, and he's working in this restaurant and stuff like that. And of course, carnage ensues there, and it kind of turns into essentially the Untold Story a little bit. But there's this like really weird angle in this film where the girl that he eventually didn't kill, and back in Hong Kong, she's now obviously older, and I think she's like a flight attendant or whatever. Just by chance or whatever, ends up coming into this restaurant,
which is a little convoluted.
You know what I mean? But the thing that's convoluted about the whole story is that she doesn't really recognize him by his face. She recognizes him by his scent. And it's literally, she's like, he smells so bad that it's making her gag. And every time I watch this movie, I find that shit, because they kind of save grace. They save grace in it though, because it's so corny that, that she would be in St. Johannesburg, like what the fuck are the chances, right? That she would run into this guy like 10 years later after all this, but it's
not like another city like next to them. It's like, entire different fucking country, part of the world.
Right. And it's crazy. And then, but I like how they kind of save grace with it by, she doesn't recognize his face. She recognizes his disgusting scent. And that's how she, kind of leads.
And it helps that everybody in the movie tells him he stinks like shit too. So.
Right. So I think that's actually one really comical thing that they do in the film and stuff. I mean, it gets a little bit ridiculous, and like even what they do with her character, because once we get all this kind of middle ground in the film with all this carnage that happens, of course, in the Chinese restaurant where people get killed and ground up and fed and stuff like that, he essentially kind of like, basically robs the place too and makes his way back out because he's starting to feel the heat from the police a little bit and things like that. So he makes his way back to Hong Kong. And of course, by this time, actually, we didn't even mention the time where how he contracts Ebola syndrome, but,
one of the most ridiculous scenes in the world.
Right.
And, totally makes it, legendary status of ridiculousnst type of movie.
I gotta say, man, it's probably one of the most disgusting things. So rewinding a little bit here. So basically what is going on, and another thing about this movie that I will point out without going too much into it is like how blatantly racist it is. The dialogue is so funny to read. It's just everybody hating on everybody. Like everyone's being called, the most aggressive racist names. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But the way they operate in South Africa.
I will say they also add a little racism against, Chinese people too. So
absolutely.
At least it's fair racism. Like everybody's a target.
Right. They kind of go back and forth. They're dropping N-words and they're calling them yellows. It's just ridiculous. Like it's actually kind of funny to read because you're like, is this actually the real translated dialogue? But the way
you always wonder that with these.
I know. Yeah. So the way this restaurant operates is they're kind of cheap and they get their meat from like various places and stuff. They try to get the cheapest stuff. And anyways, so what happens is they end up going to this African village where they go to buy a couple pigs and things like that.
Like way out in the cut too.
Right.
Like it's like way they got to take a damn 4-wheel drive out there. In the bush and run into freaking leopards and shit.
My question is, so if you're going to buy your meat way out in like in the flatlands and like. And you come across this tribe and there's people literally dying and they're doing like all this kind of voodoo stuff and
they look fucked too.
Like, would you
they got like boils and shit all over.
Right. Would you? And this is before they buy the pigs, and then they have to watch this shit for like 10 minutes before they even buy the shit. And you're like, would you be buying some fucking dead pork from this tribe that has people that are literally rotting them
from these people?
Right,
bro.
right.
So especially pork. You know what I mean? Especially pork.
I know, man. So that's like actually probably like honestly, there's a lot of gross moments in the film, of course, with people getting killed and there's all this carnage, people eating humans, like all this type of shit. But I think the grossest scenes in the film really are these people that are like dying in this village of like Ebola and shit like that. Like they're all scabby and bleeding and they just look nasty and shit. It's pretty gross, but. So essentially how our main character contracts the Ebola virus is after they get the meat and they're coming back from the village, they're driving back to the city. They have kind of an accident or whatever and stuff. And, he makes his way off and
he swerves off from an elephant, I think, and hits a tree.
Yeah. So anyways, his boss now is all pissed off and he's trying to fix the truck. And anyways, Kai takes off and he sees this woman and she's like, totally kind of all she's all fucked up and shit and she's like falling on the ground and like doing the fish convulsions and stuff like that. And I think they even say that in dialogue too, like, oh, you're about to die. And so like he hurries in there and he fucking basically rapes this like pretty much 95% dead person. Like it's ridiculous.
I was like, is she technically dead yet? Is this a necrophilia territory?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And he says some like crazy line or something like, oh, I have to fuck you now or something like that. You know what I mean? He's like, I have to take this chance while I have it. Something ridiculous. I can't remember what the line is, but it's ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous. And so of course, she's been infected with the Ebola virus, so she passes on to him. But by chance, of course, in the comedic elements of this movie, he's like one in like a billion persons that can contract the virus, but it actually doesn't affect him. So now he's just a walking carrier. He basically kind of gets sick at first. He gets the fever and stuff, and he collapses, and he kind of goes through 2 or 3 days of being sick, but then he fully recovers. Right? It's crazy. And basically what leads to like this carnage and stuff, I think the boss's wife or something, or the girlfriend or whatever, she says something on the lines of like, we need to dispose of him because he may have this Ebola virus and shit. And then that leads to like mad carnage and stuff. Right. Which is kind of,
the boss is actually kind of nice to him, like throughout the movie. You know what I mean? Like he talks a little shit to him, but he's like trying to help him for the most part. While the wife just like can't stand him.
Mm-hmm. So that's kind of like,
of course she bullies him.
Yeah, she bullies, and that's one of the funniest thing in the dialogue in this movie is like, man, dude, like when he's like raping the chick, and she's like, oh, he was trying to bully me. I'm like, bullying you? He's trying to fucking rape you. So it's absolutely hilarious. But anyways, that's kind of the thing that sets him off, and all this carnage happens and shit. And anyways, so all this shit happens in South Africa, and once he gets this money, he actually goes back to Hong Kong and hooks up with like an old girl that he has eventually after infecting some prostitutes and things, because now he's like Pimp Mac Daddy with all his money and shit like that. And this is how he's spreading the virus. But I gotta say though, man, like, Kai's got to be one of the most disgusting and despicable characters ever on the silver screen.
Ever, dude.
Like, dude, this guy's so disgusting because there is a point, like, he knows that he's infected, but he's oddly that 1 in a billion that like it's not affecting him, but he doesn't give a fuck anyways. He's just a disgusting person. Like there's scenes where he's constantly like sneezing on people and coughing on people and picking his nose and wiping it on shit, and he's just a filthy fucking person, man. It's like, oh god, like
it totally feels like an extension of his character in Untold Story.
Right.
This is like Untold Story but with a virus.
Right. And he's so nasty about it. Like there's a point where he's taking his girlfriend out for shopping or whatever, and he makes a point of like before he even walks away to like blow his nose into his blouse and then pick his nose.
Gross, was it not?
Yeah, dude. Like it's just the shit that they throw into this movie, and like everyone probably always remembers the nasty gore things and shit. But like when I'm watching this movie, I'm watching this character, and he might even be one of the most despicable characters of all time. Like it's every scene he's just doing something disgusting. It's like every fucking scene, it's just unbelievable. So, of course, and like the third act in this movie is ridiculous. Like it's absolutely like bonkers the way this shit goes down, because it just, everything about how despicable this character is, he just basically enforces on society, and he's just like spitting on people and fucking, they even kill kids in the third act. It's crazy, man. It's fucking nuts. It's funny.
There's another nice burn at the end.
Oh yeah. It's kind of like in the same league as like a Halloween 2 finale type thing with Michael in a sense. But I don't know, man, this movie is just crazy entertaining all the way through, because not only are you laughing about like the ridiculousness of the kills and just the whole premise of this guy not being affected by Ebola and stuff and the way he's spread, like there's just so much happening here that's so entertaining, but it's also a great time reading the subtitles, because the whole time I'm laughing, like I'm just like, dude, it's just so, everything is so comical about this. But that's one thing I got to say about Category 3 films. A lot of them are like this. Like they incorporate some really nasty situations, a lot of blood and gore, kind of realistic looking shit too. Like there's actually a scene where they show like this dead body. I think it's like the cops or whatever, maybe it's the chief examiners or something like that, and one girl starts puking and shit, but that body that they show on the screen is fucking nasty looking, dude. It actually looked real to me.
Well, even in Africa, when they're in Africa, all those gross ass bodies and the, like, I don't know if you caught this, but they have cut off chicken feet hanging everywhere, like rows of them.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is crazy. And then they go up to the pork, and they got the pork sitting right next to a bunch of dead bodies.
Right.
Like right next to it. You know what I mean? It's
I know.
like they lift up the cover and there's dead bodies there, and then they're like, you know, they find the pork's right next to it, and you're like, wow.
I know, man.
But this movie is very funny. Like,
it is.
I think that Untold Story has some funny moments, but this one has like tons of dark humor.
It really is, man. It's funny, like right from like even like, you know, the cover art to this film, you know, the scene where he's kind of brushing back his hair with his knife and stuff. That's like pretty much
right. That happens right at the beginning of the movie.
That's in the backstory.
That's a cool picture.
Yeah, and like that scene, like just the way he does it, and like that, the way it kind of you know, the way it plays itself out, shit is kind of funny and stuff. But I gotta say, man, Anthony Wong is such a great actor, though, man. If you watch his facial expressions and the way he does his mannerisms and shit, he's fucking brilliant.
Yeah,
man.
he looks like a piece of shit. Like the grimaces on his face,
yeah,
and just like the, like, I don't give a fuck, I'm here for me look that's in his face and eyes and everything. The entire movie, like, he sells this piece of shit scumbag character so well, you know what I mean? And I think that I didn't really know who he was before these movies and stuff like that, but man, he is just like such a good actor. And I know it's subtitled and stuff, and but you can always tell like good acting even if you don't speak the language, because of like the facial expressions and the mannerisms, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And like, I always say that too. Like sometimes I struggle when you're watching foreign films, because you are reading subtitles, and it is a little harder to judge and critique acting in these type of films, but you can tell sometimes when it's on point, when it's not. Especially when it's this good, because like I said, it's his mannerisms, it's his facial expressions, it's the way he projects himself on the screen. It's like a lot of situational things that he just seems to pull off, and it doesn't even matter what scene it is, whether it's, you know, him wiping boogers on a fucking blouse in a store, or you know, he's handing out $100 bills to prostitutes and shit. Like if you watch him in that scene, it's hilarious. Like he's like anticipating the bigger white girl to take that stack, and he's like, no, you're greedy. Here, take this. And the way he does it, I just fucking laugh at that scene every time, because he knows it's fucking hilarious, man. I just love it. So good.
I think another reason why his why his character works in this one is he's a little bit heavier in weight than in Untold Story, and the long greasy hair. You know what I mean? It makes him look even more of a scumbag than like that clean, you know, cut, the buzz cut in Untold Story. Like he looks even more like a gross D-bag in this one.
It's funny too, because, you know, from the beginning of the film, when he has his hair down and he's all greasy like that and shit, but when he gets to Johannesburg and you know, in South Africa, you know, he slicks it back and stuff, and I think he's, you know, he's wearing glasses and stuff, but he has that like really greasy kind of Guido fucking mustache thing going. Like it doesn't matter what his look is, he just looks like a greasy scumbag in every scene, and it's so perfect. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
man.
It's unfortunate that Mr. Wong doesn't like appreciate these movies a little bit more.
And again, it's going back to like, I was really shocked, man, when I was watching the Cat 3 documentary about, hearing him discuss these movies that really did make, and the thing is though, he didn't realize how big of a star he was in other places and stuff, right? Like he had to be told that.
Right.
But it's also his background, because when he was classically trained and stuff, and then, and then he kind of fell into a bad contract, and, thank the Lords that he actually did sign a contract that he didn't realize that he was getting himself into, because he never would have done these movies willingly. Absolutely not. He would have never done these.
Right.
He never appreciated them, but we got to see a great actor do crazy movies. Like these aren't just like everything about these movies is crazy. They're absolutely bonkers and stuff. And, but yeah, dude, it is a very special thing. But like, I mean, even him winning, like, I guess a Hong Kong equivalent to an Academy Award over there, whatever they're called over there, for The Untold Story is really crazy, but he still can't even fully appreciate it. It's really interesting. But this goes to show you the class that he is in as an actor, because, for somebody that can take read a script and not like it, and then do what he does on screen with it, and then just kind of move on to the next project.
Yeah, because
this guy's a class actor. Man.
In the documentary, they talked about how when they went to go make this movie, it was basically like Anthony Wong was like, the script shit, why would I want to do this? And then the director
Herman Yao
said that they can basically do whatever the hell they want once they're on location.
Well, that was actually one of the, that's what I love about documentaries, because you learn things like that. So, basically this is a Hong Kong film, but then they filmed on location in South Africa. So what they did, a lot of the scenes that you see in South Africa actually weren't in the script. So they basically kind of screwed things up. And he kind of alluded to the scene.
And a lot of it was Anthony Wong.
Right. And I think one of the major scenes was actually the scene where they went to go get the pork, right? They kind of added all that shit into there too. So I just kind of, that it's pretty interesting to do shit like that, because to me it's like some of the most memorable shit, because it's fucking freaky. I'm like, dude, you have this like deadly ass virus next to your food, like that's how this shit spreads, right? Not only does he fucking, I mean, I guess he does spread it a little bit in a different way too. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? It is kind of comical. I mean, he pre-rapes, this woman and chops him up, puts him into burgers and calls them like South African pork buns and shit. And it kind of spreads like that. Like it's just so ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous, but it's fun. I think it's really fun. Yeah. One shocking thing about these movies though, man, they're actually shot really well. Like that's the other thing about, when you see a crazy narrative like this, like totally batshit with this, comedy and these crazy situations and things like that, you tend to forget sometimes that you're actually in you're watching a really well shot film, right? And I could see people not even really fully appreciating the acting and stuff too, because you're kind of, you're watching it for the narrative and just the craziness of it and stuff. But these are actually legitimately good and well made films. You don't get a lot of movies like over here. The
music's good too.
Right. Yeah. You just don't get a lot of movies like that over here of this type of extreme level, right? That have like really great cinematography and really great acting and stuff like that. Like these are kind of an anomaly. Like they're very, very different. They kind of sit in their own little category. I mean, there is other movies out there and stuff. And oddly enough, a lot of them are foreign though. Like I always put a Serbian film into that category too, because, it has very extreme ideas within the narrative and stuff, but it's shot really well and it's acted really well. It's like a really, really well made film. Right. And, I think people seem to kind of overlook that at times too. But when you look at a lot of these Cat 3 films, man, they're not junky fucking shot on video films. They really aren't. They're
and the director of this film, he got his start in 1987 and he has 73 credits to his name. I mean, he did a lot of action films. I mean, I think that's what he's primarily known for lately. But he's still working. He just made a movie last year. He's 3 in 2019, 4 in 2017. It's just he's a really workaholic. Reminds you of Takashi Miike a little bit.
Right.
With that, and he did direct Untold Story 3, which I didn't know.
But yeah, he came back and did that one, which I want to check out, man. I keep hearing from a lot of people it's not that crazy, but
I'll keep my excitement level down, but I am just curious on what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen a lot of his movies, to be honest. I know he did I think he directed one of the Ip Man movies, to be honest. I think it was the third or maybe it was the fourth one. I can't remember.
Anthony Wong's in the fourth one, I think, right?
Yeah, well, I've only ever seen the first. I just picked up that Ip Man box set, but I've only ever seen the first two, so I think he did the fourth one.
Herman did the final fight.
Okay,
He-Man,
so yeah,
final
that
fight.
would have been the fourth one, I think. Yeah, so yeah, so the Legends weren't in, man. Okay, so maybe he did the last two. Okay, yeah, it's crazy. So I haven't even seen those, man. Nuts. But yeah, definitely a highly skilled director, man. You know, I mean,
yeah, I wish they
credits,
were
man. Holy
still
fuck.
doing stuff like this, though, man. Like the Category 3 stuff that came out in the late 80s and 90s. Like this is such a unique little section of film there with the Category 3, because all three of these films feel very similar. I mean, granted, you know, some of the same filmmakers, some of the same actors and stuff like that, but just like the tone of the movies too. Like, I found this little experiment show that we did that Aza picked to be like one of the funner little things that we've done in recent memory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think from like even Category 3 rating system, which of course we talked about, it happened in 1988, but you know, even the films leading up to that, you know, going right back to Killer Snakes and stuff, but all the you know, the Shaw Brothers films, which were essentially like prequels to the rating system, right? If you I mean, I think a lot of those films actually are considered to be Category 3 films now, because they eventually end up getting those ratings. But yeah, if you get a chance, go back and watch some of those the Shaw Brothers horror films that they did. Oh, of course, Shaw Brothers is mostly known for the martial artist films, but they did a lot of horror films that were fucking fantastic, man. Really like atmospheric and like gory, and they just crazy fucked up films and shit, man. But they're always really good. Like the production value on it is crazy high. So that time period between like 1980 and, you know, 85, 80, like the Shaw Brothers did some really fucking good ones, man. Yeah, really good stuff. So. But yeah, no, I would say, you know, from basically 70 up into 90, I guess 97, 98 is really when it kind of, the big boom of these type of films kind of stopped, right? They kind of stopped making these type of films, was pretty much around the time of like Ebola, or not Ebola, I guess Ebola Syndrome was 96, but Untold Story 2 and stuff like that. So yeah, which is kind of unfortunate because, yeah, you're right, though, man. You watch one of these movies, you're like, yep, that's a Cat 3 film. That's a Cat 3 film.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I would definitely be curious to do more of these.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure this won't be the first volume we do.
I'm just dying to see Dr. Lamb, though. That's the one that I've always known about, and I've always heard so many people talk about, and they're always like, man, if you see it, you got to see it uncut, because there's so many cut versions of it that are just awful, right? So you don't really want to watch any of these movies cut, because it just wouldn't be the same. So...
Right, yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can't watch cut stuff of this, man. I can't even imagine what, like, I know that there was a cut Ebola Syndrome DVD. I'm like, I don't even want to know what that was.
Right, yeah. Yeah, man. So, you got anything else on this one?
No, I think I'm pretty good.
Okay, man. You want to throw down a rating?
Yeah, Ebola Syndrome is like right up there with me with Untold Story. I honestly would have trouble picking which one I like more, because I do really like both of them. I think this one has a little bit more comedic elements to it, and that one's more of like a nasty serial killer type thing. This one, I think that the pacing of this one is just nonstop. Like there's just something absurd happening like every couple minutes, so it's super easy to watch. Even when we did it for the 96 show, it's one that stuck with me, that I was like, man, that was such a fun movie. I can't wait to revisit that one day. And I did pick up the DVD back then, so I've owned it since then, and this is only the second time I've ever watched it, but I could totally watch this every couple of like months, honestly, because it's just ridiculous. It's a title that I'll show. And you know what's funny, I was talking about this before we recorded on the start of the show. I was talking to Carly, and I was like, dude, have you ever seen, because I was telling her to check out Untold Story, that I thought she would like it. And I was like, have you ever seen Ebola Syndrome? And she's like, yeah, we watched it together. And it was one of the that's when we first started hanging out, was back when we did that 96 show. I watched a couple of them with her. It was like one of the very first like 2 or 3 times we hung out, and we ended up watching this together, Ebola Syndrome, and she said that she remembered really liking it and stuff. So that's really funny to think back. I completely forgot we watched it at her house, but yeah, I'm gonna come in at an 8.5 on Ebola Syndrome. I gave it an 8 the first time I watched it, so I'm coming up a half point.
Yeah, I another common theme within these films too. It's like they really like to kill people with chairs and shit like that. There's some with chair kills, man, and they're just viciously brutal, man, and they're awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, very very common things, but it never gets old to me, man, because they're just there's nothing better than laughing while you're watching this type of level of violence and shit. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely so much fun. I'm gonna actually come up from my last rating. I'm pretty sure I rated this 9 last time. I think it was a 9 on the 96
Last time
show.
you watched it, or last time on the 96 show?
I think the 96 show. No, I did. I've watched it since. I maybe was a 9.
You gave it an 8 on the 96 show.
Okay, so the last time I rated it was a 9. I'm gonna come up from that to a 9.5. But you're right, though. The pacing is great in this, man. Like, it's just, backstory to South Africa, and just one ridiculous thing after another, but so much visual, like there's so much fucking shit that's happening visually in this, man. You're just like, oh my God, like it's so unforgettable. There's so many unforgettable moments in this thing.
That is a good word to describe the film, because it is unforgettable. Like, you will always remember this movie. Like, it's going to stick with you. It's a unique little film that you're always going to remember just how crazy and weird it is, and just this unique blend of comedy and disgust and horror, and it's just it's one that sticks out, and that's why I said it's one that you want to show people who haven't seen. Has like Dylan seen this?
I want to say yes. I'm not even 100% sure. We may have watched it together, or he may have watched it when he was watching my house when I wasn't here. I'm not sure, because I used to always kind of direct him in the ways of watching these really fucked up movies when he was gone. So he ended up watching a lot of these without me. So I don't know. We've watched so many movies together. I can't remember what we've actually watched together, but I'm assuming he has. So he'll probably get back to us on that one.
Yeah. He needs to get back on the show.
I know.
Dylan on. We totally forgot.
Maybe next time we do a Cat 3 show, you can come on. He's a big Asian fan. Like, he saw that I picked up the Ip Man box set, and he's like, oh, I saw it in your update, so I went and bought it myself. He's like, it's Boss. And I'm like, oh, there you go, man. But
yeah, we had him on the who's the guy that directed Parasite?
Oh, Bong
Joon-ho.
Yeah,
we had him on Bong Joon-ho. So yeah, that would be pretty good to have him back for another, either that or like Takashi Miike Volume 2 or something like that,
Yeah, and those were great films too. Those are like all like super, super high class, great fucking movies, man. Awesome stuff.
Oh yeah.
All right, so yeah, I guess that is.
You gave it a 9.5.
9.5, yeah.
We'll have to see what Jeremy and Dave's ratings are on that one. Even if they don't come on next week's show. I think Dave's there. Dave's definitely there.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Jeremy are up in the air, and we will have a special guest on that one if all goes as planned. But yeah, I'm curious to see what they come in at. I know Jeremy was kind of like didn't love these like us three did, and I'm bummed that we didn't get to finish the episode, because that was kind of, after we reviewed the movies, that's kind of going to be what I was going to ask him, was like, okay, so like why do you say these aren't your type of movies? But to me, they seem like they are. You know what I mean? Like this type of shit that he likes. Right. This seems like it's that. So what do you mean they're not your type of movies, really? But that, I guess we'll save that for another day.
I mean, my predictions is, he's probably going to be down maybe around 7 on this one. I think Dave will be probably around. I know Dave really enjoys this one, but it's hard to predict too. I'm thinking he's probably at least a 9. I don't know. I'm thinking 7 and 9. That's my predictions on their ratings. So, I mean, he gave the Untold Story 2 a 6, and I maybe he likes this one better. I don't know. Jeremy's so unpredictable. He really is unpredictable when it comes to.
Yeah, but he thinks I'm the most predictable person, which I am. But he often predicts me wrong.
Right.
He'll be like, JP's this JP's not gonna like this movie. I'm like, why? It's like it'll be like a great movie that like every human likes, and he'll say like, I'm not gonna like it because it's like he thinks for some reason I don't like art house, which I usually love art house movies. You know what I mean?
Right.
His like beat on honestly, his beat on both of us is like completely off sometimes. It's hilarious.
It is actually.
He's fucking idiot.
All right, man. All right. So yeah, that's gonna conclude Ebola Syndrome from 1996, and also episode 206. So yeah, man, that was fucking fun. I just want to give a big shout out to Zaza for Patreoning this Category 3 show. Hopefully we can do more in the future because there's just so many movies to pick from. I think there's probably a laundry list of shows that we could do from this this type of theme. So, and I think
also Zaza is truly like one of our best listeners. You know what I mean? Just continuous support throughout the years. Just, you know, gave us shows to do, you know, bought a t-shirt. She's just been always rock solid as a supporter, and we don't ever really bring her up, but she's always somebody that I'm interested to hear. And she always comments too, you know,
yeah,
what
she
I mean?
does.
She's always commenting and stuff. Really appreciate you as a listener. You're awesome.
Yeah, man, 100%, man. Big ups. But yeah, so that is going to conclude the episode. I don't know if you want to do an outro or just say get the fuck out of here.
Jeremy, take us out.
We should just have him pre-record one. We'll just use it every single time. We'll just do
and then we don't have to hear it, because I tell you what, man, it's like my least favorite part of the show is him spilling off that shit that he's speaking 600. Nobody can even understand what he's saying because he's saying it so fast.
We should just start doing commentary over his outro, and it'll be different every single episode.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, just check us out where we are. You know what I mean? We're all over the place. We have, Horrorphilia is officially down as of today.
Yeah, actually,
it's done.
Yep, that's right.
And I checked. Everything seems smooth. Our episodes still seem up. The only thing is episode 1, and then missing episodes up to like 25 or something like that. And then everything else is there. So I'm going to have to go back in and upload episode 2 through like 24 or something like that. But everything else is up and should be running smoothly. But yeah, so everything's good. I'm happy we were able to transition, and it feels good to be, this will probably be home forever. You know, I don't think we'll get or anything like that. So
yeah, I think
we'll be just hosting ourselves from now on.
Right. All right, man. Cool, man. So that is going to officially conclude episode 206. We'll be back next week. Obviously, 207. David Cronenberg part 2 with the homeboy Watson.
That's his new name, Watson.
Watson. Again, not 100% sure. I think we're more or less leaning towards Dave being on the show. Jeremy is questionable because, schedules, man. It's just work and stuff. Very unpredictable these days. But
I am questionable as well. But honestly, I was going to tell you this today. It's looking more like it's leaning to I will be there.
Okay.
So, going to start prepping on that.
I believe the movies are Rabid, Scanners, and The Dead Zone. So
correct.
Yeah,
those are the movies.
Yeah, so 3 more Cronenberg films from the early years. So be on the lookout for that episode. And yeah, it'll be nice to get Watson back up in the studio for another recording, because I actually haven't even really talked to Watson since the last time we did the show. It's kind of weird.
Well, I'll probably be talking with him a lot because he's on one of my years for the summer series.
Oh yeah.
And I think he's on one of Dave's years. So
right. Yeah,
so
no,
we'll be talking.
I actually was on Skype with Watson a little while ago. Was it on Friday? It was a couple nights ago or whatever. But man, seriously, like, I don't know what it is with my provider, but they keep doing updates on Friday nights now at like 3 a.m. and it keeps cutting me off. I'm like, you motherfuckers. Yeah. I know. It's like the same time. And this has happened like 3 or 4 times in like the last couple months. So I'm thinking they must have changed their time to do their weekly updates or something. And I'm like, that's when I'm still on the fucking line. Come on. So yeah, I got fucked out of talking to Watson, but yeah. But yeah, no, we did bullshit for a while and stuff. So, but anyways, guys, we will check you next week. Deuces.
Later.